Chapter 1805. Refining the star source of the floating continent had gone quite smoothly in the early stages, and Yang Kai had only needed to guide the star source into his body to complete the task, but now he had failed at the last step. Yang Kai's face sank as he recalled the scene just now and frowned. Could it be that two star sources can't coexist in my body? At that moment, Yang Kai clearly felt the shadowed star's source in his body erupt, like a bird protecting its nest, forcing the floating continent's source back into its body. This was what caused Yang Kai to suffer a backlash. The strength of a star source affects the principles of heaven and earth. A single cultivation star can only have one kind of world principle, let alone one's body. I have refined Shadowed Star's star source and am closely connected to Shadowed Star's principles, so I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to accommodate another star source. Yes, that must be the case. Yang Kai's thoughts flew, and after a short time, he figured out the root of all this. Although this was just his own speculation, he believed it was correct. It was precisely because he had already refined Shadowed Star that he was unable to refine Tong Xian Realm's star source this time. It seemed that the reason there had never been a master of two stars in Tong Xian Realm territory was not because those origin kings were not strong enough, but because it was simply impossible. After realizing this, Yang Kai felt a great deal of frustration. This situation was like a person who was clearly hungry but could not fill his stomach with anything, a truly frustrating situation. Was he going to let go of this heaven-sent opportunity? Without even mentioning the fact that Tong Xian Realm's star's star source had only just been born. It was extremely easy to refine, so he had already put his soul brand into this star source, fully meeting the prerequisites for refining it. This kind of thing could be said to be extremely rare, so Yang Kai was unwilling to give up on this star source in front of him. However, his body could no longer accommodate another origin source, so there was nothing he could do. Yang Kai sat in place, healing himself while racking his brain for a way to get the best of both worlds. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a good idea. He scratched his head anxiously, leisurely. He seemed to have thought of something, and his anxious and irritable eyes gradually became clear and bright. After pondering for a while, he could not help laughing. Idiot! How stupid! How could I not have thought of this? Yang Kai patted his head with his palm. It was as if he had gone mad. In the next moment, he waved his hand and summoned the stone mongoose and summoned the firebird. Master's orders? As soon as Lu Yen appeared. As usual, he asked a question. You two, take a look at this thing in front of you, which one who can swallow it? You to him, Yang Kai was to himself. The stone puppet and Lu Yen had always been his most powerful helpers. Both of them now had the combat power to fight origin kings alone, so if they could devour this star source, they would definitely grow even stronger. Since he could not refine it himself, it was better to let his two helpers try. If they succeeded, it would be of great help to him. Hearing this, Lu Yen turned her head to look at the source, but in the next moment, a look of dread flashed across her beautiful eyes as she said in amazement, Master, although I don't know what this thing is, I'm afraid I don't have the ability to swallow it. There is a profound aura about it that surpasses mine. If I try to swallow it rashly, I will be destroyed by it. That's principle, Yang Kai nodded and explained. Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, so she was not very knowledgeable and could not recognize the source of the stars, but she had her own instincts. Like a beast, she knew what was dangerous to her and what was not. The source in front of her gave Lu Yen a very dangerous feeling. The power of principle was unfathomable, so how could Lu Yen dare to swallow it wantonly? Not only Lu Yen, but even Xiao Xiao, who had always been simple-minded, was staring at the source in front of him with a pair of small eyes at this moment, but he did not move. If it were before and Yang Kai allowed him to swallow something, he would have already rushed forward and swallowed it whole. In any case, with his innate divine technique, he was not afraid of indigestion. But now, he had stopped because he felt threatened by the source of the stars. Last time, it was able to devour the origin of the Ore Star because the Ore Star was dead and the origin had collapsed. Only a trace of it remained, which was not harmful to it. That was why it was able to succeed. But now, the origin of the floating continent was complete. Although it had just been born, it was not something that Tiny could touch. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai immediately knew that they were powerless and said, "In that case, you can go back." With a wave of his hand, he put Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen away again. Another golden stone mongoose reappeared in front of Yang Kai. Stone mongoose doppelganger. Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen could not do anything about the source, but Yang Kai was not worried because he still had his doppelganger. The reason why he called Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen out first was that Yang Kai wanted them to get some benefits so that they could grow up as soon as possible. Since they could not do anything, it was time for his doppelganger. His body could not accommodate two sources, but it should be fine to use another body, right? Moreover, his doppelganger was attached with a wisp of his doppelganger, which was equivalent to another doppelganger. It should be able to fit perfectly with the brand of the source. He released his doppelganger and poured it into his doppelganger. The doppelganger's turbid eyes suddenly became bright. Yang Kai controlled his doppelganger, sat down in front of the source, and repeated the action just now, performing the star refining spell. Time passed little by little, and the expression on Yang Kai's face was extremely dignified. Although he felt that his idea was not wrong, before the results came out, he did not dare to be too sure. If even his doppelganger could not refine the source of the stars, he could only reluctantly give up the benefits at hand. When the time came, he would let his friends and family try to refine it and see if they had the opportunity. However, that would have to wait until they became stronger, at least reaching the Origin King realm. Only the heavens knew how long that would take. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was paying close attention to the movements of his doppelganger and the source, raised his brow as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face and he could not help laughing. At this moment, the source of the stars in front of him was being slowly and subtly drawn into his doppelganger, without the slightest sign of rejection. Success! My idea was right. The reason why my body could not refine the source was because it was impossible for two types of origins to coexist in a single body. After changing to a new body, this problem was easily solved. The doppelganger was equivalent to another doppelganger, and the doppelganger becoming the Star Master of Tong Xian Realm was equivalent to him becoming the Star Master of Tong Xian Realm. Although this was somewhat opportunistic, but this way, he was the master of two stars. If this matter were to spread, it would likely cause a sensation throughout star territory. Yang Kai was in a good mood and quickly held his breath, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. He paid close attention to the movements of his doppelganger. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and once the source was completely poured into his doppelganger, the process would be complete. But this is a bit slow. Yang Kai was greatly dissatisfied. According to his estimation, it would take at least 1 to 2 months for his doppelganger to completely refine this source. Back then, he had become the master of Shadowed Star in the blink of an eye. However, that was because Young Inflammation had directly delivered Shadowed Star's source to him. The two could not be compared at all. Forget it, let's start the alchemy furnace. Waiting here with nothing to do, Yang Kai stood up, formed a seal with one hand, and space force gushed out from his body, disappearing in an instant. There was no need to pay attention to his doppelganger now, so it was only a matter of time. Yang Kai was too lazy to wait any longer, so he decided to take advantage of this time to refine a few furnaces of pills. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the Origin Returning Realm, Yang Kai had felt an opportunity to break through in the severed world, but at that time, the situation had changed rapidly, so he had forcibly suppressed it. The floating continent was extremely safe and the world principles were complete, making it a perfect place to break through. Yang Kai wanted to use alchemy to stimulate his breakthrough. The harvest from the severed world this time was not small. After a while, Yang Kai arrived at a certain spot on the floating continent, released his divine sense, and scanned the area slightly before moving to his left. After a dozen breaths, Yang Kai appeared again. Lu Guichen, who had been waiting here, was startled, but after seeing Yang Kai's face, he quickly ran over and held up the space ring with both hands with a flattering smile on his face. "Young man, everything is inside, please take a look and see if you are satisfied." After seeing Yang Kai's methods, Lu Guichen was now as obedient as a rabbit, so how could he show the slightest disobedience? N. Yang Kai responded faintly before grabbing the space ring and sweeping it with his divine sense. Suddenly, he raised his brow and looked at Lu Guichen with a smile. You've had a good harvest these years. Ha! Lu Guichen laughed dryly. I had nothing to do here, so besides cultivating, I could only wander around. And then you collected all the precious treasures you saw? Young man is wise. Idiot! Yang Kai angrily cursed. Lu Guichen raised his head in amazement. Stupid! Yang Kai's face went pale. You are an origin-returning realm master, but don't you know that collecting precious treasures that will without a proper method of preservation will cause their medicinal efficacies to fade? Look at the herbs in this space ring. Some of their medicinal efficacies have already faded by half. How am I supposed to use them? You're as stupid as a pig. Kai Yang really wanted to die from anger. There were indeed a lot of herbs in this space ring, and many of them were origin king grade, but because they were not properly preserved, too much of their medicinal efficacies had faded, greatly reducing their value. Any alchemist who saw this scene would likely fly into a rage. Lu Guichen was scolded, but he didn't dare say anything, only able to smile awkwardly. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that this matter couldn't be blamed on him. If he had a space ring, the medicinal efficacies would not have faded so much, but at that time, everyone's space rings had been taken away by Guizhu. Guizhu also had to bear some responsibility for this. Chapter 1806. Although some of the medicinal efficacies of these herbs had already faded, there were still a lot of them, so it was not a small harvest. You didn't hide anything, did you? Yang Kai squinted at Lu Guichen. I wouldn't dare. Lu Guichen was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Now that he was under the eaves, how could he dare let Yang Kai find fault with him? Quickly swearing an oath, if he dared to hide anything, he would be struck by lightning. Good, there's nothing else for you to do here, withdraw. Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. Lu Guichen, on the other hand, stood in place and stared at Yang Kai expectantly, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. What else do you want? Young man, that source, is that something you can ask? Yang Kai's face sank as a cold light flashed across his eyes, sending out an invisible wave of spiritual energy. Lu Guichen was hit hard in an instant, his knowledge sea defenses instantly torn apart, causing him a splitting headache as he staggered back, his face pale. After suffering this blow, Lu Guichen was shocked and immediately knew that his previous guess was not wrong. If Yang Kai really wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Looking up, there was no trace of Yang Kai in front of him. He had already left at some point. Smiling bitterly, Lu Guichen quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating his secret art to heal his wounds. Somewhere on the floating continent, with beautiful scenery, Yang Kai appeared. The scenery isn't bad, this is it, Yang Kai muttered to himself before releasing a few blood beasts and having them spread out to guard the surroundings. Although Lu Guichen was the only outsider on the floating continent right now, and Yang Kai was sure that he would not dare to disturb him, there was always a possibility. As long as he released a few blood beasts to guard him, Yang Kai would be able to rest easy. Immediately, Yang Kai summoned the purple origin furnace he used for alchemy and began looking for herbs in his space ring. What kind of pill should I refine? Yang Kai scanned his space ring with his divine sense. The main reason he was performing alchemy this time was to stimulate his breakthrough, so it didn't matter what kind of pill he refined. All he needed to do was to use alchemy to integrate himself into this world. Purple sungrass. The 100-leaf lotus. There were even hollow fruits. Now that he had all of them, he could refine the Tao comprehension pill. I can use it to consolidate my cultivation after my breakthrough. Yang Kai quickly made his decision. The main reason was that he had all the materials needed to refine the Tao comprehension pill. Now that he had all of them, it was the most convenient. After taking out the various herbs one by one and arranging them beside him, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and formed a seal before pointing at the purple origin furnace. Yang Kai poured his conflagrated spiritual energy into the purple origin furnace in an instant, causing its temperature to rise sharply. Yang Kai methodically threw one medicinal herb after another into the pill furnace while the size of his conflagrated spiritual energy was constantly changing. Yang Kai's alchemic Tao was originally taught by the true alchemic way, and he had also received some pointers from Tong Xian Continent's Old Man of Heaven's Keep. Later on, he learned the true alchemic enlightenment scripture, and everything he learned was one of the best alchemy techniques. In addition, he would occasionally discuss the Tao of alchemy with Xia Ningcheng. As such, he had considerable attainments in the alchemic Tao. All kinds of seals were constantly sent into the purple origin furnace, and one spirit array after another appeared and disappeared inside the furnace. Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused as he gradually abandoned all distracting thoughts and devoted himself to alchemy. His aura also began to merge with the world around him, as if his whole person had become a part of it. Refining a spirit pill was a complex process. It wasn't just a simple process of condensing medicinal liquids and allowing them to interact with one another inside the pill furnace. What kind of heat to use, what kind of spirit array to inscribe, what kind of alchemy technique to use, every step had to be carefully considered. If one made a single mistake or grasped the right timing, it was possible to fail the refinement, and even if one succeeded, the quality of the pill would not be too high. Alchemy was a Tao that required one's mind and perseverance. Yang Kai had a conflagrated spiritual energy. In terms of alchemy, he had excellent conditions, so the time and energy he needed to refine pills was much shorter than that of ordinary alchemists. In particular, coupled with the restorative effect of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus and his powerful spiritual energy, he could use his conflagrated spiritual energy unscrupulously. Time passed slowly, and a rumbling sound came from the purple origin furnace as various precious medicinal liquids interacted with one another and underwent a magical transformation. A faint fragrance floated out of the furnace, one that was refreshing, a sign that the pill was beginning to condense. Yang Kai's face became more dignified, and with a wave of his hand, a blood beast standing guard in the distance transformed into a golden blood thread and flew back to his hand. The golden blood thread, like a wisp of golden and red smoke, danced at Yang Kai's fingertips. As it danced, the golden blood thread gradually transformed back into a golden light while the red color was removed and condensed into a red mist. From the mist, the faint roar of a monster beast could be heard, and from time to time, the mist would transform into the shape of a monster. Don't make trouble. Using you for alchemy is the best way for you to go. Behave. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the red mist, chuckling. The red mist seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and not only did it not calm down, it instead became even more restless. Yang Kai coldly snorted and directly threw the red mist into the pill furnace. The last sentence of the true alchemy enlightenment scripture stated that only when a pill had a spirit could it be called a spirit pill. Yang Kai pondered for a long time before he finally understood what this meant. It was impossible for a medicinal pill to gain sentience for no reason, unless it had been stored for too long and placed in an environment with extremely dense spiritual energy. Only after countless years would something like a pill spirit be born. Since it was impossible for a pill to gain a spirit for no reason, then all he had to do was to infuse it with spirituality. The best way was to use the monster beast's monster core as a pill spirit. The monster beast's monster core contained the essence of the monster beast, so it was the best pill spirit. Although Yang Kai did not have a high-grade monster core, he had a blood beast. It could also be used as a pill spirit. This time, he was refining an Origin King grade spirit pill, so a pill spirit was essential. Yang Kai could only use the blood beast. Although this would reduce the number of blood beasts by one, compared to the enlightenment pill, it was clear which was more important. The blood mist was thrown into the purple origin furnace, and in an instant, an earth-shattering sound rang out, as if an incredible chain reaction had occurred inside the furnace. You still want to resist? Yang Kai's face darkened as he formed a series of hand seals to suppress it. As expected of the ninth order monster beast soul, it took Yang Kai a few dozen breaths of time to completely stabilize it. The strange fragrance flowing in the air seemed to have become even stronger. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk at the same time. Yang Kai felt the Saint Chi in his body begin to fluctuate, giving off a powerful pulse. Is it coming? Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he knew that his actions had stimulated his Saint Qi and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. But now, the pill was about to be refined. Yang Kai did not want to give up halfway. Quickly forming a series of hand seals, Yang Kai began to use the pill condensing technique recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, forming different hand seals and sending them into the purple origin furnace. The movement inside the furnace grew louder and louder until Yang Kai had formed hundreds of hand seals. Suddenly, a rolling sound came from inside, as if something was rolling about inside the purple origin furnace. Rise! Yang Kai shouted as he slammed his palm onto the purple origin furnace. The next moment, 3 streaks of light suddenly flew out from the purple origin furnace. These streaks of light flew off in 3 different directions. Ha! You want to run? Wishful thinking. Yang Kai laughed as his figure flickered and appeared directly behind one of the pills. Grabbing this pill, Yang Kai didn't even look at it before stuffing it into a prepared jade bottle. Immediately after, he did the same thing and put the second and third pills into the bottles. Refining 3 pills at a time was already the consensus of all alchemists in the territory of the Starfall Star. Even famous alchemy grandmasters. No matter how skilled one's alchemy was, one set of materials could only refine a single pill. But in Yang Kai's case, this common sense was broken. The ancient alchemy technique recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture was really amazing. Perhaps in ancient times, those almighty alchemists practiced alchemy like this, but with the passage of time, the alchemy enlightenment scripture had disappeared. Such a miraculous alchemy technique had already been lost, leading to the fact that in the end, all alchemists could only use one set of materials to refine one spirit pill. Rumble! In the sky, a muffled thunderous explosion rang out. Kai Yang raised his head to look at the sky, only to see a mass of dark clouds gathering above his head. Like a quilt that had not been washed for 100 years, it weighed heavily on his head, making his chest feel stuffy. Inside this black cloud, there was a terrifying aura of destruction, as if it could destroy this floating continent. This was only the beginning. A huge amount of world energy was constantly pouring into the black cloud, expanding its size. Yang Kai's face became dignified. This time, he was breaking through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King Realm, so the upcoming world energy baptism would definitely be different from before. After observing for a moment, Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed out countless Saint Crystals before immediately sending out a punch, sending out his Saint Qi towards these Saint Crystals. Explode for me! With a rumble, tens of millions of Saint Crystals exploded into dust mid-air, and the world energy contained in the Saint Crystals splashed out in all directions, filling a large area. In the blink of an eye, the richness of the world energy within a 10-kilometer radius around Yang Kai suddenly rose to a whole new level. Breaking through required a large amount of world energy, and although the floating continent was rich in world energy, Yang Kai still did not dare to lower his guard and did not hesitate to explode tens of millions of Saint Crystals to nourish the environment around him. Although the world energy was already abundant, Yang Kai did not stop. With a wave of his hand, a number of hexagonal stones containing profound Tao were scattered around his body. There were more than 100 of these stones, and they resonated with each other from a distance. Gradually, the power of a domain was formed in this area. Territory stones. Yang Kai had distributed a number of territory stones to his closest relatives, but he still had a lot left over. Now that he was about to break through to the Origin King realm, of course, he would not be stingy. Yang Kai hoped to absorb the energy contained in these territory stones while he was breaking through, improving his perception and understanding of his territory. He then waved his hand and released his blood beast as well as the stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen, ordering, "All of you spread out, within a 30-kilometer radius, kill anyone who dares to approach." Yang Kai did this mainly to guard against Lu Guichen. If this little brat was unwilling and decided to disturb him while he was breaking through, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the next moment, the blood beasts and the stone mongoose scattered. Before leaving, artifact spirit Lu Yen stared at the black clouds in the sky with a look of dread on her face. she could feel how terrifying this world energy baptism was, and even with her current strength, she did not dare say she could easily block it. Chapter 1807. What happened? What's going on? Is this damned place about to be destroyed? Lu Guichen stumbled towards the place where Yang Kai was breaking through. He had only been healing himself for a while, but when he opened his eyes, he suddenly found that the atmosphere of the entire floating continent had undergone a drastic change. Thunder was rolling in the sky, black clouds covered the sky, and the world energy aura was becoming more and more active. He was completely dumbfounded and had no idea what was going on. All he could do was follow the source of the commotion and try to find out what was going on. As he flew, he saw that the black cloud in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. Moreover, inside the black cloud, there were constantly pitch-black lightning bolts shuttling back and forth, as if a ferocious and terrifying flood dragon was hiding inside and suddenly poking its head out. This scene made him tremble with fear. After flying 100 kilometers, Lu Guichen's vision blurred as a strange blood-red monster beast suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Guichen was taken aback and quickly stopped because he saw that the blood beast's eyes were filled with malicious intent, as if it was warning him not to move forward. He believed that if he moved forward, this blood beast would definitely launch a thunderous attack towards him. The blood beast came from Yang Kai. This he naturally knew. So Lu Guichen thought about it for a moment and understood that the current situation on the floating continent was definitely related to Yang Kai. Is it because he is refining the star source of the stars? Lu Guichen made some wild guesses in his heart, but he still couldn't figure it out. After thinking about it for a moment, he flew up into the air and stood on a high vantage point before looking forward. Yang Kai's figure immediately entered his eyes, even though he was still 30 kilometers away. However, Lu Guichen was now a second-order origin returning realm master, so his eyesight was quite good. The scene 30 kilometers away was clearly visible. This isn't a breakthrough, right? Lu Guichen exclaimed in shock, his whole body trembling. Yang Kai was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if he broke through, wouldn't that mean he would break through to the Origin King realm? When the words Origin King realm appeared in Lu Guichen's mind, it was like a giant bell ringing, causing him to almost fall from the sky. Origin King realm. That was the strongest fighting force in the territory. Lu Guichen could hardly believe that he would one day be able to witness a cultivator breaking through to the Origin King realm with his own eyes. He bit his tongue fiercely as he felt the pain. He wanted to make sure that he wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. A few dozen years ago, an Origin King realm master was an unreachable existence in his eyes. A casual glance from an Origin King realm master was enough to shatter his soul. Even today, after several dozen years, Lu Guichen understood the terror of an Origin King realm master. Because as one's strength improved, one could more and more understand what the Origin King realm was like. This kid is so young. Was he going to break through to the Origin King realm just like that? When he first met him, he was only at the Saint realm, and he could easily imprison him. The past was like smoke, but it was still vivid in his mind. If he could succeed in breaking through this time, he would definitely become the youngest Origin King realm master in the entire star territory, and there was no guarantee he would never surpass him. It was definitely unprecedented, and such an achievement could be said to be world-shaking. Lu Guichen bit his tongue again, put away the wild thoughts in his heart, flew to the ground, and sat down cross-legged. He knew. Such a scene was definitely an opportunity for him. Observing an Origin King breaking through at such a close distance was not something one could encounter casually. If he could comprehend something from this baptism of the heavens and earth, then his cultivation in the future would be smoother. So, Lu Guichen made a prompt decision and decided to sit back and watch. The power of the black clouds in the sky grew stronger and stronger, and when the atmosphere reached a certain peak, there was a sudden cracking sound and a jet black light flashed in the sky. This jet black light was like the birth of a dragon, falling from the sky and bombarding a certain place down below. Immediately, Yang Kai's muffled groan rang out, and the entire ground shook a little. Lu Guichen was shocked and exclaimed, "So terrifying?" Every time a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, they would experience a world energy baptism. This was a test of the world principles for the cultivator. If they succeeded, their cultivation would advance greatly, but if they failed, their realm would regress or they would die. As an origin-returning realm master, Lu Guichen had naturally experienced more than 1 or 2 world energy baptisms. When he broke through to the origin-returning realm here, it was only 20 to 30 years ago. However, the strength of the world energy baptism at that time was not even 1/10,000th of the power of the jet black lightning in front of him. And this was only the first baptism. The following baptisms would only become stronger and more terrifying. If it were me, would I be able to survive? Lu Guichen couldn't help imagining things, putting himself in Yang Kai's shoes and imagining himself facing such a terrifying baptism when he was just a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator. The result was, he couldn't, absolutely couldn't. Even if he was lucky and managed to survive the first strike, the second and third strikes would be enough to take his life. Thinking so, Lu Guichen's aura suddenly became chaotic and the martial Tao he had always persevered in the depths of his heart began to falter. Kacha. The second baptism fell, and although the jet black energy from this baptism struck Yang Kai several dozen kilometers away, the destructive aura it emitted pierced straight into Lu Guichen's heart. With a loud cry, Lu Guichen coughed up a mouthful of blood and his entire body deflated like a deflated balloon. His cultivation began to decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. Second-order origin-returning realm, first-order origin-returning realm, third-order Saint King. Finally, it stopped at the second-order Saint King realm. There was a saying that if one didn't seek death, they wouldn't die. Lu Guichen wanted to observe Yang Kai's breakthrough in order to obtain benefits, which was certainly not wrong, but what he didn't know was that every world energy baptism Yang Kai underwent was different from that of ordinary people. The world energy he had to welcome was several times more powerful than any other cultivator. This time, he was at the threshold of breaking through to the Origin King realm. Even Yang Kai himself was afraid of this baptism, let alone a trivial Lu Guichen. Lu Guichen had overestimated himself and put himself in Yang Kai's shoes. This was a disaster he had brought upon himself. One's heart of martial Tao should only grow stronger with every setback. Only then would one be able to progress further. Lu Guichen doubted himself and his heart of martial Tao was naturally shattered by the destructive aura, causing it to collapse. The reason he was able to survive was mainly because his heart of martial Tao had collapsed too quickly. If he had persisted any longer, he would likely have died on the spot. Sitting in place stupidly, Lu Guichen could no longer think of anything else. Even when his cultivation fell back to a few dozen years ago, he didn't seem to be able to react. His eyes were filled with darkness, without a trace of light. At the same time, outside the space where the floating continent was located, in the chaotic abyss, the masters from all sides had been waiting for a long time, but there was still no trace of Yang Kai, causing Zilong and his son to become impatient and irritable. Guizhu, on the other hand, was relaxed and carefree. Although Shuiyu had received Guizhu's assurance, she was still worried and leaned over to ask softly, "Senior, it's been almost 10 days, why hasn't there been any movement? What kind of movement do you want?" Guizhu glanced over at her with a grin. "He's perfectly safe hiding there, but if he really makes a move, wouldn't he be in trouble? Do you want him to run out now?" "No," Shuiyu quickly waved her hand. "As long as he's safe, I can rest assured, but don't worry, I know what you're worried about. This old master can assure you, okay? That damned place can trap this old master for 2,000 years, but it can't trap Yang Kai. When he wants to come out, he'll naturally come out. This little girl is very concerned about him. And when he comes out, this old master will carefully convey your concern." "Senior." Shuiyu blushed and stamped her feet repeatedly. "I can't wait long," and Aiguang frowned. "There are a lot of things to deal with in the Chamber of Commerce, so this old master can't stay here for long. At that time, if this old man leaves, will you be able to fight against Zilong by yourself?" "Looking down on me?" Guizhu coldly snorted. "Zilong is nothing but a fart. Even if you don't care about Zilong, if that little brat Yang Kai comes out, Su Wei and Kong Fa will definitely target him. You can't split yourself up, so what can you do? Gui Zhu frowned. This was what worried him the most. If Enai Guang left and Yang Kai came out, Zilong would have 3 origin kings on his side. Gui Zhu would be able to entangle Zilong and Yuan Qi while Su Wei was injured, but could Yang Kai deal with Kong Fa? Now that Kong Fa was also standing on Zilong's side, only the heavens knew what benefits Zilong had promised him. What a headache. What Gui Zhu hoped to see the most now was Yang Kai hiding inside until it was safe to come out. He did not believe Zilong would be able to guard this place forever. After all, Zilong was the master of Purple Star. How could he have so much free time? HM? Enai Guang suddenly frowned and stared at a certain spot. Something's wrong, what's going on? Gui Zhu also muttered. On the other side, Zilong, Su Wei, and Kong Fa, the 3 origin kings, also discovered the abnormality of the chaotic vortex at the same time. A certain part of space was trembling uneasily, as if void cracks were forming, and from these cracks, an extremely violent power was leaking out. What's going on? Enai Guang looked puzzled as he turned to Gui Zhu, hoping he could explain. What are you looking at this old master for? Gui Zhu coldly snorted. Although he had been trapped on the floating continent for 2,000 years, he did not understand what was happening in front of him. Could it be the chaotic vortex is about to appear? Shuiyu asked in surprise. When these words came out, both Gui Zhu and Enai Guang jumped in fright. The chaotic vortex was not something they could casually rush into, and if it really did appear, they would have to flee for their lives. Gui Zhu had been sucked into the chaotic vortex and not died back then, but that was pure luck. He did not want to try it again. If his luck was bad and he was torn apart by the chaotic vortex, he would have no place to cry. Chapter 1808. Look. Shuiyu suddenly pointed again. There seems to be some kind of movement there. Through the faintly discernible cracks in the space, some incredible scenes were vaguely imprinted in everyone's eyes. Why does it look more and more like that damned place? Gui Zhu almost bit his tongue. Although the cracks were extremely small and unstable, Gui Zhu was still able to see what looked like a floating continent. Is this the place Yang Kai entered? Shuiyu asked in surprise. And if this old master is not mistaken, it should be. But, did you hear anything? Gui Zhu looked at Enai Guang and Shuiyu. Shuiyu shook her head, but Enai Guang wore a dignified expression as he nodded and said, There is a faint sound of thunder, and the aura coming from this crack. Is that little brat trying to break through at this moment? You mean, this is all caused by the world energy baptism? Gui Zhu's expression changed. Doesn't seem like it? Enai Guang asked. It does, but that damned place and this damned place are 2 different spaces. Even if Yang Kai is breaking through to the Origin King realm, there shouldn't be such a big disturbance, right? Gui Zhu's mouth twitched as he too was stunned. Others may not be able to create such a disturbance, but Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so if he was really breaking through to the Origin King realm, it was possible that the 2 spaces were converging. If that's the case, that boy is in danger, Enai Guang quickly said. What do you mean? Shuiyu was shocked, her pretty face going pale. This energy is too terrifying, I don't know if he can resist it, Enai Guang frowned and replied. If one could not resist breaking through to the Origin King realm, the consequences would be very serious. This was different from the early stages of a cultivator's breakthrough. When a cultivator was weak, even if they failed to break through to a great realm, it would not be a big problem. But once one reached the Origin King realm, once one failed, there were undoubtedly only 2 outcomes, severe injury or death. The latter had an 80% chance of happening. Enai Guang, Gui Zhu, and the others were shocked. On the other side, Zilong, Su Wei, and Kong Fa were also pointing in the same direction and coming to the same conclusion. Yang Kai may be breaking through to the Origin King realm. Zilong's face suddenly turned ashen. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would succeed in breaking through, because even if Yang Kai really did reach the Origin King realm, he would only be a first-order Origin King. Yang Kai didn't put such a person in his eyes. What he was afraid of was that Yang Kai's breakthrough would not succeed. If this brat died inside, where would he go to find the immortal tree? That bastard! Zilong was so angry that he cursed loudly, but he could only sigh helplessly. In the space of the chaotic abyss, all kinds of strange phenomena continued without end. Everyone was on tenterhooks, fearing that something bad would happen to Yang Kai. This situation continued for an entire day before the fluctuating space gradually stabilized, and the faint sounds of muffled thunder gradually dissipated. Did he succeed? Shuiyu was as anxious as an ant on a hot wok, wishing she could rush into the floating continent to see what was happening. Enai Guang and Gui Zhu looked indifferent. Neither of them spoke. At this time, the result was undoubtedly clear, but they could not infer whether Yang Kai had succeeded or not, so they could only wait anxiously. On the floating continent, where Yang Kai had broken through, the surrounding 100 kilometers had been razed to the ground and a huge crater had appeared. At the very center of this crater was a black figure. A dark figure, sprawled out on the ground. If it wasn't Kai Yang, then who else could it be? A burnt smell filled the air. This time I've gone too far. Yang Kai looked up at the deep sky, the corners of his mouth twitching as he felt pain all over his body. It was as if all the bones in his body had been broken and his flesh and blood had been reduced to dust. Even the slightest movement affected his nerves, causing him so much pain that he almost cried out. The world energy baptism for breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai had never expected to be so violent. Throughout his cultivation journey, every time he broke through a great realm, he had passed through it safely, but this time he had almost lost his life. Even his 5 elements indestructible sword body was almost shattered by the world energy, and in the end, he had been forced to use his dragon transformation secret technique in order to survive. At this moment, Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique had not yet disappeared, and his right arm was now covered in dragon scales. His right hand had also transformed into a dragon claw, but even this dragon claw had been badly damaged and badly mangled. Although it was a bit miserable, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning when he sensed his current realm. The Origin King realm. After so many years, Yang Kai had finally set foot in the territory of the Origin King realm. Feeling the surging power in his body and feeling the completely different comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, Yang Kai felt that this time's suffering was worth it. Going from the Origin returning realm to the Origin King realm was like stepping into a completely new world. After only a short rest, Yang Kai climbed up from the ground, endured the pain all over his body, grabbed a handful of pills from his space ring, and without even checking what they were, stuffed them into his mouth and began chewing. Unity of mind and soul, Dantian. This was undoubtedly the best time to consolidate his cultivation, and Yang Kai was not willing to miss this opportunity. The dragon scales receded from his right arm and a faint golden light began to appear. The wounds on Yang Kai's body began to repair themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye, and as his physique pulsed, powerful fluctuations of power began to appear. The golden light grew stronger and stronger until eventually, the place where Yang Kai was standing was completely enveloped in golden light, making it impossible to see his figure. The activity of the golden blood in his body was countless times more intense than before. A day later, the golden light dissipated, revealing Yang Kai's strong body. His exposed skin was covered in blood, but Yang Kai only needed to lightly shake it to reduce this blood to a fine powder, revealing new skin underneath. Oh, an enlightenment pill! Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and quickly rummaged through his space ring. A moment later, he took out a jade bottle and poured out the 3 pills inside. They were none other than the 3 enlightenment pills he had refined before. One of them even had pill veins, while the other 2 had no pill veins, but their quality was still extremely high. You're the one. Yang Kai picked up the enlightenment pill with pill veins and stuffed it into his mouth, absorbing its medicinal efficacies while using it to comprehend the true essence of the martial Tao. The aura on his body became purer and more condensed, and a martial Tao concept that seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth spread out. After half a month, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled softly. His eyes were flat, as if he was just an ordinary person, and even the violent fluctuations of Saint Chi he had released after his breakthrough had been completely suppressed. Not bad. Although my realm hasn't been completely consolidated, it's not much different. Yang Kai muttered to himself as he sent out an invisible force with his divine sense, spreading it outwards with him as the center. In an instant, the space within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly became viscous and dignified, and void cracks began to appear in this space, as if some invisible beast was opening its maw. His territory. After breaking through to the Origin King realm, Yang Kai's sure had finally transformed into a territory. What's more, this territory had been integrated with his space force, making it much stronger than the territory of an ordinary Origin King realm master. In this territory, he was the master. As such, it was very easy for an Origin King realm master to kill an Origin returning realm master. The sure of an Origin returning realm master could only affect others, but in this territory, an Origin King realm master could do whatever they wanted. With a thought, the territory disappeared and Yang Kai looked around before flying high up into the sky, silently calling out to his blood beasts and the stone mongoose, Lu Yen. A moment later, all the blood beasts flew back and transformed into golden blood threads before returning to his body, as did the stone mongoose. Only Lu Yen, after observing Yang Kai for a moment, said, "Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the Origin King realm." "Ha, I was lucky." Yang Kai chuckled lightly, thought for a moment, and said, "You can rest assured, I will help you improve your strength as well." Lu Yan's eyes lit up and she respectfully said, "Many thanks, Master." As an artifact spirit, although she had already refined the original body crafting furnace to her heart's desire, it was absolutely not a simple matter to increase her strength. Unless there was something like the heaven-scorching lightning fire for her to devour, it would be very difficult for her to improve. However, with Yang Kai's assurance, Lu Yen was completely relieved. Because Yang Kai had the sun's true essence. As long as she could devour some of the sun's true fire, her strength would not remain stagnant. "Good, you go back to the sealed world bead first. I've already placed the sun's true essence there. Swallow as much as you can, don't be greedy." "Yes." Lu Yen was overjoyed and her figure flickered before disappearing. The next moment, she appeared in the sealed world bead and quickly found where the sun's true essence was. Immediately transforming into her firebird form, she flew towards the sun's true essence. After dealing with this, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction, frowning slightly before his figure flickered and he appeared a few dozen kilometers away. Lu Guichen was still sitting there, but his face was pale and dispirited. After noticing Yang Kai's arrival, he glanced up at him and smiled bitterly. "Overestimating yourself." Yang Kai shook his head. He naturally knew why Lu Guichen had become like this. Although he had been constantly breaking through, that did not mean he was ignorant of the outside world. On the contrary, Lu Guichen's collapse from the world energy baptism was something he had seen clearly from beginning to end. A cultivator, whether it was a physical injury or a spiritual energy injury, no matter how serious, had a way to recover, but if a cultivator's martial heart and will collapsed, even the great emperors would be powerless to do anything about it. Because this was his own fault, only by strengthening his own beliefs could he possibly recover. Yang Kai was not familiar with Lu Guichen, and there was even a gap between them. Not killing Lu Guichen was already being fair, so how could he have the leisure to comfort him at this moment? So, after just glancing at him, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him. The next moment, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and extended it towards the interior of the floating continent. He wanted to see how his embodiment was progressing in refining the star's source. Chapter 1809. Yang Kai was looking forward to his embodiment refining the star source, because if he really succeeded, he would become the first master of 2 stars in the history of star territory. A trivial title was one thing, but the key was the various benefits of becoming a star master. After breaking through to the Origin King realm just now, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his connection with Shadowed Star, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, had become much closer. What's more, with the improvement of his cultivation, Shadowed Star must have also received significant nourishment. There was no doubt about this, but as for the specific situation, Yang Kai would have to return to Shadowed Star to investigate. Yang Kai released his divine sense and silently perceived the state of his embodiment. In the next moment, his face changed dramatically and he quickly flew up into the sky to look down at the floating continent. A moment later, his body shook and he exclaimed in shock, "What's going on?" Yang Kai stared down at the floating continent below in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Things had progressed beyond his expectations and imagination. He never expected that such a thing would happen while his embodiment was refining the star source of the stars. It was not that his embodiment's refinement was not going smoothly. On the contrary, Yang Kai could sense that his embodiment was progressing extremely smoothly. At some point, his embodiment had completely refined the star source into its body and become the star master of the floating continent. The embodiment's aura had also soared. However, this was not the key though. The key was that his embodiment had actually merged with the entire floating continent. In his perception, the entire floating continent below had become his embodiment. Looking into the distance, at one end of the floating continent, Yang Kai could see a vague blurry head. Vaguely, a huge blurry head could be seen. Although it wasn't fully formed, it was already in its embryonic form. On both sides of the floating continent, there seemed to be signs of arms being born. At the other end, there were traces of 2 legs. The current floating continent was like a giant that lay dormant in the void. Gudong. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing great storms, at this moment, he could not help gulping as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. What's going on? Yang Kai only felt that his mind was in chaos. Nothing he knew or saw could explain this strange scene. Yang Kai took a deep breath. He calmed himself down. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the situation of his avatar. His avatar was still underground, and it didn't appear to have changed much, but it had indeed fused together with the entire floating continent. Furthermore, under the interference of the Dharmakeya's will, this continent was actually changing its shape according to its own form. The divine technique of the Stone Mongoose clan. It wants to devour and refine the entire floating continent? Yang Kai was shocked when he heard the information in his mind. What kind of shocking feat was this? Even though the floating continent wasn't very large, it still had a circumference of 200 to 300,000 kilometers. If the Dharmakeya could really use the stone mongoose's innate divine technique to refine it, it would become a towering stone giant. Such a huge stone giant gave off a strong sense of oppression, and even an Origin King Realm Master would likely have no choice but to flee in the face of such a force. Just think about it, if a fist bigger than a mountain smashed down, who could possibly survive? No way. Yang Kai still felt like he was in a dream, both surprised and overjoyed. He was surprised because the Dharmakeya's actions had exceeded his expectations, but he was overjoyed because if it succeeded, he would have another great helper, one that would be even more powerful than Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen. The Dharmakeya's will represented his own, and although it was only a soul clone controlling it, since it had made such a move, it meant that everything was still under his control. Circulating his secret art, Yang Kai calmed himself down. He also wanted to see if the Dharmakeya's actions could succeed or if it was just a pipe dream. Hong long long. A loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the floating continent as the earth shook violently. As the ground shook, a rhythmic thumping sound rang out from inside the floating continent, like a beating heart. With each beat, large chunks of land would be shaken into dust and dissipate into the void. Countless crisscrossing gullies appeared on the ground all of a sudden. It was as if doomsday was coming, and the entire floating continent seemed to be on the verge of falling apart. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he silently observed for a moment. Soon, he relaxed as he knew that this was the process of refining the floating continent, and the shattered land was nothing more than useless impurities. Anything that was even slightly useful had been preserved and swallowed and refined by the Dharmakeya. Refining an entire continent, even if it was only 200,000 or 300,000 kilometers in size, was originally impossible, but the Dharmakeya was the stone mongoose, which had the divine technique to swallow and refine impurities. Now that it was the Star Master of the floating continent, it was the master of this place. With all kinds of convenient and preferential conditions, it was able to carry out such a magnificent feat. I'm looking forward to it. Yang Kai found that his Dharmakaya had given him a huge surprise and could not help feeling a little excited. Dong dong. The extremely rhythmic sound continued to ring out as the continent began to split faster and faster. The entire continent began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the huge head and limbs that Yang Kai had seen before also slowly became clear. At this rate, it would only take 1 or 2 days for the Dharmakaya to be completely refined. Yang Kai stood above the void and quietly observed for several days. After confirming that everything was under the Dharmakaya's control, he was completely relieved. With nothing else to do, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead and directly entered the sealed world bead. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon felt Lu Yan's aura. At this moment, she was in retreat somewhere, and the place she was in was exuding an extremely terrifying scorching aura. It seemed that she had swallowed a wisp of sun's true fire and was in the process of refining it. Even with her current strength, refining a wisp of sun's true fire was not easy, but once she succeeded, her strength would increase. Yang Kai did not call out to her and instead took out the immortal tree from his space ring. This 3-meter-tall sapling had a few green leaves, but on one of these leaves was a drop of milky white dew-like liquid. Immortal Source Liquid. It was a sacred healing medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones and bring the dead back to life. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and carefully collected this drop of Immortal Source Liquid. Immortal Source Liquid was originally born on the Immortal Tree, so as long as it was born, it could be collected, so Yang Kai's actions had no effect on the Immortal Tree. According to the legends, the entire body of the Immortal Tree was a treasure. Regardless of whether it was the green leaves or the roots, they all contained an extremely surging vitality energy. If one could refine the entire Immortal Tree, one could even achieve an immortal and indestructible body. To live as long as the heavens and return as the earth, to exist eternally and eternally, to be undying and indestructible. The lifespan of a third-order origin king was only a few thousand years, and if they took good care of themselves, they could live up to 10,000 years. However, the Immortal Tree could make a cultivator immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai's breathing could not help becoming rapid. Staring at the Immortal Tree for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly scratched his head. He had no idea how to refine the Immortal Tree. This was a legendary supreme treasure, even more precious than his own 7-colored soul-warming lotus. How was he supposed to refine it? The treasure was right in front of him, but Yang Kai could only look at it, making him feel depressed. Tilting his head and thinking about it, Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense to collect the Immortal Tree. After all, he had done this when he collected the soul-warming lotus. Since it was also a supreme treasure, there was always a possibility of trying. But no matter how Yang Kai urged his divine sense, the Immortal Tree did not respond. He then tried urging his Saint Qi to refine it. A few days later, Yang Kai was dejected. During this time, he had tried everything he could think of, almost swallowing the Immortal Tree whole, but he was still unable to refine it. Swallowing it whole was also not appropriate. Only the heavens knew what kind of incredible changes would occur after eating this kind of thing. Forget it, I'll go back and ask Yang Inflammation. Her divine technique is quite profound, so she should know something about it. Yang Kai could only give up for now. After exploring the sealed world bead for a while, Yang Kai chose a spot and replanted the Immortal Tree. This supreme treasure was full of vitality, so there was no need to worry that it would not survive after being planted. Even if it was placed on a dead star, it would still be safe and sound. The Immortal Tree settled down in the small sealed world and an unimaginable vitality spread out from it. In just a short time, Yang Kai felt that the small sealed world was even more vibrant than before. The trees seemed to have received great nourishment and were growing rapidly. Even this part of the world seemed to have been mended, becoming more complete and perfect. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's brow rose and he quickly took out the precious treasures he had harvested in the severed world and carefully replanted them around the Immortal Tree. What made Yang Kai overjoyed was that these precious treasures actually quickly adapted to the soil, and each of them exuded a joyful aura. It seems I can make a medicine garden around the immortal tree. Yang Kai mused. The reason why the medicine valley in the severed world was so rich was entirely because of the immortal tree. With the nourishment of the vitality exuded by the immortal tree, these precious treasures could grow rapidly. Now that the immortal tree had settled in the small sealed world, as long as it was operated properly, another medicine valley could be formed here. Considering all this, Yang Kai took out the herbs Lu Guichen had given him, found a few Origin King grade herbs that seemed to be on the verge of death, and planted them. A few days later, these few stalks of medicinal herbs actually came back to life. One had to know that these herbs were all collected by Lu Guichen a long time ago and had lost most of their medicinal efficacies, so it was basically impossible for them to grow again, but the immortal tree had such a heaven-defying function. Haha. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he had not been able to refine the immortal tree and achieve an immortal and indestructible body, this accidental discovery was still a big gain for him. Immediately, Yang Kai began busying himself in the small sealed world. Chapter 1810. More than a month later, Yang Kai looked at the large piece of land in front of him with a joyful expression. Centered around the immortal tree, he had already planted many spirit grasses and medicines. Regardless of what condition these spirit grasses and medicines were in before, under the nourishment of the immortal tree's vitality, they had all survived. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, a medicine garden had been formed. It seems that if I collect anything in the future, I can plant them here and take them when I need them. And this way, I can preserve the integrity of the medicinal efficacies to the greatest extent. Yang Kai was very happy. Next, Yang Kai scattered countless Saint crystals and crushed them into powder with his fist, allowing the energy contained in these Saint crystals to fill this space. Although the immortal tree's vitality was abundant enough to nourish this mysterious small world, the spirit grasses and medicines planted here required world energy to grow. In the future, Saint crystals would not be a small expense. After doing all this, Yang Kai took some time to investigate the situation of the floating continent. During this time, Yang Kai had been inspecting it from time to time and found that the refinement process of his embodiment was extremely smooth. Now, the entire floating continent had shrunk by more than half, and the stone giant that stood in the void had revealed its towering body, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. However, the further it progressed, the more difficult it became to refine it. Yang Kai did not know how the embodiment would eventually refine the floating continent. Yang Kai did not worry too much about this though, and instead sat cross-legged in the middle of the medicine garden, sniffing the medicinal fragrances coming from all directions before taking out a round, rolling object from his space ring. The shocking void beast's monster core. The reason why he agreed to go to the severed world with Luolan was because he wanted to obtain the shocking void beast's monster core. Shocking void beasts were ancient exotic beasts. They were naturally proficient in the Tao of space and were of unimaginable help to a cultivator like Yang Kai who cultivated the Tao of space. In the severed world, Yang Kai had refined the void vortex, greatly increasing his mastery of space force. If he could obtain the mysteries contained in the shocking void beast's monster core, he would definitely be able to advance further. Taking out the purple origin furnace, Yang Kai summoned his conflagrated knowledge C. He wanted to refine the shocking void beast's monster core into a spirit pill. This way, he could maximize the amount of energy he absorbed from the monster core. Fortunately, there was an ancient pill recipe recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, which was refined using the shocking void beast's inner core as the main ingredient. Moreover, he didn't lack other supplementary materials. Time flew by. Another 2 months passed. Outside the floating continent, Guizu's brow furrowed tightly, his expression not very good as he muttered to himself. Ever since he had sensed Yang Kai's advancement, he had never felt anything like it. More than 3 months had passed. But until now, Yang Kai did not appear either. Could it be that he really failed to advance and died under the baptism of the heaven and earth energy? That would be the envy of the heavens. At this moment, Gui Zhu stood alone in the void. His heart was restless. After all, he had just promised Yang Kai to join High Heaven Sect and was preparing to use the abilities of High Heaven Sect's Origin King Grade Alchemy Grandmaster to improve his strength. If Yang Kai died, where would he go to find High Heaven Sect? He didn't even know where High Heaven Sect was. Enai Guang and Shui Yu had already left 2 months ago. Enai Guang had many things to do, so it was impossible for him to wait here forever. After waiting for so many days without any results, he could only return to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for the time being. Shui Yu wanted to stay, but how could Enai Guang feel assured leaving her here alone? Even with Gui Zhu's help, it was impossible. In the end, despite Shui Yu's strong objections, Gui Zhu took her away. Dead or alive, come out and tell me. Gui Zhu jumped up and down anxiously, wishing he could rush into the floating continent again to see what was going on. On the other side, Zilong and the others were very patient and had been waiting. But at this moment, their expressions were also very ugly. They felt that Yang Kai must have fallen, otherwise, how could he have been hiding all this time? Whether Yang Kai died or not, they didn't care, but the immortal tree was on him, that bastard. Zidong cursed bitterly. Brother Z, Brother Su, this Kong will take his leave first, Kong thought for a while before saying to Su Wei and Zilong. He really didn't have the patience to continue wasting time here. Su Wei glanced at Kong Fa with dim eyes and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything and just sighed. After having his source strength extracted by the shattering void shuttle, Su Wei had almost died. Even after a few months, he had not been able to recover, and at this moment, he looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Su Wei ignored him, so how could Zilong pay attention to him? He just snorted lightly. Kong Fa didn't want to embarrass himself, so he just smiled awkwardly and summoned his star shuttle to leave. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. In the originally tranquil star field, an unusual fluctuation of power suddenly appeared. Kong Fa's body suddenly froze in place as he stared towards the source of this fluctuation in amazement, his brow furrowed. The next moment, the fluctuations of power grew stronger and stronger, and in less than 3 breaths, a vortex appeared. Chaotic vortex? Kong Fa was shocked, and the faces of everyone else also changed greatly. Even Gui Zhu and Zilong hurriedly pushed their Saint Chi, preparing to escape at any time. A figure suddenly emerged from the vortex. Zidong shouted as he stared carefully at the figure, immediately shouting excitedly, he's out, that bastard is out." Who else could the figure who emerged from the vortex be but Yang Kai? In an instant, everyone's eyes became fiery hot, enough to pierce through space. "Little brat, you really didn't die." Gui Zhu laughed, the black chi around his body fluctuating, revealing the excitement in his heart. "Since you've come out, come with this old master." As soon as Zilong saw Yang Kai's face, he immediately took action. His body glowed with a purple brilliance as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and grabbed him with one hand, saying, "A precious treasure like the immortal tree isn't something a little tramp like you can possess. Daring to touch my sect master, have you asked this old master's permission?" Gui Zhu coldly snorted, his figure transforming into a black chi that instantly blocked in front of Yang Kai. The 10,000 soul banners, 10,000 ghosts roared. A pure and evil aura emerged and rushed straight into Zilong's mind. Petty tricks. Zilong remained motionless as the purple light around his body became more and more dazzling. Gui Zhu's black chi was forced to retreat again and again. "Jaja? Looking down on this old master? You think too highly of yourself." Gui Zhu snorted lightly, his 10,000 soul banner transforming into a black curtain that wrapped around Zilong. What? Zilong was shocked. He had never fought with Gui Zhu before, and although he knew the other party was a second-order origin king, not much weaker than himself, Zilong only realized this after they fought. This old man was even more difficult to deal with than Enai Guang. "Young boy, hurry up and run." Gui Zhu's voice came from the black curtain. "This old master will block for you for a while, run as far as you can." Everyone is quite patient. After Yang Kai walked out of the vortex, he looked around. Soon, he understood the situation in front of him. However, he stood there with a calm expression on his face. He had no intention of running away immediately. Want to run? Zidong's face flashed fiercely as he waved his hand. Su Wei, capture him for me. Although Su Wei looked like he had been tortured beyond recognition, he was still an origin king. But in any case, he was still an origin king, and a thin camel was still bigger than a horse, so Zidong naturally had to make him work harder. Su Wei did not dare to disobey and rushed towards Yang Kai with a cold face, roaring ferociously, "It's all because of you, bastard. If it weren't for you, how could this old master have fallen into such a state?" The reason he was subdued by Zidong was mostly because Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack on him in the Severed World, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily subdued by Zilong? Which Origin King Realm Master was not extremely arrogant? How could one be willing to be a slave and be ordered around by another? Especially when the one ordering him around was an Origin returning realm brat. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but later, while chasing Yang Kai, Su Wei had a large amount of his source strength extracted by the shattering void shuttle, causing him to age rapidly. All of this was because of Yang Kai. Su Wei did not dare to vent his anger on Zilong and Zidong, so he could only transfer his resentment to Yang Kai. As such, after hearing Zidong's order, Su Wei immediately rushed up and did not hesitate to use all his strength in his current state. The void trembled as the full-powered blow of an Origin King Realm Master was no trivial matter, capable of piercing through space itself. Su Wei wanted to take Yang Kai's life. In any case, Zilong and Zidong only cared about the Immortal Tree. It didn't matter whether Yang Kai died or not, as long as they killed him, they could obtain the Immortal Tree from his space ring. With a dazzling flash of light, Su Wei's entire body seemed to transform into a small sun as he crashed down above Yang Kai's head. Zidong could not help narrowing his eyes as a trace of dread appeared on his face. During this time, his attitude towards Su Wei could be said to be extremely bad, but Su Wei did not dare to complain because his brand was under his control, causing Zidong to think that the so-called Origin King realm was nothing more than this. But after seeing Su Wei's full-powered blow, Zidong realized that there was a problem with his mentality. Such a blow could kill a dozen of him in an instant. That bastard is dead for sure. Zidong thought to himself, secretly pleased. After getting rid of his biggest competitor in the future, only Shuiyu and Gu Jian Xian could compare to him. In the future, if he could suppress Shuiyu and Gu Jian Xian, he would become the king of the younger generation in Star Territory. As he thought about this, Zidong's lips curled into a cold smile. Secret technique, exile. A faint voice suddenly spat out from Yang Kai's mouth. Facing Su Wei's earth-shattering blow, his expression remained unchanged and he didn't even try to dodge, instead raising his hand and sending it towards Su Wei. This hand exuded a mysterious fluctuation of power that grew larger and larger in Su Wei's eyes, as if it had transformed into a world that obscured the light in his eyes, leaving him with only darkness and chaos. What? Su Wei exclaimed in horror. The dazzling light was instantly annihilated and Su Wei stood not far in front of Yang Kai in a daze, staring at the scene in front of him in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had no idea what had just happened. His all-out attack had clearly been launched, but Yang Kai remained unscathed, not even a hair on his head messed up. It was as if his blow had struck a completely different space. Chapter 1811. Thinking of this, Su Wei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. His intuition told him that Yang Kai was definitely not simple. It could be seen from his performance in the Medicine Valley of the Severed World. If he was a simple cultivator, how could he have resisted Zilong's blow? At this moment, he had easily resolved his full-powered attack. This little brat? Su Wei swept Yang Kai with his divine sense in surprise and his complexion changed drastically as he cried out in shock. You really broke through to the Origin King realm. What? Zidong's face suddenly went pale as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to pierce through his body and kill him with his gaze. Origin King realm. This bastard has actually reached the Origin King realm. He broke through to the Origin King realm one step earlier than me, earlier than Shuiyu, earlier than Gu Jian Xin. In the Star Territory, the three young talents had been left behind by him. It was laughable that Zidong had always fantasized about one day suppressing Shuiyu and Gu Jian Xin and becoming the leader of the younger generation. This bastard in front of him had silently achieved the goal he had worked so hard to achieve for so many years. Unforgivable. In this world, no one but me can do this. Zidong suppressed the anger in his chest and roared with a ferocious expression, "Su Wei, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him." Hearing Zidong's shout, Su Wei finally reacted and said with a solemn expression, "Boy, you are the most talented and terrifying young man I have ever seen. If possible, this old master would like to make friends with you, but since young master has given the order, you must die today." "You talk too much nonsense." Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and spat disdainfully. Su Wei coldly snorted, "You just broke through to the Origin King realm. You should consolidate your cultivation properly. Running out so impatiently is simply courting death. This old master will show you what a real Origin King is." As soon as these words fell, Su Wei suddenly opened his territory. All of a sudden, Yang Kai was covered in it. Su Wei smiled triumphantly and walked towards Yang Kai step by step. Saying lightly, he declared, "In this territory, this old master can dominate everything, including your life. Are you the only one with a territory?" Yang Kai snorted and stretched out his hand. "I have one too." An invisible force spread out from his fingertips, and the surrounding space emitted a fine cracking sound, as if something had broken. Along with this voice, Su Wei seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and his old face suddenly became much older. His complexion paled as he exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? How could it be so solid? How could it suppress the domain that this old man had been immersed in for so many years? You've only just broken through. This isn't real." Su Wei was in his eyes, in his heart. Yang was in the origin. If time represents strength, then there would be no difference between a genius and a mediocre person in this world. "Old man, accept your fate." Yang Kai waved his hand and spread out his territory domain, directly blasting Su Wei's territory into pieces and wrapping him in his own territory domain. Secret technique, Moon Blade. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a series of crescent-shaped space blades towards Su Wei. These space blades were improved upon by Yang Kai after his comprehension of the Tao of space had improved. Although they looked exactly the same, both the power and concept contained within them were completely different. More than a dozen moon blades blocked Su Wei's escape route and rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Su Wei was frightened out of his wits and hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence in order to push his Saint Chi to escape. Yang Kai just smiled coldly at him before his figure flickered and the power of his territory domains suddenly increased. Su Wei felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. Desperately pushing his Saint Chi, he was barely able to move his body. Just as he was about to avoid the moon blades, Yang Kai opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Secret technique, Shocking Void Roar. This was the divine technique Yang Kai had comprehended after refining the Shocking Void Beast's monster core. Although this divine technique couldn't exert its full power in Yang Kai's hands, it was still quite effective in interfering with Su Wei. Sure enough, an explosive sound rang in Su Wei's ears. This sound contained the power of Space Force, making it impossible for Su Wei to determine its exact location. While he was hesitating, the moon blades had already arrived in front of him. "No!" Su Wei shouted. His cry came to an abrupt end as a dozen moon blades pierced through Su Wei's body. Su Wei's whole body was torn apart, and from his wounds, one could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 organs still squirming. Watching all this quietly, Yang Kai raised his brow and muttered to himself, "Not bad." Yang Kai also wanted to test the results of his comprehension, so when he fought with Su Wei, he had gone all out, using all the secret techniques he had comprehended over the past few months. Whether it was Exile, Moon Blades, or Shocking Void Roar, They were all secret techniques he had only recently comprehended. Under these 3 moves, a veteran Origin King like Su Wei had been killed. Space Force secret techniques were extremely difficult to defend against. Not far away, Zidong was dumbfounded. He never expected that Su Wei would be killed by Yang Kai in just a few breaths of time. Wasn't he just an Origin King? How could he die so easily? Even if Yang Kai had also broken through to the Origin King realm, Su Wei shouldn't have been so weak. Had something gone wrong? Right? Su Wei must have had too much source strength extracted by the shattering void shuttle some time ago, so he no longer had the strength of an Origin King, allowing Yang Kai to easily defeat him. Considering all this, Zidong's heart relaxed and his complexion improved greatly. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai wasn't too strong, Zidong would be happy. Want to run? Now that you've entered my territory, do you think you can escape without my permission? Yang Kai suddenly cast his gaze towards a certain spot in the void and coldly snorted, sending out a burst of pure spiritual energy. In an empty spot, a figure flickered slightly and suddenly appeared, a look of dread on his face as he stared at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. When Su Wei attacked Yang Kai, he had stealthily concealed himself and approached, preparing to find an opportunity to snatch away Yang Kai's space ring. Although Kong Fa was also an Origin King, he was still somewhat lacking in front of Gui Zhu and Zilong. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the Immortal Tree, he would have to use a special method, and Su Wei dealing with Yang Kai was undoubtedly a good opportunity. How could Kong Fa have known that Su Wei, who he had known for many years and had colluded with several times, would be killed so easily? When he saw Su Wei die, Kong Fa was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat, no longer daring to have any ideas, and quickly retreated. However, within his territory, Yang Kai had already noticed his existence, so how could he allow Kong Fa to do as he pleased? After being forced to reveal himself by Yang Kai's divine sense attack, Kong Fa's face became even more shocked. Because he could feel that the tyrannical divine sense attack just now was not something a cultivator who had just broken through to the Origin King realm could possess. It was comparable to a second-order or even third-order Origin King. The corners of Kong Fa's eyes twitched. Being in Yang Kai's territory made him feel extremely uneasy. After a long silence, he said bitterly, "Little friend, this old master has no malice towards you. How about letting this old master leave? This old master promises he will not intervene in this matter again." "No malice towards me?" Yang Kai sneered. "Then why did you sneak up on me? What else can I do?" "Brat, you're asking the obvious." Kong Fa cursed in his heart, but he did not know how to answer, so he could only smile and say, "This old master was thinking too much just now, but after seeing little friend's heaven-defying methods, this old master understands that this is not a place he can stay for long. I hope, little friend, since you've come, don't even think about leaving." Yang Kai interrupted him directly before he could finish speaking, a cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Since you dared to have ideas about me, you should pay the price." Kong Fa frowned as a faint anger appeared on his face. This old master just wants to be safe. Can little friend not even satisfy this little request? Don't try to take advantage of your seniority. Yang Kai's face flashed fiercely. "Today, you will die." Arrogant junior. Kong Fa was furious. He had been compromising for so long, but now Yang Kai did not give him any face at all. Yang Kai was looking down on him too much. Although the method Yang Kai used to kill Su Wei just now had shocked Kong, he could also see that Su Wei was not in his peak state at all, which was why he had been so easily killed by Yang Kai. On the other hand, Kong Fa was unscathed and was a genuine first-order Origin King. This little brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth had just broken through, yet he wanted to take his life. "Whether I'm arrogant or not, you can decide for yourself when you reach the underworld," Yang Kai sneered, and with a thought, increased the power of his territory field again. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk in the void, countless fine void cracks suddenly appeared and swam about like fish. At the same time, Yang Kai's aura also erupted. The peak of the first-order realm? That's impossible! Kong Fa screamed, almost biting his own tongue. Yang Kai had not released his aura before, so Kong Fa had not been able to clearly discern Yang Kai's strength, but now, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How was this little brat just breaking through to the Origin King realm? He was clearly at the peak of the First Order realm. After breaking through to the Origin King realm, it was impossible to cultivate to the peak of a minor realm without at least a few dozen years, and this was the speed of geniuses. Below that level, it was common for them to spend hundreds of years. For example, when Kong Fa and Su Wei broke through to the Origin King realm, they entered secluded retreat for 100 years before stabilizing their realms. After that, it took them another 300 years to reach the peak of the First Order realm. This little brat had only disappeared for a few months, yet he had already reached the same level as Kong Fa? Kong Fa suddenly felt like he had lived so many years in vain. Chapter 1812. Zidong's eyes were completely sluggish. He stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was in high spirits, using one killing move after another, and Kong Fa, who was dodging in distress, unable to accept the reality of the situation. In a head-on battle, Yang Kai was actually suppressing Kong Fa. In less than 30 breaths of time, Kong Fa had been beaten to the point where he could only parry without being able to fight back. Zidong could see that Kong Fa's movements were sluggish and his Saint Chi was not circulating smoothly. Obviously, this was because he was being suppressed by Yang Kai's territory, so although both of them were peak First Order Origin Kings, in Yang Kai's territory, Kong Fa was not his opponent at all. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Considering all this, Zidong's heart clenched as he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Su Wei was already dead, and if Kong Fa died as well, Yang Kai's next target would be him. Two Origin Kings were not Yang Kai's opponent, so how could he, an Origin returning Realm Master, resist? As for his father, he was being entangled by that ghostly guy at the moment and seemed to have trouble dealing with him. What should I do? What should I do? Zidong's face was blank as he had no idea how to deal with this tricky situation in front of him. At that moment, from the vortex where Yang Kai had appeared, another figure walked out. As soon as this person appeared, he cried out, "Young man, wait for me, I can't find my way, huh? I came out? I, Lu Guichen, am finally free. I don't have to stay in that damned place anymore." This person seemed to have not yet figured out the situation in front of him, and as soon as he appeared from the vortex, he laughed wildly, as if there was no one around. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Zidong stared at Lu Guichen, who had suddenly appeared in amazement, vaguely feeling that he was familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Whatever, I'll capture him first. Since he's with that bastard, he must be one of his people. Zidong thought to himself. His figure flickered as he arrived in front of Lu Guichen, grabbed him by the neck, and said coldly, "Don't move. I want your life." Lu Guichen was taken aback and broke out in a cold sweat. How could he dare to act rashly? He nodded repeatedly, "I won't move, I won't move. Friend, if you have something to say, please don't get agitated." Saying so, Lu Guichen glanced over at Zidong. At this moment, Lu Guichen's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as he called out, "Young master? Are you the young master? You called me young master?" Zidong was stunned. "Who are you?" "Young master." Lu Guichen knelt down midair and hugged Zidong's thigh with both hands. As if he had seen a close relative, tears and snot flowed from his eyes. "Young master, this subordinate is Lu Guichen, Purple Sand Star's Lu Guichen from several dozen years ago. This subordinate was fortunate enough to meet Young Lord once and even received some pointers from Young Lord. Young Lord, have you forgotten? Lu Guichen?" Zidong frowned, feeling that this name was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. However, seeing the other party's joyful expression, he didn't doubt him. After a moment of contemplation, Zidong suddenly realized, "You're from the Lu family, a descendant of Lu Li?" Yes, this subordinate is." Lu Guichen saw that the other party finally remembered him and was overjoyed. This subordinate thought he would never see anyone from Purple Star again in this life. Unexpectedly, I was able to see young master's face as soon as I escaped. This subordinate is truly fortunate. So it was you. Zidong confirmed that the other party was really someone from his purple star, his expression relaxing slightly as he nodded. Stand up and speak. Didn't you die several dozen years ago? How did you come out from that place? Woo. Lu Guichen, despite his age, began to cry. It's a long story. Make it short. Zidong was anxious about how to deal with the current situation, so how could he be in the mood to listen to his long-winded ramblings? It's like this. Lu Guichen hurriedly picked out the important parts and explained. So that's how it is. After listening, Zidong nodded. You've worked hard these past few decades. It wasn't hard at all. Being able to see young master again is all worth it. Lu Guichen squeezed out a smile, speaking as if he had finally made some kind of great contribution after suffering for several dozen years. Zidong was so angry that he didn't have time to pay attention to him. After all, the other party was just a second-order Saint King and wouldn't be of much help. By the way, young master, the origin energy of that continent has been refined by a young man. If we can capture him, what? Zidong's face changed. That guy refined the source of that continent? Although this subordinate did not see it with his own eyes, there should be no mistake. And it's that young man? Lu Guichen swept his eyes around and saw Yang Kai, who was fighting Kong Fa, pointing his finger in his direction. As soon as these words fell, his mouth suddenly opened wide, because he saw Kong Fa struggling to resist Yang Kai's attacks, his entire body covered in blood. Several dozen golden blood threads were flying around Yang Kai, and these golden blood threads were like living creatures, rapidly shuttling through the void and causing damage to Kong Fa from time to time. Little friend, stop. This old master admits defeat. Please spare my life. Kong Fa's face was ashen as he desperately tried to resist the attacks of the golden blood threads while shouting loudly. If admitting defeat is useful, what's the point of cultivating? Yang Kai remained unmoved and waved his hand forward. Moon blade. Chi. A 10-feet-long moon blade suddenly took shape and slashed vertically towards Kong Fa. Kong Fa's face changed drastically as he formed a series of seals with his hands. A dazzling brilliance emerged from his body as an ancient bell-like artifact flew out and transformed into a bell-shaped light curtain that enveloped him. Kong. The bell rang loudly and the sound waves transformed into an invisible force that bombarded Kong Fa's knowledge sea. The crescent blade cut into the light screen, but it was unable to completely break through it. It was only able to penetrate less than 3 inches before it was stopped. Seeing this scene, Kong Fa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had obtained this resounding Emperor Bell in his early years and was an origin-grade defensive artifact. It was extremely sturdy and could not be broken by an ordinary cultivator. With the protection of this resounding Emperor Bell, Kong Fa was able to contend with an ordinary second-order Origin King. Seeing Yang Kai's attack fail, Kong Fa felt a little more confident and snorted, "Little friend, do you really want to kill me? You and I meeting is fate, don't be so ruthless." Shut up. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hands again and again. You think you're safe just because you have a turtle shell? Watch how I break your tortoise shell. Chi. More than a dozen huge moon blades flew towards Kong Fa one after another, causing Kong Fa's face to change drastically as his eyes filled with horror. Pushing his Saint Chi, he poured all of his strength into the resounding Emperor Bell. The sound of the bell grew louder and louder as the bell-shaped light curtains suddenly became much brighter. Hong. The moon blades slammed into the resounding Emperor Bell's light curtain, causing it to tremble violently as if it would shatter at any moment. Kacha. Finally, a sound that sounded like a death knell entered Kong Fa's ears. He shuddered and stared ahead with wide eyes, only to see that a crack had appeared on the protective light screen of his Imperial Bell. This crack spread out at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, the light curtain was riddled with holes. With a loud bang, the resounding Emperor Bell's defense finally broke. Little friend, please spare me. Kong Fei's face went pale as he cried out. That Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he condensed his several dozen golden blood threads together, transforming them into a golden sword that followed closely behind the moon blade, flickering slightly before disappearing. In the next moment, Kong Fei's body stiffened in place. He lowered his head and looked at his chest, only to see a bloody hole. Through that hole, he could see his shattered heart. His vitality rapidly faded as everything in front of him turned dark. This old master actually. Before Kong Fa could finish speaking, he completely lost all signs of life. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected the resounding Emperor Bell, throwing it into his space ring without even looking at it. At the same time, he also took away Kong Fa's space ring. "You're next." Yang Kai turned around and stared coldly at the shocked Zidong before waving his hand lightly and sending out a burst of energy toward Zidong. Zidong was horrified. Although Yang Kai's blow seemed casual, he knew that it was not something he could easily resist. After all, this was the blow of an Origin King Realm Master. In a moment of desperation, Zidong didn't even hesitate to grab Lu Guichen's neck and throw him forward. "Young Master," Lu Guichen was still immersed in the joy of seeing Zidong again and never expected such a thing to happen. By the time he reacted, he was already halfway to his destination. A strong wind hit him, and before Lu Guichen could make a sound, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. "Boy, you're quite ruthless." Yang Kai looked at Zidong sarcastically with a mocking look on his face. He was also quite surprised that Zidong would do such a thing to resolve his attack. This Purple Star's young master was already rotten to the core. He didn't kill Lu Guichen on the floating continent, nor did he prevent him from leaving the floating continent through the space corridor with him, mainly because Lu Guichen had provided him with some useful information before. Yang Kai didn't deliberately help him, nor did he deliberately target him. Lu Guichen's life and death depended on his own fortune. It was laughable that after this guy escaped from the floating continent, he was schemed against by his own young master. Yang Kai estimated that he would die with grievance in the Yellow Springs underworld. "But you still have to die." Yang Kai chuckled. "What do you want to do?" Zidong's face turned pale as he shouted fiercely, "Boy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you broke through to the Origin King realm. I am Purple Star's young master, you can't kill me." "Purple Star's young master? Did your master tell you that Purple Star's young master can't be killed?" "Idiot, I really don't know how you managed to survive until now," Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Do you really want to kill me?" Zidong was shocked as he confirmed that Yang Kai wasn't just trying to scare him. "Do you know what the consequences will be if you kill me? My Purple Star will never let this go. When the time comes, even if you flee to the ends of the world, you won't be able to live in peace." Chapter 1813. I'm so scared. Yang Kai made an extremely exaggerated expression as he covered his chest with his hand, looking like he was really afraid. In the next moment, his face became frigid as he coldly declared, "But that has nothing to do with you. If your Purple Star dares to hunt me down, I'll kill one if one comes, I'll kill two if two come. I don't know how many Origin Kings your Purple Star has for me to kill." Saying so, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zidong shuddered. Being stared at by Yang Kai, his entire body felt cold. He could tell that the other party was not trying to intimidate him, nor was he joking, so he anxiously called out, "Father, save me." He did not have the courage to fight Yang Kai and directly asked Zilong for help. Young talents like him, Shuiyu, and Gu Jianxen should all have extremely tough martial Dao wills. They were bound to become stronger when facing a strong opponent, and the more setbacks they faced, the more courageous they became. For example, Gu Jianxen had been ambushed by Li Minghai that day and fought desperately. If Shuiyu were to encounter such a situation, she would definitely not ask for help and would instead find a way to confront the enemy. So what if one was an Origin King? Which genius did not regard fighting above their own realm as a common occurrence? If one lost the courage to fight after being targeted by a cultivator one minor realm above them, what was the point of cultivating in the future? A cultivator who could only compete with those in the same realm would never be able to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Zidong had completely lost the qualifications to become a future master of star territory. Since meeting Yang Kai, he had been humiliated and beaten down time and time again. The depths of his heart had long been riddled with holes and a haze of despair. As such, he did not dare to fight against Yang Kai. Even if he could survive this time, whether or not he could break through to the Origin King realm in the future was uncertain. Little brat, if you dare touch a hair on my son, this old master will slaughter your entire family and exterminate your 9 generations. Not far away, Zilong's angry roar rang out, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the explosion. How could he not want to save his son? Unfortunately, he was completely enveloped by Guizu's 10,000 soul banner. All around him, he could not escape. Even if he wanted to, there was nothing he could do. Is that so? Yang Kai tilted his head and glanced in the direction of the voice, sneering softly. Waving his hand, a burst of energy flew out. The next moment, Zidong felt a chill run down his spine and his whole body shivered. Am I dead? Am I dead? Zidong was bewildered as his imagination ran wild. But soon he calmed down. He discovered that he was completely unharmed, but there was a strange feeling on the top of his head. Hair. His elegant long hair had been directly cut off by Kai Yang, leaving a bald patch on top of his head. His appearance was definitely comical to the extreme. Even though he wasn't as handsome as Shuiyu, he was still a rare and handsome man. His long purple hair was his favorite part of his hair. It was the color of his hair. It was the color of his hair that he had inherited from his ancestors. It was his favorite part of his hair. It made him look even more handsome. But now, his long purple hair had been cut off and taken away from him. While Zidong felt distressed, he was also extremely frightened. Yang Kai's casual blow had left him no time to react. If he could cut off his hair, he could also cut off his head. Considering all this, Zidong suddenly began sweating profusely and his face turned as white as paper. I've touched a lot of his hair now, what are you going to do about it? Yang Kai sneered. Inside the 10,000 soul banner, Zilong remained silent, presumably enraged. Guizu, on the other hand, laughed loudly. This old master has long been dissatisfied with these two's purple hair. Good job, good job. Little brat. Zilong's voice sounded again. If you let my son go, this old master will withdraw and never find trouble with you again. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. All of us have mingled together in this star territory, so in the future, you may need my Purple Star's help. As the sect master of Purple Star, this old master can promise you any condition that is not excessive. As long as my Purple Star can accomplish it, it will definitely satisfy you. That's good, Yang Kai chuckled. Being able to ask Purple Star to do something for me is an honor. It's good you know, good you know. Zidong nodded repeatedly. As long as you don't kill me, anything can be discussed. If I become the sect master of Purple Star in the future, I can even swear brotherhood with you. As he spoke, a look of resentment flashed across his eyes. Although it was fleeting, how could it escape Yang Kai's observation? So, you agree? Zilong asked in a deep voice. I agree, what's there to consider? Senior Zilong's eyes reached the heavens, and although my sect's supreme elder can suppress you, I'm afraid he can't kill you. Instead of fighting until both sides suffer, it's better to part ways. You're a reasonable man, Zilong nodded with satisfaction. Zilong nodded with satisfaction. In fact, just as Yang Kai said, although Guizu could temporarily trap Zilong in the 10,000 soul banner, it was impossible for him to kill him. Both of them were second-order Origin Kings, so even if Guizu could kill Zilong, he would likely lose half of his life or even die. Guizu frowned. Although he was very kind to Yang Kai, that did not mean he was a kind person. On the contrary, Guizu was a vicious and merciless person. He knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Even if Yang Kai and Zilong really reached some kind of truce agreement, Yang Kai would definitely not obtain any benefits in the future. If Yang Kai really went to Purple Star to ask them to do something in the future, he would likely be immediately captured by the many masters of Purple Star. After all, Zilong and his son had lost a lot of face this time, and this matter was related to the Immortal Tree, so how could Zilong give up? However, in the current situation, he did not have any good solutions and could only let Yang Kai do as he pleased. Of course I'm reasonable, huh? Yang Kai said as he stretched out his hand and rubbed his forehead, putting on an embarrassed look. Speaking of which, I really do have something I need Senior Zilong to help me with. I hope Senior can agree. Zilong's face could not help sinking as he thought to himself, is this little brat really trying to use a chicken feather as an arrow? What they said just now was nothing more than empty words. Everyone had some scruples about saving face and would part on good terms. As long as one had a brain, they would not take it seriously, but this little brat was actually hitting the snake with a stick and directly making demands. Although his face was displeased, Zilong still said patiently, "Speak, as long as this Zilong can do it, I will do it for you. After taking Dong Lai out of here, I will immediately issue a kill order. This old master will make sure you have no road to heaven and no door to earth." Zilong secretly swore to himself. This matter is very simple, Senior Zilong can naturally do it. Yang Kai chuckled, his expression completely harmless. Junior is bold enough to ask Senior to oidai. *C*. Inside the 10,000 soul banner, Gui Zhu's sharp intake of breath rang out, the howling and wailing coming from inside seeming to stop for a moment, highlighting the extreme turmoil in Gui Zhu's heart. Zilong also fell silent immediately, but anyone could feel that his anger was rising steadily, as if it could burn the 10,000 soul banner to ashes. Not far away, Zidong's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to imagine that Yang Kai would make such a request and even put on such an expression. Does this little brat know what he's saying? Was there something wrong with his brain? Before he could finish thinking, Zidong felt his vision blur as Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him and stretched out his hand to grab him. Zidong screamed in horror, pushing his purple chi eternal river secret art to its limit as he tried to escape. However, all his efforts were in vain. Before he could react to what was going on, he felt his strength being suppressed and his whole body being lifted up by Yang Kai by the neck. Ah! Yang Kai sighed. It seems that Senior Zilong is a man who doesn't keep his word. Since that's the case, let's settle this once and for all. Junior, if you dare hurt my son, this old master will tear you to pieces. Zilong roared anxiously. Stretching out his other hand, Kai Yang carelessly picked his ear and curled his lips. You've already said similar words to me before, but I don't see you doing anything to me. Old man, do you only know how to be fierce with your mouth? Can't you show some real action? However, I'm very curious, if I really kill him, what will you do? Zilong didn't dare to speak, for fear of touching Yang Kai's nerves and causing his son to be killed. He finally understood that this little brat was a complete madman, and there was no reasoning with a madman. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking came from Zidong's neck as he slapped Yang Kai's arm with both hands, seemingly trying to push him away, but unable to use his Saint Chi, he was simply too weak. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and said coldly, I have no grievances with you, father and son, and we have never interfered with each other's business, but you took advantage of your position to bully others. Today, you brought this upon yourselves. In the next life, don't think too highly of yourself, it's too easy to fall. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai tightened his grip. Zidong's head tilted to the side and his strugglings stopped instantly, his vitality severed. Purple Star's young master was dead. Perceiving the movement here, Guizhu almost bit his tongue in shock. Even he hadn't expected that Yang Kai would really kill Zidong. He had been wondering whether Yang Kai was deliberately trying to obtain more benefits from Zilong, or if he had some other plan. But he hadn't expected that Yang Kai would really kill him. This is bad. Guizhu's heart clenched. His own son had been killed, so Zilong was likely going to go completely berserk. Before this thought even came to an end though, Guizhu's eyes flashed a look of horror as the originally dark 10,000 soul banner suddenly burst with thousands of purple rays of light. These rays of light contained an extremely terrifying killing intent, forcing all the evil spirits to retreat while his own 10,000 soul banner buzzed and trembled violently. Kong. A gap was blasted open in the 10,000 soul banner and Zilong's figure shot out from it, charging straight towards Yang Kai, a ferocious look on his face as he roared, "Boy, I'll make you pay with your blood." Chapter 1814. Zilong's full-powered blow allowed him to break free from the 10,000 soul banner's shroud in an instant. A purple light circulated around his body as he shot towards Yang Kai like a dazzling meteor. "Young boy, run!" Guizhu was shocked as he put away his 10,000 soul banner and chased after Zilong while shouting to Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood in place, as if he did not notice the approaching danger, remaining unmoved, but his expression had become extremely dignified. Seeing that Zilong was about to reach him, Yang Kai suddenly let out a low roar and pushed his strength madly. His 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art circulated around his body as a 5-colored brilliance burst forth. Circulating his monster transformation secret technique, dragon scales instantly appeared on his right arm and his right hand transformed into a dragon claw. Dantian, he threw a punch forward fiercely. The 5-colored brilliance collided with the purple light and the surrounding 1,000-kilometer territory shook for a moment. In the next moment, with the point of contact as the center, a halo visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards, unable to stop himself no matter how hard he tried, coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. Although Zilong stood firmly in place, his face paled as a look of extreme shock appeared on his face. Immediately, red blood began flowing from the corner of his mouth. In this exchange, he had actually suffered some minor injuries. This little brat. Zilong's heart was filled with shock as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He was a veteran second-order origin king and the sect master of Purple Star, a man who cultivated an astonishing secret art. In the entire star territory, there were only a handful of people. There were really not many who could fight against him. In front of him, a first-order origin king was nothing. However, Yang Kai, a junior who had just broken through to the origin king realm, was actually able to fight him head-on. Even for people like Su Wei and Kong Fa, if they were hit by this blow, their bones would shatter and their internal organs would shatter. What was the origin of this boy? Who was his master? Why did he have such terrifying potential? Yang Kai had just broken through to the origin king realm and was already able to fight against him. If he broke through to the third-order origin king realm, who in star territory would be his opponent? Thinking of this, Zilong could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He was even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Wails and howls came from behind. Zilong knew that this was Guizhu who had been tailing them. He abruptly turned around and spat out a beam of purple profound light. Tai Purple Profound Qi. This was one of the divine technique that came with the Purple Cloud Long River art. A strand of Tai Purple Profound Qi needed to be cultivated for 200 years before it could be formed. It was extremely difficult for Zilong. There were only 3 strands. But in order to resist Guizhu's killer move, he had no choice but to use it. As soon as the purple light appeared, Guizhu's face changed drastically because he felt an extremely terrifying aura from this attack and didn't dare to act carelessly. With a wave of the 10,000 soul banner, he unfurled the ghost banner and hid within it. However, the Tai Purple Profound Qi continued to rush into the 10,000 soul banner like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, countless In souls were killed on the spot, causing Guizhu's heart to twitch in pain. However, at this time, he couldn't care less. While urging the 10,000 soul banner to neutralize the attack of the Tai Purple Profound Qi, he rushed towards Yang Kai, fearing that Yang Kai would be killed by Zilong's attack. Soon, he arrived beside Yang Kai and his figure reappeared, asking worriedly, "Is he dead?" Yang Kai clutched his chest, coughing as he glanced over at Guizhu and smiled bitterly. "What do you think? It's good that he's not dead. You really scared this old master." Guizhu couldn't help feeling relieved as he stared at Yang Kai, a look of shock gradually filling his face. He found that Yang Kai's injuries weren't too serious and the fluctuations of power coming from his body were still stable and powerful. Gui Zhu gulped nervously, just like Zilong was shocked. This little brat is really a monster. How did he accomplish this? On top of that, the five-colored light around his body and the dragon-like transformation of his arms were obviously the result of some kind of incredible secret technique. This was especially true for Gui Zhu's scale-covered dragon arms, from which Gui Zhu felt a pressure that made his heart palpitate uneasily. Dragon pressure. Gui Zhu was taken aback by this thought that emerged in his mind. Restraining his thoughts, Gui Zhu stopped thinking about these random thoughts and instead said, "Boy, do you want to quit while you're ahead? This old master will listen to you. Naturally, I want to cut the weeds and dig up the roots." Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared forward coldly. Good. Gui Zhu narrowed his eyes and nodded heavily. "Since that's the case, this old master will accompany you in your madness. Since this old master left the mountain, he has never fought an origin king. I never expected that the first one I fought would be such a bastard, Jie." Saying so, a strong fighting intent surged from Gui Zhu's body. On the other side, Zilong, who had repelled Yang Kai with a single blow and then forced Gui Zhu away, did not pursue and instead summoned a round bowl-like artifact and sent it towards the dead Zidong. An extremely soft light exuded from this round bowl as it pulled Zidong's body towards it. Enveloped in this light, Zilong's expression became dignified as he formed a series of profound seals with his hands and sent them into the round bowl. Something seemed to be pulled out of Zidong's body and gathered into the round bowl. Soon, an illusory figure appeared at the center of the round bowl, and this figure was none other than the dead Zidong. At first, this figure was ethereal and invisible, as if it would scatter in the wind, but with Zilong's continuous efforts, this figure became more and more solid, as if Zidong's soul avatar had left his body. The eyes of this figure also gradually became clear. Finally, as Zilong spat out a mouthful of blood, Zidong's figure shuddered and woke up. Turning his head blankly, he quickly understood what had happened. "Father, please avenge your son. Your son was killed by that bastard." Zidong's figure stood in the round bowl and cried loudly, but as a soul avatar, he did not shed a single tear. Waste. Zilong's face was livid, but after reprimanding his son, his expression gradually softened as he nodded. "Rest assured, Father will seek justice for you. Just stay in the soul-sustaining bowl. When we return to Purple Star, I will find a way to reconstruct your body." Yes, Zidong was overjoyed and his figure flickered before disappearing. Zilong then carefully put away the soul-sustaining bowl, turned around, and stared coldly in the direction of Yang Kai. No matter what, this little brat must die. Even if he had to suffer serious injuries, he would kill him here. Such a person, if left alone and allowed to grow, would become a terrifying existence. Brilliant Purple Star River. Zilong suddenly shouted as the purple light around his body quickly receded. Instead, a shocking long sword condensed from purple light appeared in his hand. With this purple sword in hand, Zilong's momentum sword and an aura that caused hundreds of millions of creatures to tremble filled the air. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, no one can save your life today. Will you die if you don't talk big? My life is right here. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself." Yang Kai showed no fear and took a step forward. Zilong did not say a word as his sword flashed and his entire body was wrapped in sword light. In an instant, he crossed a few kilometers and appeared directly in front of Yang Kai. Exile. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and slapped the space in front of him, instantly disintegrating and forming a black hole. Zilong's momentum was so fast that he almost rushed into the black hole, scaring him so much that he quickly turned around and dodged. Moonblade. Yang Kai's voice sounded again as a series of crescent-shaped shockwaves flew toward Zidong, as if they were free. Zidong was suddenly forced into a panic and could only jump up and down, not daring to touch these attacks condensed from pure space force. Who knew what the consequences would be if he touched them? Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Old dog, you can't even get close to me, yet you want to take my life? Try again in your next life." Guizhou watched from the sidelines, cold sweat dripping down his back as he secretly sighed to himself, each generation producing a new talent to replace the old. He boasted that he was an Origin King Realm Master and that there were few in the Star Territory who could make him feel fear, but when had he ever seen Yang Kai use such strange means? Putting himself in Zilong's shoes, Guizhou knew that if he were Zilong, the situation would not be any better as he would be forced back by Yang Kai and unable to get close. Purple Chi from the east. Zilong suddenly roared as his already terrifying aura soared once more. In the next moment, he did not dodge and instead slashed out with his sword towards the countless moon blades. This sword strike could be described as shocking as it contained Zilong's endless anger and martial Tao, causing even Guizhou's eyelids to jump. Without even thinking about it, Guizhou threw out his 10,000 soul banner and transformed it into a black curtain that blocked in front of him and Yang Kai. Hong long long. The moon blades were cut apart, and even the 10,000 soul banner was unable to resist the light of this sword strike. Zilong's attack arrived directly above Yang Kai's head, as if it would tear him apart in the next moment. Yang Kai grabbed Guizhou and with a single step, space force circulated around his body and he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zilong unsheathing the dragon bone sword. Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it and the green dragon bone sword suddenly transformed into a giant dragon that swooped towards Zilong. Guizhou also took action leisurely, forming a series of seals with his hands as a huge ghost head suddenly appeared. This ghost head had a green face and sharp fangs, exuding a dense yin qi. It was as light as a feather, but its speed was incredibly fast as it chased after the dragon bone sword and bit towards Zilong's back. Zilong's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he saw Yang Kai and Guizhou disappear, he realized what was going to happen next. Zilong took back his sword and swung it backhandedly. This sword strike landed right on the giant dark green dragon and the ghost head. A dragon roar rang out as Zilong's full-powered attack sent the giant dark green dragon flying. The ghost head did not seem to have fared any better, its entire face twisting as it was split in two. Although he had resolved the joint attack of Yang Kai and Guizhou, Zilong's momentum, which had reached its peak, suddenly fell and his face paled slightly. Obviously, resolving such an attack was not an easy task for him. Chapter 1815. While he was down, they would take his life. Yang Kai and Guizhou were both astute, so how could they let go of such a great opportunity? Immediately, both of them used their heaven-defying means to attack Zilong, whose momentum had plummeted. Countless moon blades flew out and a large number of ghost heads flew out, directly swallowing up the place where Zilong stood. There was a violent collision of energy coming from inside. Yang Kai and Guizhou stared forward without blinking, their expressions gradually becoming dignified. After a while, the shocking movement gradually dissipated and Zilong's figure reappeared. At this moment, this purple star sex master looked quite dispirited, as if Yuan Qi had been seriously injured. His appearance was also quite distressed, but there was no danger to his life because at some unknown point, a purple-red battle armor had appeared on his body. This battle armor gave off an extremely strong artifact aura, making it obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary artifact. A battle armor that could withstand the combined attack of Yang Kai and Guizhou was at least Origin grade mid-rank. This level of defensive artifact was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the entire star field. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was priceless. For example, Kong Fa's reverberating Emperor's Bell was only an Origin-grade low-rank defensive artifact. Compared to Zilong's battle armor, the difference in value was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although his life was not in danger, many cracks had appeared on his purple-red battle armor, causing a look of distress to flash across Zilong's eyes. This purple-red battle armor was a treasure passed down from generation to generation in Purple Star. Every generation of Purple Star sect masters would keep it close to their bodies. After experiencing the vicissitudes of the flowing time Great Emperor for tens of thousands of years, it had witnessed the evolution of history and the countless ups and downs of Purple Star. However, at that moment, it was damaged. Furthermore, the damage was extremely serious. This battle armor was an artifact left behind from ancient times, and with the means of today's artifact refiners and the materials available, it was impossible to repair it, so how could Zilong not feel distressed? However, after being attacked like this, Zilong's mind became much clearer. Just now, he was furious that his son had been killed, so his blood had rushed to his head and he had only wanted to kill Yang Kai for revenge, but he had misjudged the situation. As a result, he had also suffered a great loss. Now he understood that it was impossible for him to kill Yang Kai by himself. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and could easily escape if he couldn't win, Gui Zhu and Yang Kai working together was more than enough to suppress him. If things went wrong, Yang Kai would lose his life here. Therefore, Zilong already had thoughts of retreating. Revenge was a dish best served cold. In any case, he had already taken his son's soul into the soul-sustaining bowl. After returning to Purple Star, all he needed to do was gather the necessary materials. This would allow him to reconstruct his body, and at that time, he could mobilize the entire power of Purple Star to encircle and annihilate Yang Kai. Thinking of this, Zilong took a deep breath and said coldly, "Kid, I hope the next time we meet, you can still be so arrogant." "You want to leave?" Gui Zhu's face changed. "In your dreams." As he spoke, the 10,000 soul banner let out a ghostly howl. It transformed into a black curtain that enveloped Zilong. "If this king wants to leave, none of you can stop him." Zilong's expression remained unchanged as he formed a series of hand seals. His entire figure transformed into a purple streak of light that instantly broke through the 10,000 soul banner's shroud and shot off into the depths of Purple Star territory. Yang Kai looked in the direction Zilong was escaping and raised his brow, a gloating smile appearing on his face. "Yang Kai, that guy is running away. Why aren't you chasing after him?" Gui Zhu saw Yang Kai remain motionless and immediately became anxious. "If we let him go, there will be no end to our troubles. If he had fled in another direction, I may have had to expend some effort to chase after him. But for him to run in this direction, and he's courting death." Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. "What do you mean?" Gui Zhu was confused, having no idea what Yang Kai was talking about. But in the next moment his eyes bulged because he saw a scene that made him shudder. Somewhere in Purple Star's territory, a huge palm suddenly appeared without warning, as if it had appeared out of thin air. The location it appeared from was exactly where Yang Kai had emerged from the floating continent. What kind of palm was this? It was the size of a small house, and although it looked ordinary, there was an inexplicable aura flowing from it. This aura was something even a master like Gui Zhu could not comprehend. It was something that had surpassed the level of an Origin King Realm cultivator's territory. He waved his palm and headed straight for the purple dragon. It seemed to be extremely slow, but the force behind it caused the void to become unstable. Zilong was shocked. He was currently injured and just wanted to get away from this place, so how could he have anticipated such a giant palm would suddenly appear to block his path? Feeling the terrifying power fluctuations coming from this giant palm, Zilong did not dare to show the slightest neglect and madly pushed his own strength as well as the power of his territory in an attempt to resist this attack. A scene that shocked him appeared. His domain had just been activated, but it was shattered into pieces. It was as ethereal as the moon in the water, and the giant palm did not slow down at all as it slammed towards him. It was as if it was swatting a fly. Zilong was so frightened that his soul almost flew out of his body. The slightly tattered purple-red battle armor on his body once again exuded a dazzling purple-red light as a thick layer of Saint Chi appeared around his body. Kong. The giant palm slammed into Zilong's body, and in the next moment, Zilong was swept away like a rag sack. His figure flew through the void, blood spraying everywhere as dazzling sparks flew from his body. "See." Gui Zhu sucked in a cold breath. Although he had guessed the power of this giant palm to the best of his ability, in the end, he still found that he had underestimated it. That palm looked ordinary, but it was incredibly powerful. What the hell was this? If this palm was so big, then what about the real body? Before he could finish thinking about this though, Gui Zhu's wish was granted as the owner of that palm suddenly walked out from the void. Gui Zhu was stunned for a moment before staring blankly at the owner of that palm before turning to Yang Kai and asking, "Is this guy your brother? Or your son?" Yang Kai quickly discovered that the owner of this palm was a stone giant about 300 meters tall, but the face of this stone giant was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's, especially its facial features, which all shared the same charm. "Supreme Elder, please don't be so humorous," Yang Kai frowned. "What the hell is this?" Gui Zhu was about to go crazy. He didn't know what this stone giant in front of him was, but he was certain that Yang Kai definitely didn't have one a few months ago, otherwise, he wouldn't have run away at that time. With such a huge, indomitable stone giant, who could possibly face it head-on? "Embodiment," Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. "Embodiment." Gui Zhu frowned as a look of shock appeared on his face. "The legendary external incarnation? The one you used in the Medicine Valley? You actually know such a shocking secret technique?" No wonder this stone giant looked similar to Yang Kai. It turned out that it was Yang Kai's embodiment. However, was an embodiment supposed to look like this? Gui Zhu had also heard of this secret technique before. Generally speaking, a cultivator's embodiment was identical to their main body, inheriting part of their strength, personality, and thoughts, and acting according to their will. But this Yang Kai embodiment in front of him, wasn't it a bit too strange? Yang Kai. Gui Zhu's eyes suddenly flashed a fiery light as he stared at Yang Kai expectantly. "Wait until I kill this guy." Yang Kai seemed to know what he wanted to ask. "Good." Gui Zhu nodded vigorously. Yang Kai grinned as he stared coldly at Zilong, who was coughing up blood not far away, his murderous intent surging like a tide. After taking a blow from the embodiment, Zilong's purple-red battle armor had completely shattered. Although this battle armor was an origin-grade mid-rank defensive artifact, it had already been damaged after taking the joint attack of Yang Kai and Gui Zhu, so how could it survive another blow from the embodiment? The embodiment was formed after swallowing and refining the entire floating continent, so in other words, the current embodiment was the floating continent itself. That blow was a blow from the entire floating continent, one that contained the world principles of the floating continent. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, how could they compete with a floating continent that was 200,000 or 300,000 kilometers in radius? Even Xiao Xiao, who was also a member of the stone mongoose race, could not compete with this kind of strength and world principles. Zilong not dying on the spot was already a reflection of his profound strength. But now, he was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. Yang Kai did not lower his guard. Zilong was a veteran second-order origin king, and no one could guarantee that he did not have some kind of trump card up his sleeve, so with a wave of his hand, Yang Kai summoned the stone puppet and Firebird. "Kill him." Yang Kai pointed forward. The stone mongoose and Firebird received the order and immediately rushed forward. Along the way, Xiao Xiao had already transformed into his stone giant form, but compared to the embodiment, his 10-meter-tall stone giant was like a father and son. Lu Yen, on the other hand, had transformed into his Firebird form. Purple and red light lingered around his body as he used the power of thunder and fire to seal off a large area of space. The embodiment moved its huge body and walked toward Zilong step by step. However, this guy was too big, making it difficult for him to move, which was why Yang Kai did not release him at the beginning. The embodiment was strong, but not agile. That was why Yang Kai had it hide in the void and wait for an opportunity to attack. He did not expect that Zilong would pass by the embodiment while escaping. Zilong's bad luck made Yang Kai worry about him. At that time, if Zilong had escaped in a different direction, Yang Kai would have had to desperately chase after him. Although he could have done so, it would not have been as easy as now. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen rushed above Zilong's head. Xiao Xiao grasped the heaven-shaking pillar in his hand and smashed it down with a roar. At the same time, Lu Yen opened his mouth and spat out a lightning-like flame toward Zilong. A look of despair appeared in Zilong's eyes. Just as Yang Kai had observed, after being attacked one after another, Zilong was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Any random Origin King would be enough to take his life. What's more, this was the joint attack of Xiao Xiao and Firebird, as well as Yang Kai, Guizhu, and the embodiment. Chapter 1816. At this moment, Zilong knew that he could not escape no matter what. A look of unwillingness flashed across his eyes as he glared in the direction of Yang Kai with resentment. Immediately forming a series of seals with his hands, his face flushed red and his whole body began to swell up like a balloon, blue veins bulging on his face, giving him a terrifying appearance. At the same time, an extremely violent energy fluctuation burst from Zilong's body. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Guizhu's complexion changed drastically as the soles of his feet began to cramp. Although he was 10 kilometers away from Zilong at this moment, the self-destruction of a second-order Origin King was not something that could be reduced by such a small distance. Once Zilong really self-destructed, the surrounding several hundred kilometers would likely be swallowed up. Guizhu did not dare guarantee that he could remain unscathed in such a situation. He immediately knew that Zilong had really been forced into a dead end. Otherwise, how could a second-order Origin King choose such a desperate approach? Wishful thinking. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely solemn as he stretched out his hand and summoned out a light blue bead. Immediately after, he poured his Saint Qi and spiritual energy into it. In just a breath of time, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to wither while the light blue bead only glowed faintly. Go! Yang Kai flicked his finger towards the bead and an arc of lightning as thin as an ox's hair shot out from the bead towards Zilong. Cold sweat dripped down Guizhu's forehead as his eyes bulged as he stared blankly at the seemingly inconspicuous arc of lightning, his heart shaking violently. Because he felt a destructive aura from it, one that he could not even muster up the will to resist. This kind of power seemed to have surpassed the Origin King realm and seemed to dominate this world. Have you run out of tricks? Even if this king dies, don't think you'll have an easy time. Zilong smiled bitterly as he stared sarcastically at the thin arc of lightning from Yang Kai, thinking that Yang Kai was powerless. However, he only saw Yang Kai staring back at him with the same sarcastic and mocking gaze. Zilong frowned. At this moment, the thin and weak electric arc suddenly rushed in front of him and flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, Zilong felt his entire body go numb. It was as if he had been struck by divine lightning from the ninth heaven. His entire mind was frozen. Out of the corner of his eye, Yang Kai saw countless arcs of lightning slithering across his body like snakes, and under the destructive power of these arcs of lightning, his second-order Origin King physique, which he was so proud of, began to crumble, his strength rapidly melting away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. His bloated body shriveled at an extremely fast speed. This is impossible! Zilong roared unwillingly. In the next moment, the tiny heaven-shaking pillar had already smashed down. Firebird Lu Yan's thunder fire also engulfed him. After 3 breaths, the dust settled, and the place where Zilong had been standing was now empty. Not even his bones remained. Only his own space ring was left behind as it shot off into the distance. Lu Yan turned around, transformed into his human form, and chased after the space ring. Pooh. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned extremely pale. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he reached out, took out a spirit pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. Circulating his secret art, he began to heal himself. Guizhu stood to the side in a daze. He had watched the battle just now from beginning to end, and although he and Yang Kai had joined forces to injure Zilong at the beginning, he had not contributed at the last moment. In other words, he had been able to kill Zilong. Yang Kai definitely deserved 80% of the credit. Perhaps, even without his help, Yang Kai could have done this. When this thought appeared in his mind, Guizhu was taken aback. A person who had just broken through to the Origin King realm could actually kill a character like Zilong? This little brat, is he even human? Guizhu stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. What shocked Guizhu even more was the light blue bead Yang Kai had summoned at the last moment. That was definitely an incredible artifact. However, Guizhou was unable to identify the grade of this bead. While he was in a daze, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan returned together and surrounded Guizhou, glaring at him with unkind eyes. "What are you doing?" Guizhou's mouth twitched. "This old master is High Heaven Sect's supreme elder and is on the same side as your master. Don't look at this old master like that. It's as if this old master wants to harm him." He knew that the reason Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan were wary of him was entirely because Yang Kai was currently healing here, so he didn't intend to make a fuss about it. However, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan remained unmoved and still stood in place, seemingly prepared to kill Guizhou if he made the slightest move. "Don't be rude." A buzzing sound suddenly reverberated in the air, almost deafening. "The two of you, step back for now." Lu Yan heard this voice and retreated without hesitation while Xiao Xiao scratched his head, seemingly still at a loss. Seeing him like this, Lu Yan reached out and pulled him over to his side before tapping his head lightly. Xiao Xiao lowered his head aggrievedly. Guizhou's jaw dropped as he looked up at the mountain-like embodiment that was walking towards him step by step, each step causing the void to tremble. Guizhou couldn't help asking in surprise, "Just now, were you the one who spoke?" After saying so, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Guizhou asked in shock, "You can speak. Why can't I speak?" The embodiment chuckled, his voice as loud as thunder as a smile appeared on his face that was very similar to Yang Kai's. "Supreme Elder, do you think this body is dead?" "You call me Supreme Elder?" Guizhou frowned. "So, you are Yang Kai." "You can say so. I can represent the main body." The embodiment gently nodded before frowning again. "This body is too big. It's inconvenient to move around." "It's a bit big." Guizhou wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he understood that this embodiment was Yang Kai, seeing such a big guy walking towards him step by step with such a colorful expression on his face still put a lot of pressure on Guizhou. "My main body just consumed too much energy and should be able to wake up in a while." Supreme Elder doesn't need to worry. The embodiment seemed to realize that his voice was a bit loud and deliberately lowered it. "What's there to worry about?" Guizhou shouted in his heart. He could naturally see the situation of Yang Kai's main body at a glance, but in today's battle he had seen too many shocking things, so for a while, he had some difficulty digesting and thinking. "Boy, didn't your main body just break through to the Origin King realm? How did you suddenly reach the peak of the First Order? I think if your main body had another opportunity, it could even try to break through to the Second Order," Guizhou said indignantly. Guizhou asked indignantly. He had stayed on the floating continent for 2,000 years before breaking through to the Origin King realm by chance. After that, he had not made any progress for 500 years until he left the floating continent and regained his physical and mental freedom. Yang Kai had actually reached the peak of the First Order in just a few months. Guizhou couldn't help but sigh in his heart about the unfairness of the heavens. "My main body's situation has something to do with me." The embodiment finally moved in front of Guizhou, sat down cross-legged, and looked down at him, stretching out a thick finger and pointing to itself. "It's because of my birth. That's why my main body was able to break through after breaking through." Guizhou's brow furrowed deeply as he muttered, "How profound. Let's put it this way, my main body and I are bound together, and my strength can be fed back to my main body. This old master understands." Guizhou rubbed his sore neck. "However, your embodiment is a bit strange. How do you cultivate it?" This was what interested Guizhou. External incarnations were things that only existed in legends, and he also wanted to cultivate one. If he could cultivate one in the future, his strength would definitely soar. "If Supreme Elder wants to cultivate it, I can teach you." "How could I accept that?" Guizhou was overjoyed. Rubbing his hands, Guizhou said so, but there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. The embodiment chuckled and said, "Do you remember when you let my main body enter the space array on the floating continent to investigate?" Guizhou suddenly looked embarrassed. "It's all in the past, why bring that up?" At that time, his attitude towards Yang Kai was not very friendly. "At that time, my main body did not enter the space array. Instead, I used a wisp of my soul to enter." The embodiment looked at Guizhou with a smile. Guizhou said thoughtfully, You mean, yes, that wisp of soul is the current me. The embodiment nodded lightly. If you want to cultivate an embodiment, you must first cultivate a soul clone. When your soul clone is strong enough, you can find a suitable body and enter it to become the embodiment. So simple? Guizhu was surprised. It's that simple, the embodiment smiled slightly. However, although it is simple, it may not be effective. What do you mean? Guizhu asked humbly. Not to mention that it is extremely difficult to find a suitable body. Even if one does find one, it may not be possible to successfully integrate the soul clone with the body. After all, this is somewhat similar to seizing another's body. Even if it succeeds, the embodiment will not be too strong, and for an existence like Supreme Elder, it probably won't be of much use. But yours? Guizhu was confused. Although he could not figure out the details of Yang Kai's embodiment, judging from the palm strike it had used to attack Z long before, this embodiment's combat power was definitely not weaker than a second-order origin king, possibly even higher. Mine is an exception. There are simply too many coincidences. The embodiment did not explain much. The embodiment was originally just the second golden stone mongoose and had not swallowed many ores, so it did not have much combat power. Yang Kai had also kept it hidden, but this time, after swallowing and refining the entire floating continent, its strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This kind of thing could not happen a second time. So, does Supreme Elder still want to study it? The embodiment asked. Guizhu hesitated. Cultivating an embodiment was bound to consume a lot of time and energy. After all, this secret technique was quite powerful, and the more powerful a secret technique was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. For this, was it really worth delaying his pursuit of the martial Tao? Forget it, I won't study it for the time being. If this old master wants to learn it in the future, he will come to you, Guizhu said after thinking for a while. He decided to wait until he broke through to the third-order origin king realm before studying his embodiment. All right, the embodiment nodded. My main body is about to wake up, you can chat. Chapter 1817. Yang Kai woke up and put away Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen before glancing at the embodiment and accepting the information it was transmitting back to him, immediately understanding what the embodiment and Guizhu had been talking about just now. Nodding gently, Yang Kai formed a series of seals with his hands and sent out his huge divine sense to wrap up the embodiment. The next moment, the embodiment disappeared. Guizhu's jaw dropped again as he pointed at Yang Kai with trembling fingers. How big is your space ring? It can even store your embodiment. He felt this was too incredible. The embodiment was a 300-meter-tall stone giant, yet it had disappeared into thin air. If it wasn't taken into Yang Kai's space ring, then what was it? Yang Kai smiled lightly. I didn't take it into my space ring, I sent it to another place. The place the embodiment went to was naturally the sealed world bead, and a space ring could not accommodate such an existence. Guizhu patted his head and said with a bitter expression, this old master is a master, and there are not many things in this world that can move this old master, but with you, little brat. Tsk, this old master's heart can't help but be stimulated from time to time. Everything he had seen and heard during this period of time had exceeded his understanding. Yang Kai laughed. You'll get used to being stimulated. This battle had indeed been very exciting, especially when Zilong had tried to self-destruct at the last moment. If not for the Emperor artifact in Yang Kai's hand, the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he would have likely fled with Guizhu. Who could stop the self-detonation of a second-order origin king? Only a single blow from the Annihilation Thunder Bead could completely destroy it. However, that blow had also directly drained Yang Kai of his strength. Although the effect was not bad, it was still too painful to use. Recalling the feeling of having no strength left in his body, the feeling of weakness, Kai Yang felt some lingering fear. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's see what we gain this time. Yang Kai changed the subject and stretched out his hand. 4 space rings appeared on his palm. These 4 space rings were all extremely high-end rings, and naturally belonged to the 4 people Yang Kai and Guizhu had killed. Guizu's eyes also lit up when he saw this. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. He liked this kind of killing and robbing the most. Although he didn't do it many times, he gained a lot every time. What's more, of the 4 rings, 3 belonged to Origin Kings, and although the last belonged to an Origin returning Realm Master, Zidong was the young master of Purple Star, so how could his ring not be rich? Yang Kai casually picked up a ring and scanned it with his divine sense. His face suddenly sank and he cursed, "Which bastard's ring is this? Why is there not a single good thing in it? So poor?" What? Guizu was stunned for a moment before taking the ring from Yang Kai's hand and sweeping it with his divine sense. He also scolded, "Damn it, you're so poor and you still have the nerve to come out and mingle?" Yang Kai didn't know who this ring belonged to, but there were only a few tens of thousands of Saint crystals inside it, as well as some miscellaneous things that didn't seem to have much value at first glance. "It's Su Wei's aura. It looks like it belongs to that old dog." Guizu curled his lips disdainfully. "He really deserves to die." How could they know? All the good things in Su Wei's ring had been divided up by Zilong and Zidong, so it would be strange if there was anything that could catch their eye. "Oh, this one's pretty good." Yang Kai checked another ring and was overjoyed. Obviously, it was rich in resources, so he tossed it to Guizu and said, "Supreme Elder, take a look. If there's anything you need, take it yourself and give the rest to me." Sect Master is too generous, then this old master will accept. Guizu had always been alone. It was difficult to find any good cultivation materials, but now that there were so many good things in front of him, he couldn't help grabbing the ring and rummaging through its contents, grinning as he muttered, "TSK, it turns out to be eternally gold star sand. This is good stuff. If used in artifact refining, it can definitely be used to refine Origin King grade artifacts. It is said that this thing can only be found in Galaxy Ridge. It seems this is Kong Fa's ring. Is so many herbs, that old dog's harvest in the severed world was not small. Don't touch these herbs. When we return to High Heaven Sect, I'll have someone refine them into pills for you," Yang Kai said casually. "This old master knows," Guizu grinned. A moment later, Yang Kai tossed over another ring, and Guizu once again plundered it before returning the rest to Yang Kai. "There's only one left, and it looks like it's Zilong's ring. I'm really looking forward to it. The Purple Star Sect's master should have many good things on him, right?" Guizu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing a green light. Yang Kai took a look and said with a strange expression, "There are indeed many good things, but there's also this." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a round bowl-like artifact. This round bowl looked simple and unadorned, but it gave off an aura that made one's soul feel comfortable. "Isn't this the thing Zilong summoned just now?" Guizu's eyes widened as he looked at it. "Good, it's actually refined from soul-nourishing wood. No wonder it can collect the souls of the dead. Purple Star really can't be underestimated." Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully and said lightly, "After all, it's one of the top forces in Star territory. If it didn't have some skill, it would have been destroyed long ago." Saying so, his eyes flashed and he poured a stream of pure spiritual energy into the soul-sustaining bowl as he shouted, "Come out!" The next moment, a miserable howl sounded from the soul-sustaining bowl and an illusory figure appeared inside it. It was Zidong. Enduring the pain in his soul, he looked around blankly, but when he saw Yang Kai and Guizu grinning at him, his expression changed drastically. "Why is it you? If it's not us, who else could it be?" Guizu snorted, causing Zidong's soul avatar to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. "Where's my father? Where's my father?" Zidong shouted in a panic. He had been hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl and thought that the next time he came out, his father would be rebuilding his body, but how could he have imagined he would see these two disgusting faces as soon as he came out? Zidong was so shocked that only one of his 3 souls was left, his heart turning cold. "Since we're safe and sound, what do you think happened to Zilong?" Yang Kai sneered. Zidong's complexion changed as he cried out in horror, "Impossible! That's impossible! My father is the sect master of Purple Star, a second-order Origin King. There are only a few people in this world who can kill him, so it's absolutely impossible for the two of you to accomplish such a thing. As he spoke, his confidence seemed to be built up as he pointed at Yang Kai and shouted angrily, "Don't even think about lying to me." Yang Kai sneered, "Why would I lie to you? There's no benefit to it. Forget it, I don't want to waste time with you. Supreme Elder, your ghost banner should need nourishment from souls, right? I'll leave this boy to you." "Jie, no problem." Gui Zhu grinned strangely as he took out his 10,000 soul banner. He's a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. After refining him, this old master's 10,000 soul banner will be of great help. As he spoke, countless distorted faces appeared on the 10,000 soul banner, all of them roaring ferociously, as if they had smelled a delicious meal, all of them baring their fangs and claws at Zidong. Zidong was so frightened that his soul almost left his body as he hid behind the soul-sustaining bowl and shouted, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I am Purple Star's young master. If you have something to say, we can discuss it. Whatever benefits you want, I can give you." "Boy, you're really stupid. What benefits can you give this old master now? Obediently enter this old master's 10,000 soul banner." Guizhu coldly snorted, unmoved. "Star Emperor token." At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Taking out a token from Zilong's space ring, he examined it carefully before laughing. "It really is a Star Emperor token." Guizhu looked at him in amazement. "Why are you so excited? Didn't this old master remember giving you a Star Emperor token back then? This one seems to have been unsealed long ago and is of no use to you." The joy on Yang Kai's face did not diminish as he glanced over at Guizhu and said, "Supreme Elder may not know, but it is said that this Star Emperor token hides a great secret. If all 9 can be collected, this secret can be unraveled." "A great secret?" Guizhu looked uninterested. "Can it allow this old master to reach the peak of the martial Tao?" Perhaps. A weak voice came. Yang Kai and Guizhu stared at Zidong together. It was he who had just spoken. "What do you know?" Yang Kai looked at him seriously. This guy was Purple Star's young master, so perhaps he really did know some secrets about the Star Emperor token. Zidong calmed his mind and looked towards Guizhu pleadingly. "Senior, can you put this artifact away first? I'm scared." "Useless thing," Guizhu coldly snorted before reaching out and putting away the 10,000 soul banner. Zidong fell back into the soul-sustaining bowl, wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, gasped for breath, and asked cautiously, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" "Supreme Elder, swallow him." Yang Kai shouted. "Of course." Guizhu summoned the 10,000 soul banner again. No. I'll speak, please don't do anything." Zidong was on the verge of tears. "Bastard." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Hurry up and speak." Guizhu also threatened from the side, urging the 10,000 soul banner's aura from time to time to put pressure on Zidong. Zidong was on the verge of tears as he sobbed, In fact, I don't know much, but I once heard my father and the other elders talking about the Star Emperor token. They said that if you collect all 9 pieces, you can see the secrets of the great emperors." "The secrets of the great emperors." Yang Kai and Guizhu both trembled. "Is that true?" Yang Kai stared at Zidong intently. "That's what I heard, and it is said that the great emperors themselves said this back then. You probably don't know this, but my Purple Star's ancestors had some interactions with the great emperors tens of thousands of years ago. That's all I know. Please don't hurt me, I don't want to die." Chapter 1818. With Guizhu's 10,000 soul banner waiting for him, Zidong didn't dare to conceal anything and immediately revealed everything he knew. Collecting all 9 Star Emperor tokens would allow one to peer into the secrets of the great emperors. Although this sounded mysterious, it held great appeal to every cultivator who pursued the martial Tao. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. Yang Inflammation had indeed told him that collecting all 9 Star Emperor tokens would trigger some kind of secret, but as for what that secret was, Yang Inflammation had not explained. This secret had made Yang Kai's heart itch. Yang Inflammation must have her reasons for not saying anything, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't try to get to the bottom of this matter. However, now that he had 6 Star Emperor tokens in his hand, he wasn't far from collecting all 9. This might be the biggest secret in Star territory, so Yang Kai couldn't help being tempted. Even Gazoo fell silent after hearing this, his expression dignified. That's all I know. Can the two of you let me go first? Zidong asked nervously as he observed their expressions. Let you go? Yang Kai coldly snorted. You're now a soul, your physical body has long since been destroyed. The only reason you haven't dissipated is because of this bowl artifact. If I let you go, where will you go? Zidong was dumbfounded when he heard this. He had just been thinking about escaping from these two hateful people, but he hadn't considered that in his current state, it was impossible for him to act alone. The soul-sustaining bowl was refined from soul-nourishing wood and had the effect of nourishing one's soul, so it couldn't withstand too much damage. If he really had to use the soul-sustaining bowl to travel through Star territory, in less than half a day he would be swallowed up by the Star territory's violent storms. Considering all this, Zidong's entire soul body withered and his eyes dimmed as he muttered, It's over, it's really over. Yang Kai signaled to Guizhu, who chuckled and said, Since that's the case, this old master will find you a good place to go. Saying so, he began urging his 10,000 soul banner. A suction force suddenly came from the banner. It wanted to absorb Zidonglai's soul. Don't! Zidong was shocked and quickly shouted, Don't swallow me! Although staying in the soul-sustaining bowl wasn't a good thing, it was definitely better than being devoured by the myriad soul banner. The souls on the banner had lost their minds and only knew how to kill. How could Zidong be willing to become such a thing? Don't swallow me. Please don't devour me. Zidong struggled with all his might. However, he still could not resist the suction force from the myriad soul banner. Little brat, don't resist, what's there to resist? Guizhu snorted. No, I don't want to go in there. Zidong shouted. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he turned to Yang Kai and said, Friend, if you are willing to let me go, I can give you Purple Star's Star Emperor token. Wait. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and motioned to Guizhu. Guizhu stretched out his hand and the 10,000 soul banner immediately quieted down. Yang Kai stared at Zidong and quickly asked, What did you just say? Zidong glanced over at Guizhu with lingering fear before saying, I said I can give you Purple Star's Star Emperor token. My Purple Star also has a Star Emperor token. Isn't this one? Yang Kai raised the Star Emperor token in his hand. Does your Purple Star have two? No, Zidong hurriedly shook his head. Zidong quickly shook his head. This Star Emperor token does not belong to my Purple Star. It originally belonged to Su Wei, but I found it in the Severed World and gave it to my father. Su Wei also had this thing? Yang Kai was shocked. I heard him say he obtained it during his early years. Zidong explained weakly. So, your Purple Star really has a Star Emperor token? Yang Kai's face filled with joy. I can guarantee with my life that my words are true. Zidong quickly swore, fearing that Yang Kai would become impatient and kill him. You're already dead, what life do you have? Guizhu looked at him mockingly. Zidong wailed, I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. And I believe you. Yang Kai nodded. Sect Master, you don't really want to collect all 9 Star Emperor tokens, do you? No one has been able to do this for tens of thousands of years. How many do you have now? Guizhu looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. If I said I had 6, would you believe me? Yang Kai looked at Guizhu seriously and as he spoke, he stretched out his hand and placed the 6 Star Emperor tokens neatly in front of Guizhu. Guizhu sucked in a breath of cold air as his heart shook violently. 6 of them are in my hands. Purple Star has 1, and as far as I know, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce has 1. If we can obtain these 2, there will only be 1 left. Yang Kai licked his slightly hot lips. The last one is in Sword Union, Zidong whispered. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. Zidong shrank his neck. I'm not lying to you. Although only a few people in the upper echelons of the 3 great forces know about this, I heard it from my father. This information is absolutely reliable. Yang Kai and Guizhu looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Of the 9 Star Emperor tokens scattered across Star's territory, 6 were in their hands, and the whereabouts of the remaining 3 were now known. It really was possible to collect all of them. Boy, you're quite useful. Yang Kai glanced at Zidong, the look of approval in his eyes encouraging Zidong as he quickly said, "Don't swallow me into that thing. I can take you to Purple Star and retrieve that Star Emperor token." Take you to Purple Star so you can call for revenge? Yang Kai sneered. How could that be? I can only stay in this soul-sustaining bowl right now. How can I call for help? Zidong cried out in grievance. I just want to live. Yang Kai nodded gently. Tell me, where is your Purple Star Emperor token? How can we retrieve it? Zidong calmed himself down and said, It doesn't matter if I tell you, because it's impossible for the 2 of you to obtain it. You need my guidance. My Purple Star Emperor token is stored in a secret room, and the key to that secret room is in my father's space ring. Only I know how to open it. Speaking of this, Zidong suddenly seemed to realize something and panicked. Don't force me, even if I tell you how to open it, you still need me to lead the way to that secret room. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I promise I won't hurt you. Yang Kai smiled warmly. If this matter is successful, it's not impossible for me to let you go. Don't lie to me, Zidong said dejectedly. Zidong hung his head dejectedly. You killed my father, how could you possibly let me go? I only beg you not to let my soul scatter. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before chuckling. Little brat, you've become smarter. Since you've made things clear, I can give you a guarantee. I may not let you go, but as long as you cooperate obediently, I will never kill you. Do I have the right to refuse? Zidong smiled bitterly. I like to cooperate with smart people. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction before rummaging through Zilong's space ring and finding a golden key, taking it out and asking, Is this the key to open the secret room? When you really reach Purple Star's home star, call me out and I'll tell you how to get in. I'm tired, so I need to rest for a while. Saying so, Zidong's figure gradually faded, apparently hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl. Yang Kai put away the key and the soul-sustaining bowl and began to think. Sect Master, this matter really has a lot of potential. Guizhu suddenly became interested. Guizhu suddenly became interested in this matter. The reason why he didn't care before was mainly because collecting all the Star Emperor tokens was too difficult, but now that he saw hope, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. With this little brat's help, obtaining Purple Star Emperor tokens won't be difficult. As for Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's token, with your relationship with that little girl, it won't be difficult for her to take it out. That little girl is the future successor of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, but Sword Union's token. I've met Gu Jian Xen once, maybe we can start with him. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, Star Emperor tokens are precious, but everything has a price. As long as I can offer a price, Sword Union may be willing to sell them. Then shall we go to Purple Star now? Guizhu asked impatiently. He also wanted to know what would happen after collecting all 9 Star Emperor tokens. There's no rush. This matter can't be rushed. I need to return to my homeland first, then return to the sect. After everything is settled, it won't be too late to deal with this matter. All right, I'll listen to you. In any case, this old master has been homeless, so I'll follow you from now on, Guizhu grinned. In Zilong's space ring, in addition to the Star Emperor token and the golden key, there were many precious treasures he had found in the severed world, as well as his own huge reserves. The space ring of Purple Star's sect master was simply a treasure trove. Especially the shattering void shuttle. Although it had some flaws in its refinement, it was a good choice for traveling. Yang Kai spent a few days refining it slightly before entering it with Guizhu. After determining the direction, he rushed towards Tongxian Realm. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to return to Tongxian Realm was very simple. He wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array in his homeland and connect it to Shadowed Star. This way, it would be very easy for him to return to his homeland in the future. He only needed to go through a few ultra-long distance cross-cultivation star territory transmissions to reach his homeland. Only he could do such a thing. The chaotic abyss was not far from Tongxian realm. In the past, Yang Kai had only needed to fly for a year and a half to reach the chaotic abyss with his Saint Realm cultivation. Now that he was using the Shattering Void Shuttle, it only took him 2 months to arrive on Tongxian realm. This is your homeland? After Gui Zhu arrived on Tongxian realm, his brow furrowed. Isn't the world energy here too thin? How did you manage to cultivate in such a place? He could never have imagined that the homeland of such a monstrous genius like Yang Kai was actually such a small continent. He had originally thought that Kai Yang's homeland would be a place full of world energy, filled with birds and fragrant flowers. Chapter 1819. Originally, the world energy in this place was even thinner. Yang Kai smiled faintly as he carefully sensed the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Gui Zhu asked, seeing his strange expression. It shouldn't be. Yang Kai showed a hint of suspicion on his face. The world energy of this continent shouldn't be so thin now. After so long, it should have become much richer. The reason why Tongxian realm's world energy was thin in the past was because of the great demon god seal, which isolated this cultivation star from its territory, preventing it from receiving the infusion of world energy from outside. The second reason was because this cultivation star's star source was declining. However, after little senior sister refined the star source and became the star master of Tongxian realm, she should have caused some changes here. The stronger little senior sister became, the more Tongxian realm would receive. After such a long time, it was impossible for Tongxian realm's world energy to be so thin. This place isn't some spirit mountain or great river, it might be that the world energy here is lacking. Gui Zhu glanced at the surrounding terrain and said casually. Yang Kai gently nodded, agreeing with his point of view. Let's go back to my former sect. Yang Kai called out, identified the direction, and rushed towards Nine Heavens Holy Land with Gui Zhu. He decided to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array in Nine Heavens Holy Land. There was a natural spirit array where the 9 peaks converged. It was one of the few places in Tongxian realm with world energy. With his current means, he only needed to arrange a barrier nearby to conceal the existence of the space array. He believed that with the level of the cultivator in Tongxian realm, even if he gave them 10,000 years, they wouldn't be able to break it. 3 to 5 days passed in a flash. Yang Kai and Gui Zhu, who were flying, both frowned slightly, looking down from time to time. Elder, did you find anything wrong? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The world energy of your homeland is leaking very seriously, like a punctured balloon, leaking air everywhere. You felt it too. Yang Kai's face darkened. When he noticed that Tongxian realm's world energy was thin before, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. However, the place where he landed at that time was not a place where the world energy was abundant, so Yang Kai did not care. However, after flying for 3 to 5 days, there was no place with abundant spirit chi at all. No matter if it was a towering mountain, even the flowing rivers seemed lifeless. This discovery caused his heart to sink. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation to occur. The first possibility was that something had happened to Tongxian realm itself, and the second possibility was that Star Master Xia Ningchang had met with an accident. No matter which possibility it was extremely disadvantageous for the little senior sister. Yang Kai suddenly regretted coming here and couldn't wait to return to Shadowed Star. Let's go and see if our little senior sister is all right. However, on second thought, his little senior sister was extremely safe in High Heaven Sect, so there shouldn't be any problems. So, did something happen to this continent? But what could make the entire continent seem so lifeless? The world energy that was not rich in the first place was getting thinner and thinner. What the hell are those guys doing down there? Gui Zhu suddenly discovered something and pointed down. Kai Yang immediately came to a halt. Looking down from a high altitude, there was a huge valley below, and in that valley, there was a bright 6-pointed star-shaped spirit array in operation. Around this embodiment, there were countless cultivators. Each of them was making hand seals, struggling to maintain the operation of the spirit array. From time to time, a cultivator could not hold on and fell down, but someone else would immediately take his place. Around the spirit array, there were some cultivator in black clothes who looked on coldly and indifferently, occasionally shouting and even beating people up. Each of these black-clothed people had a surging aura, but they did not participate in maintaining the operation of the spirit array. Instead, they seemed to be supervising it. Origin returning realm? Yang Kai raised his brow and said in amazement, "How is that possible? How could there be origin returning realm masters here?" Since ancient times, the most powerful cultivator born in Tong Xian realm was the great demon god, but even the great demon god had only touched upon the mysteries of the Saint King realm. After him, the peak cultivator in Tong Xian realm was the Saint realm. The little senior sister refined the source of the stars and coincidentally broke through to the origin returning realm. But now, Yang Kai actually noticed the auras of two origin returning realm cultivator in this valley. Although they were only first-order cultivators, there was no doubt that they were origin returning realm masters. There were no origin returning realm masters in your homeland before? Guizhu asked. In the past, the strongest was only a third-order saint. If that's the case, then they are outsiders. Guizhu pointed down and said, "And look at the spirit array down there, it seems to be swallowing the surrounding world energy. They seem to be using this spirit array to refine something." Outsiders? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a murderous light, courting death. At this moment he suddenly understood. The reason why Tong Xian realm had been safe and sound in the past and had not been invaded by the masters of star territory was entirely because of the barrier arranged by the great demon god. The great demon god was a genius and had arranged a barrier based on the foundation of Tong Xian realm, allowing the entire cultivation star to escape from star territory. However, his barrier was eventually broken by Yang Kai, allowing Tong Xian realm to reintegrate into star territory. Several dozen years later, some masters from star territory finally discovered the existence of Tong Xian realm and invaded it. Yang Kai had left Tong Xian realm in the past to find Su Yan and to pursue a higher martial Dao, lest his homeland was invaded and he was powerless to resist. The invasion of the bone race in the past was the best example. If it were not for the great demon god's all-seeing eyes, this continent would have been enslaved long ago. And now, this kind of thing was happening again. The spirit array arranged by the people below was extracting the world energy of Tong Xian realm, which was equivalent to killing Xia Ningchang's cultivation path. Yang Kai suddenly burned with anger and his body fell down like a meteor, wrapped in endless cold qi. At least 1,000 people had gathered in the valley below. More than 90% of the cultivators' faces were filled with resentment and unwillingness. But under the threat of death, they had no choice but to participate in maintaining the operation of the spirit array. They were suffering unspeakably, but they did not dare to resist because those who resisted were all killed by the men in black. The origins of these people were unknown, but each one of them had amazing strength, not something the cultivator of Tong Xian realm could resist. There were less than 10 people in black, all of them standing with their hands behind their backs. Only a young man was sitting on an armchair. Next to him were two beautiful girls serving him attentively. It was unknown where these two girls came from, but when they served him, their faces were filled with fear and trepidation, as if they were afraid of being punished if they made a mistake. The young man was holding a simple teapot in his hand, his eyes half squinted, looking leisurely, but from time to time, rays of light would burst out from his eyes. Among the 1,000 enslaved people, they were constantly circulating. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stretched out his finger, pointing in a direction, "Bring that woman here." As soon as he said this, the two girls standing beside him trembled, revealing a look of panic. Looking at each other, their beautiful eyes were filled with worry. The young man observed their expressions and glanced sideways at the two maids, coldly snorting, "It seems that you know something." The two girls were shocked and knelt on the ground. Their delicate bodies trembled, not daring to say a word. That woman deliberately wore loose clothes and smeared dust on her face. Is she trying to hide her figure and appearance? But, Does she think that she can escape from this young master's eyes? This young master has seen countless women, so he can tell whether they are the best at a glance. Looking at you, that woman must have an extraordinary status in your shrouded heaven mansion. Otherwise, what are you worried about? The young man spoke with assurance, causing cold sweat to drip down the two girls' foreheads. One of the girls mustered up her courage and said, "Young master, that woman is ugly and unbearable to look at." "Young master, don't worry about her. Can't you let this servant serve you well?" While speaking, she squeezed out a charming smile. Because of fear, her smile was slightly stiff, but it made her look even more pitiful. A lewd smile appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. He stretched out his hand and hooked the girl's chin. The girl didn't dare to move. Pa. The young man slapped her, sending her flying far away with a miserable cry. "Does this young master need you to tell me what to do?" The young man snorted coldly with a displeased look on his face. Then, he looked at the other girl kneeling in front of him with a smile and said indifferently, "You will be dead before you can do anything." The second girl's delicate body trembled, and the power she had secretly gathered suddenly collapsed. She didn't dare to make any rash moves. She understood that the difference in strength between them and this young man was too big. Otherwise, the entire shrouded heaven mansion wouldn't have been exterminated and enslaved without any resistance. A look of despair appeared in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, the woman who was maintaining the operation of the array was brought to the young man by a black-clothed man. The woman wore loose clothes and her face was a mess. It was impossible to tell whether she was beautiful or had a good figure. However, her eyes were extremely bright and lively, as if they could speak. They were eye-catching. "Let me go, you bastards!" The woman struggled endlessly. But how could she break free from the Saint King realm shackles of the black-clothed man with her transcendent realm cultivation? The young man looked at the woman with a smile, carefully staring at her face and moving his gaze over her body. His invasive gaze made the woman feel uncomfortable. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and glare at him. "Good, very good." The young man laughed. "Finally, I found someone who could catch this young master's eye. Do you want to know why this young master has his eyes on you?" The woman didn't say anything, but the anger in her beautiful eyes was almost tangible. The young man didn't care and said indifferently, "Because your companions were stupid and betrayed you. Their cultivation is obviously higher than yours, but they were very respectful to you. If I'm not wrong, your position in the shrouded heaven mansion shouldn't be low, right? Or perhaps the daughter of your mansion master." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. It immediately made the group of experts from the shrouded heaven mansion feel ashamed and angry. They never thought that it was because of their attitude towards the young lady that caused her to be targeted by this bastard. If they had known this, how could they not be more careful? Chapter 1820. Now, it was useless to regret. Many disciples loyal to shrouded heaven mansions stood up from the array and glared at the young man. "Who allowed you to stand up? Get back to your work." The young man snorted coldly as a surging pressure spread out from his body. In the next moment, all the cultivator who stood up fell back down with a groan. None of these cultivator were at the Saint realm. How could they resist the pressure of a young Saint King realm cultivator? The young man snorted coldly and refocused his attention on the woman in front of him. "It's your honor that this young master has taken a fancy to you. Tonight, you will serve this young master. Don't give me that look. Do you believe that I won't tear your clothes off right now?" The woman's tender body trembled as her eyes were filled with horror. If she was really humiliated by this young man in front of thousands of people from her sect, then she didn't need to live anymore. Thinking of this, the woman was filled with grief and indignation. She couldn't help but think of killing herself immediately. She would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. "If you dare to commit suicide, I will kill all the thousands of people from shrouded heaven mansion. The world energy in this damned place is thin, but the number of cultivator is not small. Do you think that without your shrouded heaven mansion, this young master won't have anyone to maintain the array?" The young man looked at the woman coldly. "Bastard! The woman gritted her teeth and cursed. She really didn't dare to act rashly when the other party threatened her. Ha! The young man laughed hysterically. Keep cursing. This young master likes to see you women angry. The angrier you are, the happier this young master will be. You demon, someone will come to deal with you one day. You dregs? I'm afraid you will never have the ability. The woman said coldly, we don't have the ability, but someone can. At this moment, she seemed to have thought of someone. A trace of pride appeared on her timid and angry face. Is that so? The young man looked at the woman with interest. Tell me, who can deal with this young master in this damned place? This young master is looking forward to it. He had already explored Tongxian realm a long time ago. The world energy here was thin, and the level of cultivator was generally low. Otherwise, they would not have been so presumptuous in this world. One must know that what they were doing now was extracting the spirit chi of the entire cultivation star. It was a perverse act. Once they were discovered, the entire territory of the star realm could possibly surround and intercept them. Holy Master of Nine Heavens, Holy Land. The woman gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes became much brighter at this moment. One day, he will come back and make you pay for everything. Nine Heavens, Holy Land. The young man frowned and asked a man in black beside him, is there such a sect here? The black-robed man pondered for a moment before replying, there seems to be, but the entire sect was emptied out many years ago. I don't know where they went, but the people here said that they went to the star territory. The young man nodded lightly, heading to star territory. It seems that Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master has some means to leave this place. But, so what? Did he think that it was so easy to survive in the star territory? Maybe they have already disappeared in some unknown place in the star territory. The Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land is amazing. He unified the three races of human, monster, and demon. How can someone like you guess? The woman looked at the young man contemptuously. You seem to worship that Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land a lot? The young man tilted his head and looked at the woman, smiling lightly. Then I'd like to see if that Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land will come to save you when you are humiliated. Saying so, the young man suddenly waved his hand. A burst of energy shot towards the woman, instantly tearing apart her loose robe. The woman screamed in horror and retreated. The young man's eyes flashed with an evil light. Staring ahead, although there were other clothes under the robe, the woman's beautiful figure could not be hidden. Her proud twin peaks were like towering mountains, almost tearing her clothes apart. The young man licked his lips and said, not bad, you really are the best. It seems that this young master's eyes were not wrong. What do you want to do? The woman showed a look of panic and stared at the other party vigilantly. The young man sneered, since you worship that Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land so much, this young master will naturally give you a chance, and also give him a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. A black-clothed man next to him laughed, a frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it is the size of a well. This little girl probably doesn't know how strong young master is and only thinks that the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land is the strongest in the world. How could she know that such a person isn't even qualified to carry young master's shoes? That's right. Immediately, someone echoed. The young man smiled, a look of enjoyment on his face. At this moment, the young man frowned and looked up at the sky. In the next moment, he stood up from his chair and stared up. In the sky above, a meteor-like ray of light fell with the speed of an arrow leaving the bowstring. In an instant, it smashed into the hexagram array. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the earth trembled violently and the six-pointed star array was instantly annihilated. All the cultivator maintaining the array was pushed back by a strong force. For a moment, everyone was thrown off their feet and the scene was chaotic. Young master, be careful. Among the black-clothed men, the faces of the two origin-returning realm masters changed. They came to the front of the young man and looked ahead vigilantly. They spread out their divine senses, seemingly trying to find out the strength of this person. But what shocked them was that their divine senses didn't get any feedback at all. It was as if there was no one there at all. This discovery made the hearts of the two origin-returning realm masters sink. They had a bad feeling. Who is it? The young man roared angrily. They had spent a lot of effort to arrange this six-pointed star array. Just as they were about to succeed in refining it, they didn't expect that it would be destroyed at the critical moment. The young man was instantly furious. Heh. From the center of the array, a strange laugh came, causing the young man to shiver. He said with a sullen face, "Sneaky friend, since you are here, why don't you tell me your name? Don't you already know? Why are you still asking?" "What do I know?" The young man frowned. "Just now, you said that you would give me a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. I have already grasped this opportunity. A hero to save the beauty?" The young man was taken aback. His jaw dropped as a strange expression appeared on his face. "Are you trying to say that you are the master of Nine Heavens' holy land?" Huh. This time, even the captured woman was dumbfounded. Her pair of beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the center of the array. The dust gradually settled, revealing a figure standing there quietly. A mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he looked around. The woman's heart shook as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. It's really him." The woman had never met Yang Kai before. However, when the masters of the three clans joined forces to resist the resurgence of the Bone race, Nine Heavens' holy land became famous throughout the world. As the master of Nine Heavens' holy land, Yang Kai naturally became famous as well. Yang Kai was young and promising. According to rumors, he was handsome and dashing. Many unmarried girls regarded Yang Kai as the man of their dreams. They would always have a portrait of Yang Kai in their boudoirs. It could be said that Yang Kai's portrait was everywhere in Tongxian realm. The woman was the daughter of Shrouded Heaven Mansion's mansion master. In Shrouded Heaven Mansion, there were many female disciples who worshipped Yang Kai. Naturally, she had also seen Yang Kai's portrait. Now that the real person appeared in front of her and was almost identical to the portrait, she recognized him at once. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. This spirit array is a bit overbearing. Yang Kai's divine sense swept across the six-pointed star array. He furrowed his brow and a cold look appeared on his face. "Elder, what do you think?" He seemed to be talking to the void, but in the next moment, a figure shrouded in black chi appeared beside him. This figure appeared without any warning and gave the young man a fright. He immediately looked at Guizhou in surprise. The two origin-returning realm masters who had been guarding the young man trembled as their faces turned pale. It's not just overbearing, it's even more sinister than the secret art this old master cultivates. These people want to extract the world energy of your homeland to refine this thing. Guizhou stretched out his hand and took a hexagonal crystal from the center of the array. The world energy contained in it is very abundant. If you cultivate with it, it will definitely benefit you a lot. TSK, it can be directly absorbed without any need for conversion. It's a good thing, Guizhou said as he threw the hexagonal crystal to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and frowned as he sensed it. He nodded and said, "It can indeed be directly absorbed." He silently sensed the energy stored in this crystal. He felt that as long as there were 10 of these crystals, it would be enough for a Saint King realm cultivator to advance by a minor realm. This result made Yang Kai feel a little incredulous. Which cultivator didn't have to overcome obstacles to cultivate? Every step was difficult, but this hexagonal crystal undoubtedly showed the cultivator a shortcut. As long as there were enough of these crystals, a cultivator's strength could rapidly increase. Of course, the premise was that their comprehension of the martial Tao could keep up. "Presumptuous, how dare you destroy my spirit-devouring array and steal my spirit-devouring crystal?" The young man in the distance flew into a rage and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, an origin-returning realm cultivator quickly covered his mouth. The young man was even more annoyed and was about to reprimand him when the origin-returning realm cultivator whispered with cold sweat on his forehead, "Young master, these two people are unfathomable. You can't offend them." "Unfathomable?" The young man was startled and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. He couldn't see through Yang Kai and Guizu's depths before, so he didn't put them in his eyes. After all, he had 2 origin returning realm cultivators with him. But now, the 2 origin returning realm cultivators beside him turned pale. How could he not know that Yang Kai and Guizu were not to be trifled with? He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Chapter 1821. After calming down, the young man raised his voice and asked, "2 friends, may I ask for your names?" After knowing that Yang Kai and Guizu were not to be trifled with, he immediately lowered his posture and was no longer as aggressive as before. As soon as his voice fell, a figure flashed in front of him. The man who had fallen from the sky suddenly appeared in front of him. His gloomy face was so close that it was almost touching his face. The young man couldn't help but feel a little flustered when he met his gaze. He retreated in fear. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Among the men in black here, only 2 were first-order origin returning realm cultivators. The others were all Saint King realm cultivators. He didn't put such existences in his eyes at all. What he wanted to figure out the most now was the origin of the other party and how they came to Tong Xian realm. The 2 origin returning realm cultivators guarding the young man didn't see how Yang Kai appeared in front of them, but they immediately knew that this person was much more terrifying than they had guessed. Their hearts beat like a drum. One of them plucked up the courage and smiled cautiously. "Young lord, we are from the spirit-devouring sect. This is our young sect master, young lord Mu Chengfeng." As he spoke, he pointed to the young man and introduced him to Yang Kai. Mu Chengfeng puffed out his chest, seemingly realizing that his performance just now was a little unbearable and wanted to pretend to be calm to save some face. Spirit-devouring sect? Yang Kai frowned and glanced back at Guizu. This old master has never heard of this sect. "I'm afraid it's not worth mentioning," Guizu said lightly. Mu Chengfeng and the 2 origin returning realm cultivator were a little angry when they heard Guizu's evaluation of their sect. However, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous since their fists weren't bigger than the other parties. "Did you guys set up this damn spirit array?" Yang Kai pointed to the 6-pointed star spirit array behind him. "Yes." The origin returning realm cultivator who spoke earlier quickly replied, quietly wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, "It was set up by our sect with a lot of effort." "Very good." Yang Kai sneered, "Since you guys set it up." "Little brother." As if sensing what Yang Kai was going to say next, the origin returning realm master interrupted him in horror. "Little brother, you should know that there is more than one such spirit array on this continent. All the disciples of my spirit-devouring sect are now on this continent, led by the sect master. We are planning something big, so I hope little brother can make things easy for us." "More than one?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He was so angry that he laughed. "No wonder the spiritual chi here is worse than before. So it's because of you guys. Very good, very good." The origin returning realm master smiled awkwardly. "Little brother, the cultivation level of the cultivator on this continent was too low. Even if he left some spiritual energy for them to cultivate, they wouldn't be able to achieve anything in this lifetime. But if my spirit-devouring sect were to obtain this world energy, it would be a different story. My sect master is an origin king. If he could devour the world energy of this continent, his strength would definitely increase greatly. When the time came to refine the star's origin energy of this continent, it would also bring a chance of survival to this place. This was the so-called putting death on the line and fighting to live. Little brother's strength was profound. I think you should understand this." He deliberately mentioned that the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect was an origin king realm master. He wanted Yang Kai to back off. Who knew that after Yang Kai heard this, he became even more furious. "You still want to refine the star's origin energy?" "Of course." Mu Chengfeng straightened his back. "Father, Master has already taken the elites of the sect to the core. I'm afraid he will refine the star's origin energy soon." When he remembered that his father was an origin king realm master, Mu Chengfeng became full of confidence. He believed that these two guys would definitely not dare to kill him, even though Mu Chengfeng still didn't know their origins, let alone their strength. But no one with a brain would be willing to be an enemy of an Origin King Realm Master. So, he regained his previous leisurely and confident demeanor. After he finished speaking, he found that Yang Kai was staring at him with an even more terrifying gaze. Mu Chengfeng was startled and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned, "What else can I do? I'm going to take your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, a few soft sounds could be heard. All the disciples of the spirit-devouring sect in black clothes were seriously injured at the same time. They fell down one after another. They didn't even have time to scream before they all died. Mu Chengfeng screamed in horror. His eyes trembled violently as he pointed a trembling finger at Yang Kai. "How dare you be an enemy of my spirit-devouring sect?" "An enemy?" Yang Kai sneered, "Don't overestimate yourself. You don't have the qualifications to be so presumptuous in my territory. I'll make sure you don't return." The spirit-devouring sect was not only unscrupulously extracting the world energy of Tongxian realm, but also enslaving the star's cultivator. How could Yang Kai not be annoyed by this? Although the star's origin energy had been collected by the little senior sister and there was no need to worry about it being taken away by the spirit-devouring sect again, their reckless actions should have caused some damage to the little senior sister. "My father is an Origin King Realm Master. How dare you kill me?" Mu Chengfeng was scared silly. He thought that by mentioning his father's name, the other party would be cautious. How could he have known that this young man didn't care at all? Origin King Realm? This father has killed more than one. "I'll take your father's head later." Yang Kai sneered and closed in on Mu Chengfeng step by step. Mu Chengfeng was so scared that he fell to the ground on his butt. A foul smell came out from his crotch. His face was twisted and he was about to cry. This made Yang Kai frown. He didn't expect this kid to be so cowardly. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and sealed Mu Chengfeng's power with his Saint Qi. He looked back at the thousands of cultivator from the shrouded heaven mansion and said, "Who wants to kill him? Come on up." The thousands of cultivator were originally maintaining the operation of the spirit-devouring array. Since Yang Kai and Gizu appeared, they had been watching from the sidelines. When they saw Yang Kai kill the spirit-devouring sect's disciples that they couldn't resist, they were immediately shocked by Yang Kai. Some of the cultivator who had seen Yang Kai's portrait immediately understood the origin and identity of Yang Kai. At this moment, after hearing Yang Kai's words, there was no longer any hesitation. The thousands of cultivators, young and old, men and women, all rushed towards Mu Chengfeng with murderous looks on their faces. "You bunch of ants." Mu Chengfeng was afraid of Yang Kai, but he didn't care about these cultivator from the shrouded heaven mansion. He roared with a ferocious face, "If you dare to hurt a single hair on my head, I'll make you beg for death." The thousands of cultivators paused for a moment, but in the next moment, they rushed over at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, Mu Chengfeng's position was completely surrounded. Sounds of punching and kicking could be heard. The shrouded heaven mansion's disciples gathered in the center seemed to have a tacit understanding not to use their Saint Qi. They only used their physical strength to attack Mu Chengfeng. This way, Mu Chengfeng could live longer and taste more painful torment. "Bastard, how dare you kill the sect master? Avenge the sect master. Avenge the seventh elder. Avenge senior sister Lu. Woo-woo, can you see me in heaven, senior sister Lu? I've avenged you. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Let me break this bastard's balls." The scene of thousands of people ganging up on a single person was spectacular. In an instant, the place where Mu Chengfeng was standing was filled with flying dust. Continuous banging sounds could be heard, mixed with Mu Chengfeng's painful howls. But after a while, Mu Chengfeng's voice weakened. After a while, there was no more sound. "Yang Shengzhu? Are you really Yang Shengzhu?" Just as Yang Kai was watching coldly from the sidelines, a woman's voice rang in his ears. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. He found that this woman was the one who had been humiliated by Mu Qingfeng before. Her face was covered in dust and she looked like a cat. Her loose robe that had been cut open was still on her body. Her proud figure made her look like a blade of grass in the wind and rain, making people want to take pity on her. "You know me?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Are you really Yang Xingzhu?" The woman's face suddenly flushed red. She stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Her two eyes that seemed to be able to speak flashed with a bright light. Her eyes were quickly filled with tears, as if she had seen her savior. She knelt down in front of Yang Kai and said, "Yang Xingzhu, please uphold justice for the people of the entire continent. Stand up and talk." Startled, Kai Yang quickly reached out and lifted her up. The woman suddenly felt herself being lifted up by a gentle force, no longer able to continue kneeling. "Don't cry." Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. This woman was looking at him with teary eyes, constantly sobbing, bean-sized tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. After wiping away one string of tears, another string would appear. Her beautiful face was gradually revealed. She was indeed a beautiful woman. Although Mu Qingfeng was a bit unbearable, he was very experienced in reading women. "Let's talk nicely." Yang Kai sighed and comforted her, "Don't cry for now." The woman rubbed the corners of her eyes again and tried to suppress the excitement in her heart. Her plump breasts heaved up and down exaggeratedly a few times before she finally calmed down. "Yang Xingzhu is a person who can reach the heavens. Only you can resolve the continent's calamity. Yang Xingzhu, please have mercy on us and save the continent from its calamity." Chapter 1822. After an hour, Yang Kai and Gui Zhu set off again, gradually disappearing into the distance. The woman from Shrouded Heaven Mansion looked at the backs of the two, cheering in her heart. With Yang Xingzhu's return, the continent was saved. Although she had never interacted with Yang Kai, and today was the first time they met, she firmly believed in this matter. "Yang Kai, according to that little girl, this spirit-devouring sect has some tricks up its sleeve," Gui Zhu said thoughtfully. "This method of extracting the world energy of the entire continent and transforming it into spirit-devouring crystals is quite ingenious. Even this old master can't figure it out." "Indeed, but this can only be done under the premise of harming the foundation of the stars." Yang Kai played with a few pieces of spirit-devouring crystals in his hand. They were almost the same size and color. These spirit-devouring crystals were all found in Mu Qingfeng's space ring. One of them was a semi-finished product obtained from the spirit-devouring array, while the rest were already formed. Obviously, they were the harvest of Mu Qingfeng and the others in the past year. Every bit of world energy in these spirit-devouring crystals originally belonged to Tongxian realm. According to the woman from Shrouded Heaven Mansion, the spirit-devouring sect suddenly came to Tongxian realm a year ago. When they saw a starship arrive that day, the cultivator of Tongxian realm was puzzled and didn't know what happened. However, after the spirit-devouring sect suppressed Tongxian realm with absolute strength, they began to enslave the cultivator of Tongxian realm to work for them to maintain the operation of the spirit-devouring array. However, those who resisted were killed without mercy. Within a year, dozens of families and forces on Tongxian realm were wiped out. Shrouded Heaven Mansion also suffered heavy losses, with only 1,000 people surviving in the end. Has Elder never heard of the spirit-devouring sect before? Yang Kai turned to look at Gui Zhu. Gui Zhu shook his head and said, "No. You also know that this old master has been trapped for 2,000 years and has just escaped not long ago. In fact, I don't know much about this territory. But, don't you happen to have a candidate in your hands?" "You mean?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before understanding who Gui Zhu was referring to. Taking out the soul-sustaining bowl from his space ring, he condensed his divine sense into it. He shouted, "Come out." The next moment, Zidong's soul body slowly emerged, looking at Yang Kai in fear and trepidation. He smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Yang, what instructions do you have for me? Could it be that they've already arrived at Purple Star?" Now that we've arrived at Purple Star, I have something to ask you. Brother Yang, feel free to ask, I will tell you everything I know. Zidonglai wiped his forehead. He seemed to be much more relieved. Have you ever heard of the spirit-devouring sect? Spirit-devouring sect. Zidonglai's face changed, revealing a look of dread. You really know about it? Yang Kai looked at his expression and immediately realized that this guy had heard of the spirit-devouring sect. I do know about it. But did Brother Yang meet someone from the spirit-devouring sect? Zidonglai looked at Yang Kai in surprise. I just met a group of cultivator who claimed to be from the spirit-devouring sect. They set up a spirit-devouring array and refined something called the spirit-devouring crystal, Yang Kai said, and took out a spirit-devouring crystal. That's it. It's really the spirit-devouring crystal. Zidonglai's eyes instantly became scorching hot as he stared at the spirit-devouring crystal with a greedy look on his face. But soon, he remembered that his body was now destroyed, so he had no use for the spirit-devouring crystal. He immediately became a little dejected. Tell me, what's the background of this spirit-devouring sect? Why do you seem to be afraid of them? Yang Kai put away the spirit-devouring crystal and continued to ask. Spirit-devouring sect? Well, I have never met them before. I only saw some records in the ancient books of my Purple Star. It is said that 100 years ago, the spirit-devouring sect was suddenly born on a cultivation star called the Heavenly Wolf Star. Then, it rose like a comet. Its rise was so fast that it attracted the attention of the entire cultivation star territory. In less than 10 years, a large number of masters have been born in the spirit-devouring sect. There are even several Origin King Realm masters. This is very unusual for an obscure sect. So, at that time, the three great forces in the cultivation star territory did research on the spirit-devouring sect. Later, they found that this sect had mastered a set of secret techniques from somewhere. It was the method to set up the spirit-devouring array and refine the spirit-devouring crystal, as Brother Yang said. The cultivator of their sect had greatly improved in a short time by devouring and refining the energy of the spirit-devouring crystal. If that was all, it would be nothing. The key is that their rise was accompanied by the decline of the Heavenly Wolf Star. In less than 50 years after the birth of the spirit-devouring sect, the richness of the Heavenly Wolf Star's world energy had dropped by several grades. Only then did the three great forces in the cultivation star territory realize the seriousness of the problem. Any cultivation star is a precious treasure in the cultivation star territory. How could the spirit-devouring sect be so reckless? If they were allowed to continue like this, the Heavenly Wolf Star would collapse. So, after the three great forces looked back, they jointly dispatched masters to the Heavenly Wolf Star and attacked the spirit-devouring sect's headquarters. In that battle, the spirit-devouring sect was uprooted, but the three great forces also suffered a lot of losses. This has never happened before. In the cultivation star territory, there is a sect that can compete with the three great forces. Since that battle, the spirit-devouring sect has disappeared from the stage of history. I thought the spirit-devouring sect had long been annihilated, but I didn't expect there to be a fish that escaped the net. The three great forces joined forces. Yang Kai was also stunned, but soon he sneered. The three of you joined forces not just to stop the spirit-devouring sect from continuing to destroy the Heavenly Wolf Star, right? Did you take a fancy to something else? Zidonglai smiled embarrassedly and flattered. Brother Yang's insight is like a torch. The spirit-devouring sect has an amazing secret method to cultivate a cultivator to grow rapidly. Which force wouldn't be jealous? An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. But, as far as I know, although the three great forces annihilated the spirit-devouring sect, they didn't succeed in laying out the spirit-devouring array. Oh? Why is that? Yang Kai was surprised. I don't know. I only saw some records in the sect's ancient books. I don't know the specific situation at that time. A worried look emerged between Zidonglai's brows, but after a few decades, the spirit-devouring sect has come back again. This is not a good thing. By the way, Brother Yang, where is this place? Since that incident, The spirit-devouring sect has become a rat on the street. Everyone wants to beat them up. It's absolutely impossible for them to act under the nose of the three great forces again. This is my homeland. Yang Kai replied casually, no outsiders have come here for a long time. The spirit-devouring sect probably saw this point, so they laid out the spirit-devouring array here. I see. Brother Yang, since we have discovered the spirit-devouring sect, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they have a chance to breathe, they will become a big problem. I see that the world energy here is thin. I don't think there are any experts here. Why don't you take me back to Purple Star and let me mobilize the Purple Star's experts here? Hey, Brother Yang, let me finish, Brother Yang. After Yang Kai stuffed the soul-sustaining bowl back into his space ring, he said to Guizhu, Elder, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Sect Master, if you have any orders, just say it. Guizhu chuckled. The spirit-devouring sect seems to have a lot of people. According to the woman just now, they are scattered all over the continent, laying out the spirit-devouring array. I want you to help me eradicate them all. That's not a problem. Guizhu laughed strangely. It's very easy to find them. Just follow the direction of the flow of world energy. Naturally, you can follow the vine to find the melon. Moreover, this old master is very interested in the spirit-devouring array. If I had known that this spirit array was so heaven-defying, I wouldn't have let Mu Chengfeng die. I should have interrogated him properly. You can study the spirit-devouring array, but you can't use it. This old master naturally knows this. This old master doesn't want to become the public enemy of the Star Territory. Sect Master, don't worry, this old master will be back soon. By the way, where should I find you after dealing with this? Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai replied, you can ask anyone and you'll know the direction. Okay, this old master will go. Guizhu laughed. The 10,000 soul banner wrapped around his body, turned into a black light, and flew away. After Guizhu left, Yang Kai looked in a certain direction with deep eyes. The wind and thunder wings unfolded behind him. With the sound of wind and thunder, he also turned into a stream of light and disappeared. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing on this trip back to Tongxian realm. Now that Guizhu was going to eradicate the remnants of the spirit-devouring sect personally, there was nothing to worry about, but he had to go to the Earth's core personally. Mu Chengfeng said that his father planned to refine the star's source of Tongxian realm. In that case, the spirit-devouring sect's sect master must be in the Earth's core at this moment. The source strength of a cultivation star was always hidden in the depths of its core, but it was extremely difficult to reach it. The world principles contained in the source strength of a cultivation star were not something anyone could resist. Only a third-order origin king realm master could resist it for a while. However, the little senior sister had refined Tongxian realm source, and the little senior sister was not on this continent, so it shouldn't be difficult to sneak into the Earth's core now. Chapter 1823. It could be seen that Xia Ningchang did not have a physical body, but rather a wisp of her soul, so she could only manifest an illusory image. At this moment, Xia Ningchang's clear eyes were full of anxiety and helplessness, as well as a faint trace of anger. On the other hand, the middle-aged man and the several origin-returning realm cultivator all looked calm, as if they were certain to defeat the other party. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate, and after a long time, the middle-aged man spoke. This king has been waiting for many days. I wonder if young Lady Xia has considered this properly? Can you give this king a satisfactory answer? Xia Ningchang frowned and said softly, can you be more lenient? This matter is of great importance and I need to discuss it carefully with junior brother, but now, I can't find any trace of junior brother. The middle-aged man coldly snorted, young Lady Xia, are you joking? This king saw that you were able to refine the source of the stars at such a young age, so this king cherished talent and was unwilling to use force, but now, you are repeatedly evading my request. Do you think this king is a fool? If you really have a problem, you should ask your honored master for advice. Why would you discuss it with your junior brother? Ridiculous. But, Xia Ningchang thought to herself, honored master's current cultivation is even lower than mine, so how can he compare to junior brother? No buts. The middle-aged man interrupted Xia Ningchang impatiently. Since you are not willing to cooperate, then this king will drain this continent of its world energy and turn it into a dead star. As for the source of the stars, if you don't want it, then this king doesn't care. When the time comes, this king would like to see how long you can preserve this source without the support of the world energy. Perhaps young lady has the ability to bring it back from the dead? This continent has billions of living beings. Without the nourishment of the world energy, they will all die. I'm afraid they will all become bones in a few days. Wait. Xia Ningchang was shocked, her eyes full of hesitation and helplessness. The middle-aged man looked at her with a cold smile, his face full of confidence. Although he hadn't interacted much with this woman surnamed Xia, he could tell that she wasn't deeply involved in the world and didn't have much experience. Moreover, she was kind-hearted and didn't want to see the continent gradually fall into ruin. It was for this reason that he could threaten her to return the origin source. Otherwise, the origin energy would have been refined by her. Unless he could find her real body and kill her, they had to snatch the star's origin that they possessed. But how would the middle-aged man know where her real body was? The other party had merely sensed that something had happened on this continent, so he had sent a wisp of his soul intent here. Only someone with a great divine technique would be able to follow this divine will. He tracked down the location of Xia Ningchang's real body. Xia Ningchang looked like he was in a difficult position. How could the middle-aged man not know that his threat had worked? Using the billions of lives to pressure the other party. How could a little girl bear it? Striking while the iron was hot, he said, Miss Xia, I'm not willing to do such inhumane things. If you can return the origin, I'll give you a chance. If you can return the origin source, I can become the star master of this continent after I refine it. If I become the star master, how could I not consider this continent? But haven't you been extracting the world's spiritual energy? Xia Ningchang didn't know about the tyranny and evil of the spirit-devouring array, so she couldn't detect the other party's sinister intentions for a while. It's just destruction and reconstruction. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. I can't tell you the specific reason, Miss Xia. You only need to know that if I refine the origin source, I will lead this continent to prosperity. Really? Xia Ningchang muttered to herself. Although she was naturally kind and had a pure heart, it didn't mean that she was a fool. Naturally, she could tell that this middle-aged man wasn't a good person, but the other party's threat had grasped her weak spot. If she didn't return the origin source for him to refine, the world's spiritual energy would be sucked dry sooner or later, and it would really become a dead star. When she became the Star Master, she felt the vitality and pulse of the billions of lives on Tongxian realm. She felt the rise and fall of this continent, so how could she bear to see this continent become a cold and desolate place? Xia Ningchang was really at a loss. There was only one voice in the depths of her heart that was shouting, Junior brother, where are you? If you were in my position, how would you deal with it? Little senior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. A voice suddenly echoed in the depths of the earth core. Xia Ningchang raised her head. She instinctively thought that she was hallucinating because she missed the voice too much, but when she saw a familiar figure slowly walking out of the darkness not far away and saw the smile on that familiar face, she realized that her junior brother had really appeared in front of her at this time. Xia Ningchang's mouth twitched and she almost cried. She felt so wrong that she wanted to die. A few days ago, she had been negotiating with the middle-aged man. Her delicate and sensitive heart was under unimaginable pressure, but she was still able to pretend to be obedient. But when this figure appeared, Xia Ningchang suddenly felt like her whole body was about to collapse. The heavy burden that had been on her shoulders for a long time almost crushed her to pieces. Only when this heavy burden was lifted did she realize what she had been shouldering. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and called out. Senior sister, don't cry. Yang Kai's figure flickered and directly appeared in front of Xia Ningchang's wisp of soul. Staring at her, he grinned and said, it's okay, I'm here. It was as if he was comforting a child. He almost patted Xia Ningchang's head a few times. Xia Ningchang nodded obediently. You noticed that something was wrong here, so you sent your soul sense here, right? Yang Kai glanced at her and understood the situation in front of him. Only a Star Master could do such a thing. If he wanted, he could also send a wisp of his soul sense back to Shadowed Star, but it would consume a lot of his soul sense. My main body is too far away from my soul sense. It's not good to stay here for too long as it can easily cause damage. Go back and tell them that I will return to the sect in a few days, so they don't have to worry. And, junior brother, be careful. These people? It's okay, just a few trash who can't even be shown in public, Yang Kai sneered. Hearing what he said, Xia Ningchang smiled sweetly, no longer worried. She then formed a seal with her hands and the face of her soul sense gradually dissipated. Just before Xia Ningchang left, she suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly said, By the way, junior brother, Yang Inflammation, what happened to Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai was shocked, but there was no trace of Xia Ningchang in front of him. Her wisp of soul sense had already passed through the star field and returned to Shadowed Star. What the hell happened? Yang Kai suddenly became depressed. Xia Ningchang did not know the true identity of Yang Inflammation, but he did. Yang Inflammation had been in a deep sleep since she returned from the Emperor Garden, seemingly trying to completely merge her main body with her embodiment. It had been more than 10 years since then, but Yang Kai did not know what was going on. Now, Xia Ningchang suddenly sent him news about Yang Inflammation, but she did not explain it fully, which made Yang Kai very anxious. I'll deal with you when we get back. Yang Kai secretly swore to himself. Little brat, you're quite arrogant, daring to judge this king like that. Since Yang Kai had become a monk, the middle-aged man and the other origin returning realm cultivator had been staring at him vigilantly. Just now, when they heard Yang Kai call them a bunch of trash, they were furious. Coupled with the fact that the source strength they were about to obtain was ruined by Yang Kai with just a few words, how could the middle-aged man endure? He immediately shouted angrily. Yang Kai slowly turned around, looked at them coldly, and sneered, What? Are you not trash? Several big men ganging up to bully a little girl and calling you trash is an insult to the word trash. The middle-aged man coldly snorted as thick murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Who was it just now who said they would turn this place into a dead star? Stand up, this sect master promises not to beat you to death. Yang Kai declared arrogantly as he glared at the other party. Little brat, don't think that you can be lawless just because you have a little strength. How can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vastness of the sea and the sky? You have already reached the Origin King realm at such a young age. You can be considered a promising talent. Why don't you join this king? This king can teach you a supreme secret technique that will help you reach the peak as soon as possible, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice with his hands behind his back. He looked like a grandmaster. What? Origin King realm? Him. Impossible. The origin returning realm cultivators behind the middle-aged man were shocked and cried out one by one. They had been investigating Yang Kai's cultivation, but they couldn't find any clues at all. They thought that he was wearing an artifact that could isolate their divine sense, but they didn't know that he was actually stronger than them. But how can there be such a young origin king in this world? Yang Kai chuckled and said contemptuously, Are all of you spirit-devouring sect so idiotic? No wonder you were annihilated. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. You know we are from the spirit-devouring sect, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? The origin returning realm cultivators also trembled, as if some of their secrets had been exposed. A look of extreme fear appeared in their eyes. So what if I'm arrogant? Bite me. Yang Kai sneered. If you don't have the guts, how about I lend you a few? The middle-aged man was trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He had long noticed that Yang Kai was a first-order origin king, not the slightest bit worse than him. He was not confident he could kill Yang Kai, so he had no choice but to endure the other party's arrogance. However, the secret of the spirit-devouring sect couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, It was very likely that he would be hunted down by the cultivator in the entire star territory. For a moment, the middle-aged man had a headache. He didn't know what to do. Seeing his hesitation, Yang Kai sneered and added fuel to the fire. By the way, before I came here, I killed a few of your spirit-devouring sex people. One of them said he was the young sect master of the spirit-devouring sect and called himself Mu Chengfeng. That guy was your son, right? Sect Master Mu Wu? Mu Wu's body trembled. His eyes immediately turned blood red. You killed Chengfeng? Sorry, I misspoke. Yang Kai smiled apologetically. I didn't kill him. I just beat him up. And he was beaten to death by the people of Shrouded Heaven Mansion. He died so miserably that he was turned into a meat patty. Sect Master Mu Wu, you weren't there. If you had seen it, you would have shed tears. Chapter 1824. Bastard, I'll kill you! Mu Wu roared as his face turned ferocious. Saint Qi surged out of his body as his Origin King Realm domain territory wrapped around Yang Kai. At the same time, he turned into a stream of light and landed directly on top of Yang Kai's head. He naturally knew the cultivation of the people from Shrouded Heaven Mansion. It was impossible for his son to be killed by them. The only possibility was that his son was suppressed by this little brat in front of him, which was why he was killed. The enmity of killing his son was absolutely irreconcilable. Even if Mu Wu was afraid of Yang Kai's strength, how could he endure it at this moment? He clapped his hands and pushed them forward. A surge of power turned into a visible cross slash that pressed down on Yang Kai like a landslide, as if it wanted to cut Yang Kai in half. Is that all you've got? Yang Kai curled his lips as a look of disdain appeared on his face. He could see the clues from Mu Wu's move. Although he was also a First-Order Origin King, his real combat power was worse than any Origin King that Yang Kai had ever seen. This difference was mainly in the degree of condensation of Saint Qi and the power of his territory field. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. The spirit-devouring sex cultivator mainly relied on refining and devouring spirit-devouring crystals. It was a shortcut. But how could there be a shortcut in martial Dao cultivation? The price of rapidly improving one's cultivation was an unstable foundation. A spirit-devouring sect cultivator might be able to cultivate to the second-order Origin King realm or even the third order with the help of spirit-devouring crystals. But their real combat power was definitely much lower than a cultivator of the same level. Mu Wu was the same. His Saint Qi was slightly impure and his territory field wasn't perfect. Although the cross-energy slash was imposing, it was full of flaws in Yang Kai's eyes. He just bent his back and threw a punch with all his might. The fist roared and hit the center of the cross-energy slash. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk, a fine crisp sound rang out. Mu Wu was shocked and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was filled with horror and despair. He could only feel that his territory had been shattered by his opponent's punch and could no longer remain intact. The cross-shaped energy slash had also become extremely fragile. It was actually directly scattered. So powerful. Mu Wu immediately realized that he was no match for Yang Kai. Before he could finish this thought, the remaining force of the fist broke through all the blockages and landed directly on his chest. Mu Wu was sent flying backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Sect Master, actually, that's impossible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The Origin returning realm cultivators of the spirit-devouring sect immediately screamed. Their faces turned pale as they rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. An Origin King Realm Master had always been synonymous with the peak combat power in Star Territory, but the Sect Master was just an Origin King. They were actually sent flying in the first exchange of blows with this young man. This reality was really hard for them to accept. At this moment, Mu Wu's heart was also trembling. After that one strike, the blood that had surged up in his head had also subsided rapidly. He knew that he was no match for Yang Kai. He had already begun to think about how to escape. But his vision suddenly blurred as a face that terrified him suddenly appeared, almost touching the tip of his nose. Demon Eye. Yang Kai softly spat out these two words. In the next moment, the pupil of his left eye suddenly shrank, turning into a long and narrow vertical pupil. From that eye, a dazzling golden light bloomed. It was filled with endless majesty. Mu Wu was instantly blinded. Chapter 1825. Thank you very much, Master. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "But I don't want to choose any path." "You're courting death." The figure's face darkened, and murderous intent surged. Although the figure reprimanded fiercely, he didn't mean to fight Yang Kai, but stared at him coldly. Yang Kai laughed. "In that case, Master, why don't you send me on my way?" With a reckless look, he kept provoking the figure. The figure's face became more and more gloomy. "What? You don't dare? Or you can't?" Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became very sharp, like a sharp sword, piercing the depths of the figure's heart to see the truth. The figure was as motionless as a mountain. Yang Kai was as calm as the abyss and sneered, "If you come here with your true body, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to resist. Although I don't know how strong you are, you shouldn't be something that a cultivator at my level can resist. But you want to capture me with a mere soul? Are you stupid? This is my knowledge sea, I am the master." As soon as the words fell, the calm sea below suddenly rolled, gathering into a fierce water column, like an evil dragon waking up, and the knowledge sea was filled with an astonishing murderous aura. The figure gently took a breath, looked at Yang Kai lightly, and nodded. "Boy, you are really extraordinary. This king underestimated you. Since you have seen through the clues, this king has nothing to say. Boy, keep your life, this king will come to you again, don't die so easily." With that, he suddenly made a complicated gesture with both hands, and his whole body gradually faded. "Wanna leave?" Yang Kai shouted angrily, "My knowledge sea is not a place where you can come and go as you please." The golden light suddenly shone brightly. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above the knowledge sea shone the golden light of annihilation, enveloping the figure. The fading figure suddenly froze, as if it had been imprisoned by the golden light of annihilation. The figure frowned and said suspiciously, "What kind of power is this? Why is it so strange? Spread out." His body trembled. The all-conquering golden light of annihilation was directly shattered. They all retreated, no longer able to get close to him. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, dozens of fierce dragons formed from the energy of Yang Kai's spiritual sea pounced over from all directions, viciously biting at the figure. A grave expression appeared on the figure's face. He drew a semicircle in front of him with his left hand, and a barrier of light suddenly appeared around his soul. Rumble! The evil dragon crashed into the light screen. His knowledge sea shook violently, and Yang Kai's soul avatar suddenly became extremely weak. This was a head-on clash of souls. No matter who won or lost, both Yang Kai and the figure would suffer great damage. Yang Kai was having a hard time, but the figure was also having a hard time. This wasn't an ordinary spiritual energy, but a variant of the fire attribute spiritual energy. Although he was not annihilated by this wave of powerful attacks, the scorching power that burned his soul still made him suffer unspeakably. After resisting the attacks of the dozens of fierce dragons, the figure became transparent, as if it could collapse at any time. And faintly visible inside his body, a scorching fire was wandering, constantly nibbling away at his soul power. "Good, you're very good." The figure gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "A mere ant dares to hurt this king's soul. This king will remember today's enmity and will make you pay back 100 times in the future." As soon as his words fell, he once again formed a seal, and his whole person completely faded away. But before leaving, Yang Kai vaguely saw him form a seal and throw it into his knowledge sea. After 3 breaths, the tumultuous knowledge sea gradually calmed down. They were afraid of angering Yang Kai and leading to a fatal disaster. Even if Yang Kai just stood there, they didn't have the courage to take the opportunity to escape. It wasn't until now that they saw Yang Kai looking at them that these origin-returning realm cultivators were shocked. They squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Young man, please spare our lives. We were also forced by Muwu. We had no choice but to help the tyrant. Now, we have repented. I hope young man can give us a chance to live. From now on, we will follow young man's lead. We will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames." One of the cultivators in the middle hurriedly pleaded. As soon as he took the lead, the others continued to tell of their difficulties. They all accused Muwu of being overbearing and cruel, distancing themselves from the spirit-devouring sect and putting all the blame on Muwu. Muwu, whose vitality was already withered, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Yang Kai looked at their ugly faces coldly. He was already in a bad mood because of that figure, so how could he be in the mood to listen to their nonsense? A few golden blood threads shot out. Golden light flickered in the dim space for a while, instantly reaping their lives. Then, Yang Kai picked up the space rings of these people one by one. After checking them, he plundered nearly 100 spirit-devouring crystals that had been refined from their space rings. He placed all the spirit-devouring crystals in the original position of the star's source. Then, he formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger forward. Kong. With a muffled sound, all the spirit-devouring crystals exploded, and a sea of heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. The energy in the spirit-devouring crystals came from Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai did this just to return the energy to its source. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the density of world energy in his homeland improved. After doing all this, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead again, asking Xiao Xiao to take the sealed world bead back to the surface. At the same time, on a certain cultivation star hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in a mountain valley with rich world energy aura, a man sat cross-legged. Sitting there, it was as if he had merged with the surrounding heavens and earth. If one did not look with their eyes, even a third-order origin king would not be able to discover his existence. Butterflies fluttered around him while a little bird gracefully combed its feathers with its beak. For this little bird, it seemed to be standing on an ordinary branch, not on a person's head. This person's understanding of the martial Tao had surpassed the entire territory of this star, reaching the legendary level of the Tao of nature. If those third-order origin kings were to see this, they would likely bow their heads and cower. Suddenly, this man's body trembled and he opened his eyes, staring ahead. Not long after, an almost imperceptible beam of energy shot over from afar and entered his body. This man closed his eyes and silently sensed it. After a while, his body shook and he exclaimed, "The seven-colored soul-warming lotus and the treasure map of this star's territory? These two things are in the same person's possession? Isn't this boy's opportunity a bit too heaven-defying? But that's fine. Since you dared to injure this king's soul, how can this king spare you? I'll leave these two things with you for the time being. With this king's spirit-seeking seal, it's useless for you to escape to the ends of the world." Saying so, he slowly stood up, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Forget it. 100 years have passed, and there haven't been any powerful energy fluctuations in this star's territory. Yang Kai did this just to return this energy to its source. He believed that it would not be long before the world energy density of his homeland improved. After doing all this, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead again, asking Xiao Xiao to take the sealed world bead back to the surface. At the same time, on a certain cultivation star hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in a mountain valley with rich world energy, a man sat cross-legged. He sat there as if he was one with the world. If one did not look with their eyes, even a third-order origin king would not be able to notice his existence. Butterflies danced around him, and there was a little bird above his head, elegantly combing its feathers with its beak. To the little bird, it was as if it was standing on an ordinary branch, not on a person's head. This person's understanding of the martial Tao had already surpassed the entire territory of the star, reaching the legendary level of the Tao of nature. If those third-order origin kings were to see this, they would likely bow their heads and cow. Suddenly, the man's body trembled and he opened his eyes, staring ahead. Not long after, an almost imperceptible energy shot from the distance and entered his body. The man closed his eyes and silently sensed it. A moment later, his body shook and he exclaimed, "The seven-colored soul-warming lotus and the star territory's treasure map? These two things are in the same person's possession? Isn't this boy's opportunity a bit too heaven-defying? But that's fine. Since you dared to injure this king's soul, how can this king spare you? I'll leave these two things with you for the time being. With this king's spirit-seeking seal, you won't be able to escape to the ends of the world." Saying so, he slowly stood up, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Forget it. 100 years have passed and there have not been any powerful energy fluctuations in this star territory. It seems that there really is no protector. Since that's the case, you will become this king's stepping stone to the emperor's throne." After saying that, he suddenly smiled coldly, and his entire body strangely sank down. In just a short moment, he arrived at the depths of the Earth's core and stood before the star source of this cultivation star. Both of his hands danced about, and he kept on casting incantations into the star source. Along with his actions, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire cultivation star actually started to stir, and they all gathered towards the star source, which was then swallowed into this person's body. On this cultivation star, all the cultivators instantly realized that something was wrong. They could clearly feel that the surrounding world energy was becoming less and less. Moreover, the rate at which it was decreasing was terrifying, but no one knew what was going on. Chapter 1826. Tongxian Realm, a place filled with outstanding talents, a place of great beauty. This place was surrounded by 9 main peaks. Originally, it was the world-famous 9 Heavens Holy Land. It was the most powerful place in the entire Tongxian realm. However, many years ago, the people from 9 Heavens Holy Land suddenly disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where they had gone. There were rumors that they were taken to the vast territory of the star by the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. There were also rumors that they provoked an extremely powerful existence and were exterminated. There were all kinds of stories, but no one knew the truth behind it. However, in any case, 9 Heavens Holy Land was now ownerless. Many sects and families had their eyes on this treasure land. After the disciples of 9 Heavens Holy Land disappeared, countless conflicts broke out over this treasure land, resulting in countless casualties. In the end, this treasure land fell into the hands of 2 cultivators named Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhengkai. Both of them were carefree figures. They didn't have much fame and never cared about worldly affairs. They only talked about romance, wine, and beautiful women. They had always been traveling the entire Tongxian realm and seeing the scenery of various places. That day, when they happened to pass by 9 Heavens Holy Land, they saw that it was full of world energy and beautiful scenery, so they didn't hesitate to occupy it. They were both third-order Saint Realm masters, so how could those sects and families dare to resist? Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to withdraw. They stayed there for a few years, and the 2 of them gradually got used to this place. They decided to stay and never leave. At this moment, on one of the main peaks of the 9 peaks, the 2 were sitting in a pavilion, drinking tea and discussing the Tao in a carefree manner. Inside the pavilion, there were over a dozen young girls with graceful figures serving at the side. Their beautiful eyes emitted a peculiar light as they looked at the 2 of them. These young girls were all the girls that the 2 of them had saved when they were traveling the continent. Some of them had lost their families, some were homeless, some were bullied by villains and were powerless to resist. The 2 were free and easy. They didn't compete with others, nor did they compete with the world. They were handsome and elegant. Although they were peak third-order saints, they were amiable, so they naturally won the admiration and respect of these girls. At this moment, there was a chessboard on the stone table in front of the two of them. Black and white pieces crisscrossed each other. Their way of chess was very similar to their temperament. There was not the slightest murderous aura on the chessboard. Many people were surrounded but not killed. It was amazing to see. Brother E, I heard news that the Money of Gold sect was also annihilated by a group of unknown people. There were 3,000 people in the sect. Those who died, died. Those who fled, and the remaining people seem to have all been enslaved. Those outsiders are really hateful. Lin Yuhao gracefully put down a piece, but there was a faint trace of worry between his eyebrows. Yi Zhenkai looked up at Lin Yuhao and said lightly, "Brother Lin, do you want to come out of seclusion?" Lin Yuhao chuckled. Opening the folding fan in his hand, he casually fanned himself and said, "That day when you and I became sworn brothers, we swore that in this life, we would only seek freedom and not kill. If there was any violation, the heavens would strike him with lightning, and the winds and clouds outside would change. It would be extremely tragic and his family would be ruined." Lin Yuhao turned his head and looked around, but didn't see Yang Kai and was surprised. "We sisters have already beaten that ghost away." Ling waved her fist and asked for credit. "Ghost?" Yi Zhengkai's face twitched slightly. Although he didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, he and Lin Yuhao broke through at the same time with just a few pointers. It was obvious that Yang Kai was already standing at a height they had to look up to. Even if he had now broken through to the Saint Realm, he didn't dare to compare himself with Yang Kai. How could such an expert be described as a ghost by the maidservants? "You actually chased him away?" Lin Yuhao's face was filled with annoyance. "Young lord, did we do something wrong?" Ling asked anxiously. "It's fine." Yi Zhengkai quickly waved his hand. "It's not your fault, you." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Zhengkai suddenly paused and listened attentively. Soon after, his face lit up with joy as he looked at Lin Yuhao. He found that the other party was also looking at him with a happy face. The two understood each other's intentions and gently nodded. "You stay here, Brother E and I will be back soon," Lin Yuhao ordered. Lin Yuhao ordered. He took a step forward and shot towards a certain direction. Yi Zhengkai followed closely behind. After a few dozen breaths, the two arrived at the main peak where Yang Kai was at. After seeing the unfathomable figure, both of them looked solemn and cupped their fists together. "Many thanks, Senior, for your guidance. We hope Senior can forgive us for offending you before." Although they didn't know how old Yang Kai was, since he was stronger than them, he might be an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Calling him Senior wasn't an insult to them. "Senior." Yang Kai touched his nose and chuckled. "You don't have to call me that, I'm not that old. Moreover, it's not like I gave you pointers. You broke through because you wanted to, it has nothing to do with me." If Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai hadn't shown that they were ready to come out and contribute to the mainland, Yang Kai wouldn't have bothered with them. His original intention was to drive the two away. This was Nine Heavens' holy land, his territory. He wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array here, so how could he allow outsiders to occupy it? However, after noticing that the two had good temperaments, Yang Kai came up with another idea. Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai looked at each other and the former asked, "Then, may I ask how to address this friend?" "Yang Kai." "Yang Kai." Yi Zhengkai frowned. "This name, where have I heard it before? It sounds very familiar." "Your Excellency, could it be?" Lin Yuhao looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Could it be that you are?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Is it really you?" Lin Yuhao was shocked. "Brother Lin." Yi Zhengkai looked at Lin Yuhao for help. He still couldn't figure out where he had heard the name Yang Kai. Brother E is really a person of high status with short memory. Lin Yuhao smiled bitterly. "We were just discussing how to imitate the holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land." Now that the real master has appeared in front of you and me, brother, doesn't recognize him? Zheng Kai exclaimed, Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. So you are the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land? The Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land was a legendary figure in the entire Tongxian realm, just like the great demon god. Many people only knew of the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, but they didn't know his name, just like Great Demon God. After so many years, everyone only knew of Great Demon God's existence, but as for what his name was, few knew. Zheng Kai couldn't connect the dots for a while, so when Lin Yuhao reminded him, he was shocked. In the next moment, his face changed drastically as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. What was the result of Elder's operation? Yang Kai looked at Guizhu and asked. They were all killed. Guizhu grinned meaningfully. We also seized an origin-grade high-rank starship. This spirit-devouring sect is pretty good. Is that so? What about the spirit-devouring crystals? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Guizhu immediately became vigilant. What are you doing? Those are this elder's spoils of war. Even if you are the sect master, you can't ask for them like this. Don't make it sound so serious, elder. The energy in those spirit-devouring crystals originally belonged to this land, so they should be returned. Be good and give me the spirit-devouring crystals. They are not of much use to you. Although absorbing them can improve your strength, I'm afraid you don't want to see your foundation become unstable. It represented the peak strength of the entire star territory, and with the exception of a few old farts who were in retreat, a second-order origin king was the highest realm in star territory. Could the sect actually attract such a powerful character to join them? For a moment, all the disciples felt like they were dreaming, unable to believe their ears. Sect master is too polite. It is this old master's honor to join High Heaven sect, Guizhu chuckled. He was very satisfied with the reaction of the disciples in front of him. He did not act arrogantly though, instead slowly releasing his second-order origin king aura to let the disciples feel his strength as he smiled and said, since this old master has become the sect's supreme elder, he vows to advance and retreat together with the sect. As long as this old master lives, the sect will exist for one day. If anyone wants to attack the sect, they will have to ask this old master's permission first. However, this old master's energy is limited and cannot support the sect alone. In the future, the prosperity of the sect will depend on everyone's efforts. Yang Yen continued. He came here to devour the earth principles of the heaven-devouring great emperor to achieve the supreme emperor Tao. If he succeeds, all the cultivation stars in this star territory will turn into dead stars, so I chased after him and fought him to the death. Why does he want to devour the heaven-devouring great emperor's earth principles? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yen in shock. The emperor's path is to master world principles. Only by mastering world principles can one become great emperors. Yang Yen explained, but how can world principles be so easy to master? As an emperor, 9 out of 10 great emperors do not have deep control over world principles. If one wants to comprehend world principles, there is a shortcut in addition to cultivating on their own. Yang Kai faintly seemed to think of something and asked in amazement, "Refining the star sources of stars?" He had refined the star sources of stars and could vaguely feel the world principles of shadowed star, so he could connect the dots. Yang Yen nodded, but what the insect emperor wants to do is not to refine the star sources of a cultivation star, he wants to devour it. Devouring the star sources, integrating the world principles of a cultivation star into his own body, and then refining them is a shortcut he wants to take. Yang Kai instantly broke out in cold sweat. If the insect emperor really succeeded, then countless cultivation stars in this star territory would be destroyed, and it would not be impossible for all of them to be wiped out. You need to know that this world is not limited to your star territory, there are many other star territories. Between these star territories, there are territory boundaries. Even for an emperor, it is not easy to open these star territories, which is why you do not know about the existence of star territories in the outside world. Yang Yen ignored Yang Kai's shock and continued unhurriedly, many years ago, the masters of our place discovered such a shortcut to becoming an emperor and comprehending world principles. They all used the great divine technique to break through the territory boundaries and travel to different star territories to refine and devour the world principles of those star territories. The result of this was that in just 100 years, a total of 19 star territories became lifeless and completely collapsed. Each of these 19 star territories was more prosperous than yours. Yang Kai broke out in even more cold sweat. Any star territory is the foundation of a cultivator, so the destruction of a star territory is a matter of great importance. At that time, the 10 great masters realized the seriousness of the problem, so they joined forces and called on the other masters to prevent those who were plotting against them from breaking into the star territories. If they were found, they would be killed without mercy. Although it was quite effective, it was impossible to completely eradicate them. Some people always like to take risks, and the insect emperor was one of them. I chased after him, which led to what happened later. This is a bit too much information, I can't accept it all. Can you tell me when you are in a better mood? Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he turned around to leave. He had a bad feeling about this. But in the next moment, he found that he was imprisoned by an invisible force, and could only sit in place, unable to move. Yang Yen glanced at him and continued, "Every star territory has its own protector, which is the best way to prevent those with bad intentions from invading. Once a cultivator with power beyond the star territory is discovered to enter, those protectors will be able to receive news immediately and go to stop them. However, the protector of your star territory has been missing for tens of thousands of years, and no one knows whether he is alive or dead, which is why I came here." Right, that sealed world bead of yours is his. Yang Yen looked at Yang Kai with a smile, his face full of malice. "I also have my own protector star territory, and I have been away from it for long enough. Now that I have awakened, I can't stay. In the future, the safety of this star territory can only depend on you. Since you have obtained that person's sealed world bead, you should inherit his mantle and become the protector of this star territory. On top of that, your family and friends are here, so you can't stay out of this, right? If you don't have the ability, one day you will call someone over to refine Shadowed Star and have no one to blame but yourself. If you want your family and friends to live in peace, work hard to cultivate, and when you reach my level of cultivation one day, you will be able to protect this star territory." After Yang Yen finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. The force that imprisoned Yang Kai had disappeared, but Yang Kai did not leave. Instead, he sat in place and frowned, seemingly digesting what Yang Yen had just said. Guizhou recovered from his daze, looked up at Yang Kai, and asked, "Sect Master, that master, what is her background? Why is this old master like a child in front of her?" Guizhou was truly shocked. After reaching the Second Order Origin King realm, Guizhou thought that the world was big and that he could go anywhere he wanted, but as soon as he arrived at High Heaven Sect, he was tormented by Yang Yen and almost lost all of his self-confidence. Although he had obtained some benefits from this experience, Guizhou really couldn't accept that he was so weak. "If I told you that she was one of the great emperors of Star Field, would you believe me?" Yang Kai looked at Guizhou with a smile. Guizhou's jaw dropped to the size of a watermelon as he stared blankly at Yang Kai, his eyes trembling violently. "Ha! Elder wants to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, right? You can go to Pill Treasure Peak to find my little senior sister, she will help you refine it." Yang Kai laughed before leaving leisurely, leaving Guizhou alone, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, he slapped the table and cursed, "Smelly brat, how dare you fool this old master? The great emperors are nothing more than legendary figures. How could they appear in front of the world, let alone a woman? This old master is such a shrewd character, how could he be fooled by you? Forget it, alchemy is more important." No matter what the origins of this woman named Yang Yen were, Guizhou knew that she was not someone he could provoke, but after suffering 2 losses at her hands, Guizhou no longer dared to act arrogantly. The martial Dao was a long road, one had to explore it from top to bottom. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His divine sense had spread out and integrated into all of Shadowed Star. As long as he wanted to, he could even feel the wind blowing and the grass blowing anywhere on Shadowed Star. It was as if he had become one with this cultivation star and could no longer be distinguished from each other. The principal strength he had felt before had become much clearer at this moment, and his grasp of Shadowed Star was much stronger than before. "Is it because I broke through to the Origin King realm?" Yang Kai pondered. "It should be. The Origin King realm and the Origin Returning realm are 2 completely different realms, so the improvement of one's strength will naturally lead to some changes." Oh, this principal strength also seems to have changed. Suddenly noticing something unusual, Yang Kai carefully examined it, and after a long time, was slightly surprised. The principal strength has become much more complete? Is this also the result of my breakthrough? In other words, the reason why Shadowed Star had never been able to produce an Origin King was because its world principles were imperfect. The root cause of this was probably the battle between Yang Yen and the Insect Emperor, but Yang Kai's breakthrough had changed this. Now that the world principles had been perfected, did that mean Shadowed Star no longer rejected Origin Kings? Having said that, I didn't notice any rejection from Shadowed Star when I returned this time, but I am the Star Master. It doesn't count. Forget it, we'll know once we test the Grand Elder. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly found Guizhou's current location. Right now, on Shadowed Star, only he and Guizhou were Origin Kings. As the Star Master of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai was unable to experiment, so he could only start with Guizhou. At this moment, atop Pill Treasure Peak, inside the palace, a pill fragrance filled the air. Guizhou sat cross-legged on the ground. He was explaining the martial Dao word for word, imparting his own experience to Yang Kai. Opposite him, Su Yen sat atop the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, her entire body exuding an icy chill. Her hands were stretched out. Her hands were naturally placed on her knees. She was listening attentively. Next to her, the little senior sister was also listening attentively, but her hands never stopped moving, constantly taking out Origin King grade herbs and fusing them into pill treasure to condense medicinal liquid. With the sacred spirit medicine body, the little senior sister was able to perform alchemy as easily as eating, a completely instinctive action, so it was not difficult for her to listen to Guizhou impart his cultivation experience while simultaneously performing alchemy. From time to time, a spirit pill would come out of the furnace and be placed into a prepared jade bottle by Xia Ningcheng. Guizhou was overjoyed and filled with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Guizhou frowned and turned his head to look around, a look of suspicion filling his face. At that moment, he felt like he was being watched. Immediately startled, Gui Zhu mistakenly thought that Yang Yuntian was spying on him. After all, only Yang Yuntian had the ability to go unnoticed by him. Not daring to neglect, Gui Zhu began explaining the many problems he had encountered in his cultivation more and more attentively, a trace of sweat slowly oozing from his forehead. Fortunately, this feeling of being watched disappeared after a while, allowing Gui Zhu to breathe a sigh of relief. It really doesn't repel him. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai showed a joyful look. He had just tried to mobilize the world principles to impose on Gui Zhu and found that he was unable to repel Gui Zhu's existence at all, causing him to be overjoyed. The perfection of world principles was a historic breakthrough for Shadowed Star. This meant that the world principles would no longer suppress a cultivator on Shadowed Star and would no longer restrict a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm. What's more, Qian Tong would no longer be rejected by the world principles and be struck by heavenly thunder and earthly fire. In the future, Shadowed Star would not only be able to give birth to Origin Kings, but it would also allow these masters to stay for a long time. As a result, a peak origin returning realm cultivator would no longer have to travel to other stars to break through. It seemed that Yang Kai would need to send a message to Azure Tree's star to let Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, and the others know about this good news. Shadowed Star's world principles had been perfected because of his breakthrough, but the sealed world beads world principles were still incomplete. This made Yang Kai feel quite helpless. Since the world principles were incomplete, it meant that he could not break through inside. However, this was something left behind by the previous guardian of the star territory, so Yang Kai was unable to see the whole picture now. Over the next 6 months, Yang Kai stayed on Shadowed Star and did not leave. He had just broken through to the Origin King realm not long ago, and although his embodiment had inadvertently refined the entire floating continent, causing his cultivation to rise to the peak of the First Order, he still needed to carefully consolidate it. Boy, hand over the soul-warming lotus and star obediently, and if this senior is in a good mood, he may leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, this senior doesn't mind letting you taste all the torture in this world. You want them? If you want them, come and get them yourself. Let's see if you have the ability. Yang Kai still maintained a straight face. Stubborn fool. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have much patience. Seeing Yang Kai's stubborn look, he snorted coldly. Releasing a powerful divine sense from his knowledge sea, he sent out a powerful burst of divine sense. This burst of divine sense flowed towards Yang Kai. Whether it was the soul-warming lotus or star, they were both in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. If the middle-aged man wanted to snatch them, he could only start from his knowledge sea. Kai Yang's complexion finally changed. He felt as if his knowledge sea had been ruthlessly struck by some kind of force. His entire body suddenly became dizzy, a wave of nausea and palpitations spread throughout his body. His face couldn't help but turn somewhat pale. Hong. After an invisible collision, a sealing array suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, accompanied by an inexplicable barrier, directly blocking the middle-aged man's divine sense. What? The middle-aged man was taken aback. He thought that with his strength, he could easily invade this boy's knowledge sea and seize the soul-warming lotus and star, but how could he have known that this boy's knowledge sea had a barrier that made him shudder, blocking his prying? Boy, you have a lot of secrets. The middle-aged man glared at Yang Kai, a fierce light flashing across his face. Fine, wait until this senior captures you and studies you. Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Yang Kai. The space around Yang Kai seemed to be completely sealed as a powerful force tightly imprisoned him, dragging him to the middle-aged man's side. Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong and desperately urged his space secret technique while at the same time mobilizing the star source strength, using it to disperse the seal around him before quickly retreating. Slow down, your opponent is not me. When Yang Kai reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away, looking at the middle-aged man calmly with a gloating smile on his face. What a joke! Is there a cultivator more powerful than you here? If even you don't dare fight this senior, who can stop me? The middle-aged man sneered, remaining unmoved. Your opponent is me. From the void, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. This voice was faintly discernible, as if it was coming from all directions. The middle-aged man was shocked and for the first time showed a look of shock as he shouted, "Who is it?" A layer of ripples appeared in the sky, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. From the center of the ripples, a woman in a black robe slowly walked out. Following closely behind her was a little girl who looked to be about 15 to 16 years old. Chapter 1837. Wu Shengfeng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. You know my sect master? The Yu Healing that Yang Yan spoke of was Falling Star Sect's sect master. Wu Shengfeng was really panicking this time. This inexplicable woman's tone was greater than the heavens and her cultivation was unfathomable. He was afraid she really was not someone he could provoke. The sense of superiority he had just felt instantly disappeared and Wu Shengfeng's expression changed dramatically as cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you can't satisfy this queen will take action herself, Yang Yan said, raising a finger and counting down, 1. This countdown was low and heavy, causing an extremely oppressive atmosphere to descend, causing Wu Shengfeng to panic. Wait. If you have something to say, let's talk. 2. Yang Yan remained unmoved. Don't go too far. My Falling Star sect is not to be trifled with, so what if you are stronger than me? I have already inquired clearly that there is no guardian in this star territory, so why are you meddling in other people's business? 3. Yang Yan softly spat out a single word before suddenly appearing in front of Wu Shengfeng. *Pa. No one saw what happened clearly, only hearing a crisp sound before Wu Shengfeng was sent flying, half of his face instantly swollen. You dare hit me? Wu Shengfeng shouted, his tone filled with grief and indignation. *Pa. Wu Shengfeng, who had just regained his footing, was sent flying again, the right side of his face beginning to swell. Bitch, don't think I'm afraid of you. This senior only thought you were a woman. *Pa. Enough. *Pa. Don't hit people in the face. Young lady, leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. *Pa. Senior, please show mercy. Woo. I was wrong, senior, I was wrong, I admit defeat. Please stop, don't hit me. 10,000 kilometers away, Shahu, Lai Kong, and the others at the bottom of the sea were all dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai and Lin Yun's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the extremely comical scene in the sky. The awe-inspiring Wu Shengfeng from before, a master who almost no one could stop, was now like a 3-year-old child in front of Yang Inflammation, unable to put up any resistance. No matter how he tried to dodge, Yang Inflammation would hit him hard every time. A crisp sound entered everyone's ears as they listened to Wu Shengfeng's struggles and pleas for mercy, causing everyone's hearts to fill with excitement. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quietly poked Lin Yun, asking, Girl, has your martial uncle Yang Inflammation been in a bad mood recently? Lin Yun, nodded her head like a chick pecking rice, a look of fear on her face. Martial uncle has been reticent recently, and his mood is indeed not very good. How pitiful, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Up in the sky, Wu Shengfeng's face had been slapped into a pig's head, as if he had been stung by countless poisonous bees, a ridiculous sight to behold. His imposing aura had completely disappeared as he stood in front of Yang Yan, his head drooping as he stood motionless, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Yang Inflammation looked at him faintly and said, "Originally, you dared to violate the star boundaries prohibitions, so I wanted to take your life." Hearing this, Wu Shengfeng trembled as he stared at Yang Inflammation in horror, squeezing out a smile that was uglier than crying, cupping his hands and pleading, "Senior, please be magnanimous. This is the first time I have come to a lower star territory, so please spare my life." Yang Inflammation coldly snorted, "If not for this, do you think you would still be alive? However, while you may be exempt from death, you cannot escape punishment." Chapter 1838. Sect Master hasn't come out yet? Inside Hundred Flowers Peak, Yi Shiyun sipped her tea leisurely and asked Wu. She had returned to High Heaven Sect 3 months ago and, as Yang Kai had expected, lived up to everyone's expectations. When she returned, Yi Shiyun had already broken through to the Origin King realm. She was the strongest master on Shadowed Star and had been stuck at the peak of the Origin Returning realm for many years. After peeping into the mysteries of Shadowed Star's territory, she had taken the initiative to stay in High Heaven Sect to protect Yang Yen. If not for this, she would have been able to break through together with Qian Tong when Yang Kai first left Shadowed Star. Wu Yi had also broken through to the Origin Returning realm more than a month ago and had been listening to Yi Shiyun's teachings during this time, so she immediately replied, "Not yet. Since Sect Master returned 2 months ago, he has been in retreat in First Heavenly Palace and has not even seen the 2 madams." Yi Shiyun nodded lightly, but just as she was about to check the results of Wu Yi's cultivation these days, she suddenly raised her head and looked in a certain direction, her expression solemn as she asked, "Is that the direction of First Heavenly Palace? What happened to Sect Master?" Wu Yi was shocked. "It doesn't look like something has happened. The world energy seems to be gathering in that direction. Could it be Sect Master is breaking through?" Even Yi Shiyun, who had a calm temperament, was taken aback by her own guess. How long had it been? She had heard that Sect Master had only broken through to the Origin King realm 1 or 2 years ago, so how could he have broken through again so quickly? "I'll go take a look." As soon as she said this, Yi Shiyun disappeared. Outside First Heavenly Palace, a figure wrapped in a thick black fog was already standing there. Yi Shiyun glanced at him in surprise before stepping forward and calling out, "Senior brother." Guizhu turned around and replied with a smile, "Junior sister Yi." Although the two had only known each other for a short time, they were both Origin Kings. Both of them were from High Heaven Sect, so they referred to each other as brother and junior sister. After Yi Shiyun broke through to the Origin King realm, her position as Great Elder was automatically removed. She was now a Supreme Elder on par with Guizhu. As such, the two's status was the same. Junior sister Yi also noticed the situation here. "Come and take a look?" Look at the direction of the flow of spiritual energy. It seemed like he was about to advance. However, I remember hearing Big Brother say before that Sect Master broke through to the Origin King realm less than a year ago, so why is he breaking through again so soon? Who knows? Guizhu spread his hands. "I don't understand either. This brat. Cough cough, Sect Master, he can't be judged by common sense." Yi Shiyun frowned. Although Sect Master is a genius who broke through to the Origin King realm at such a young age, if he breaks through too frequently in a short time, I'm afraid his foundation will become unstable. She couldn't help but worry about Yang Kai. The Origin King realm was not an ordinary realm. It was normal for geniuses among cultivators to make continuous breakthroughs in lower realms. However, after reaching the Origin King realm, if a cultivator wanted to make further progress, they would have to take it one step at a time. Only then would there be no worries. In the Star Territory, many Origin King realm masters were stuck in the First Order realm their entire lives, unable to pry into the higher realms of the martial Tao. Yang Kai's breakthrough speed was simply too fast, so fast that it made Yi Shiyun feel uneasy. Guizhu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sect Master is not the kind of person who is greedy for merit." If he dares to make a breakthrough at this time, he should have something he can rely on. It's useless for you and me to worry about him here. Now that things have gotten to this point, we'll know when he comes out. Big brother is right. Yi Shiyun took a deep breath and stared at the gate of First Heavenly Palace. A large amount of world energy gathered towards First Heavenly Palace, and although it was only a breakthrough of a minor realm and there was no world energy baptism, the scene was still magnificent. Almost all the disciples of High Heaven sect noticed the abnormality in First Heavenly Palace, and not long after, Yang Kai's family and friends stood behind Yi Shiyun and Gui Zhu, all of them staring forward nervously. The rich world energy poured into First Heavenly Palace and soon disappeared, as if it had been swallowed up. This situation lasted for half a day before Yang Kai's roar suddenly rang out from First Heavenly Palace, and an aura that seemed to be even more powerful than Gui Zhu's filled the air. Everyone felt their knees buckle and they were almost crushed to the ground, but fortunately, this aura only lasted for a brief moment before disappearing. Gui Zhu's eyes lit up as he muttered, "He can control and release as he pleases." The junior sister, it seems we were worried for nothing. Yi Shiyun also finally showed a relaxed look, but she still didn't dare to act carelessly and said, "Let's wait for Sect Master to come out before we can make a decision." At that moment, the gate of First Heavenly Palace opened with a bang and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Yi Shiyun and Gui Zhu immediately released their divine senses and probed towards Yang Kai. After a while, the two exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. The energy fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body were stable and there were no signs of him breaking through too quickly, causing his foundation to become unstable. Seeing this, the two of them finally felt completely relieved. So many people? Yang Kai stared at the familiar faces in front of him in amazement before cupping his fists and saying with a wry smile, "Sorry, I accidentally broke through and disturbed everyone." Accidentally? Many people glared at Yang Kai. Although most of the people present were Saint Kings with only a few Origin Returning Realm Masters present, they also knew the power of the Origin King Realm. Breaking through to the Origin King Realm was extremely difficult, so when they heard Yang Kai's words, they couldn't help feeling that something was wrong. "Congratulations, Sect Master," Gui Zhu laughed. "Sect Master's aptitude is truly something this elder has never seen before." "Sect Master, how did you suddenly break through?" Yi Shiyun was also puzzled. "It's nothing, I was originally at the peak of the First Order realm, but I suddenly understood something," Yang Kai replied with a smile. The main reason was that the strength of Yang Inflammation and Wu Shengfeng had greatly stimulated Yang Kai. He stood up and walked shakily. His hands were tucked in his sleeves as if he would die at any moment. Even his eyes were filled with the color of death, causing people's hearts to palpitate uncontrollably when they looked at him. Third Order Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai's brow rose. Purple Star was indeed worthy of its reputation. There was actually a Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator guarding the city gate. As the old man spoke, he took a few steps forward and glared at the troublemaker coldly. "Well said, this old master will let you understand what it means to bully others today." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man and, under the latter's horrified gaze, sent a palm strike towards his head. The middle-aged man was only a second-order Saint King, so how could he resist the sudden attack of a third-order Origin Returning Realm Master? Screaming in fear, the middle-aged man tried to retreat. But the old man's hand seemed to have a huge suction force, firmly holding him in place. A surging suction force came, and the middle-aged man screamed miserably. Visible to the naked eye, pure energy flowed out from the top of his head and was transmitted to the old man's withered hand, which was then absorbed by him. Outside the city gate, everyone took a few steps back in horror, their faces filled with horror. "No, Senior, please let me go, I'll pay the Saint Crystals," the middle-aged man shouted. "Regretting it now? What were you doing earlier?" The old man remained unmoved and instead pushed his Saint Chi even more fiercely. In just 3 breaths, the middle-aged man was reduced to a bag of bones and collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of vitality. On the other hand, an unusual flush flashed across the old man's face, as if he had suddenly become a dozen years younger, giving him a refreshed look. Outside the city gate, silence reigned as every cultivator felt a chill run down their spines. After all this was done, the old man acted as if nothing had happened and walked back to his place, closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. "Many thanks, Deacon Min." The city gate guard nodded and bowed to the old man with a flattering smile on his face. Turning around, his expression became dignified as he shouted, "This man was a spy sent by a hostile force to infiltrate my Purple Star City, but he was seen through by Deacon Min and was killed on the spot as a warning to others. Come, carry him out and throw him into the unmarked graves outside the city." Immediately, 2 Purple Star cultivators stepped out and quickly carried the miserable corpse away. Everyone knew that this guy was lying through his teeth, but no one dared to refute him. It's getting dark, so those who want to enter the city should hurry up. The city gates will close on time and no one will be able to enter. Heh, I'm sure you all know what will happen outside at night. After the city gate guard finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the crowd. The faces of the cultivator waiting in line changed slightly as they stepped forward and paid the St. Crystal fee to enter the city, as if there really was a great danger outside at night. Although the death of the middle-aged man just now made them feel a sense of sadness in their hearts. Who told the other party's fist to be so big? Who told this guy to act so presumptuously for a trivial 1,000 St. Crystals? Wasn't that simply courting death? The city gate guard didn't seem to have any standards when it came to collecting St. Crystals, just casually quoting a price. When he encountered a beautiful girl, he would casually tease her and let her pass for free if they could hold hands or take advantage of her. There were a few people who were not pleasing to the eye who paid a lot of St. Crystals. However, the lesson of the past was a lesson for the future. No one dared to complain. Soon, it was Yang Kai's turn. I don't care how strong you are, but if anything happens to her because of this matter, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he solemnly said, "I understand." "I hope so," the beautiful woman said before turning around and leaving. Inside the previous room, the burly bald man paced back and forth anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. "Uncle Yao, can you calm down for a while? You're making me dizzy." To the right, a woman in her 20s looked helplessly at the burly bald man. "How can I calm down at a time like this?" The burly bald man shouted angrily, "It's not like you didn't see what happened just now. I'm afraid we're finished this time." Up above, Hua Yumeng gently rubbed her forehead with her hand and smiled bitterly. She did not expect that she would get into such trouble today. Her original intention was to not see Yang Kai suffer the same tragic fate as that middle-aged man, but how could she have known that Yang Kai would be so resolute and unyielding, even daring to hit a guard and a deacon of Purple Star City? "Yao Qing, sit down. Things have already gotten to this point, it's useless to be upset." Hua Yumeng was also dazzled by Yao Qing's bald head and had no choice but to ask him to calm down. As soon as she spoke, Yao Qing stomped his foot and walked back to his chair to sit down, but it felt like his buttocks were being pricked by thousands of needles, making it impossible for him to calm down. He kept twisting and turning, his expression stiff and ugly. Hua Yumeng cast her eyes to the elderly man below. This old man had been sitting with his eyes closed since he came in, not saying a word, giving off an unfathomable aura. Looking at the other party, Hua Yumeng asked, "Uncle Xia, You are the most experienced and knowledgeable person in the entire Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if Uncle Xia has any way to resolve this situation? Xia Jingwu slowly opened his eyes and pondered for a while before sighing, "It's difficult. Even Uncle Xia can't do anything?" Hua Yumeng's heart sank to rock bottom. Xia Jingwu smiled bitterly. Although this old master has always claimed to be the think tank of the Chamber of Commerce, this old master is just a third-order Saint King cultivator. My strength is low, so many of my methods are useless. President, it's not like you don't know who you have offended this time. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes darkened as her expression became bitter. The Chamber of Commerce had experienced many disasters in the past, but they had all been safely passed with Xia Jingwu's proper arrangements and strategies, but this time, even Xia Jingwu was helpless. President, you were too reckless this time. Xia Jingwu slowly shook his head. Uncle Xia, don't scold the president. The president is just being kind, she didn't mean it, the woman in her 20s whispered softly, clearly unable to bear seeing Hua Yumeng being reprimanded. This old master is not trying to insult the president. Which one of you here has not received the president's kindness? If the president had not been so kind, I'm afraid there would not be today's 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce, and none of you here, Xia Jingwu said slowly. Everyone nodded gently in agreement. It was because of Hua Yumeng's kindness that they had been able to survive to this day. But this time, Xia Jingwu sighed heavily. Xia Jingwu sighed heavily. After a while, he looked up at Hua Yumeng and said, President, there are only 2 paths we can take now. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she smiled and said, I knew Uncle Xia would have a way. Please explain in detail. Yao Qing and the woman in her 20s also hurriedly looked at Xia Jingwu with expectant expressions. President speaks too highly. This old master said that these 2 paths may not necessarily be able to resolve the crisis of the Chamber of Commerce, but let's give it a try. How could Hua Yumeng have thought that Xia Jingwu would take action against her at this time? In a moment of carelessness, she inhaled a little of this powder and in the next moment, her whole body went limp as she stared at Xia Jingwu in a daze. Flower rain, crystal rain. Uncle Xia, what are you doing? Yao Qing saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and immediately roared as he rushed forward towards Xia Jingwu aggressively. The beautiful woman named Sister Hong, however, saw what was happening and stepped forward to block Yao Qing while taking Hua Yumeng into her arms. Uncle Xia? Although Hua Yumeng was weak, she did not fall unconscious. Xia Jingwu chuckled. Since President recognizes this flower rain crystal rain, you must also know its function. Even if President is a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, you won't be able to use your Saint Qi for an hour. Saying so, he suddenly shouted, Gao Hong, quickly take President out of the Chamber of Commerce and find a safe place to hide in the city. After this storm passes, find a way to leave Purple Star. The beautiful woman's tender body trembled as she looked at Xia Jingwu with tears in her beautiful eyes, nodding repeatedly, Uncle Xia, rest assured, even if Gao Hong dies, I will protect President. Yao Qing Hai Tang, you should also leave. Xia Jingwu turned his head and looked to the side. Yao Qing and the woman in her 20s heard this and nodded. Even Yao Qing, a man of iron, could not help crying at this moment. Uncle Xia, you must take care of yourself. Rest assured, this old master won't die. Xia Jingwu smiled lightly and waved to everyone. Under his urging, Gao Hong picked up Hua Yumeng and rushed out with Yao Qing and Hai Tang, preparing to leave 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. Loyal and righteous, the people of this small chamber of commerce are quite interesting. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in his room, could not help raising his brow as a look of approval appeared on his face. Although he was staying in his room, he was still able to clearly observe the dispute between the people of 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. Among these people, Hua Yumeng was the strongest, having reached the third-order origin returning realm. The cultivations of the others were all different. So if he wanted to spy on them with his second-order origin king strength, none of them would be able to detect him. The situation is a bit different from what I expected. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. His original intention was to quietly sneak into Purple Star City and, under the guidance of Zidong, steal everything from Purple Star's vault and be done with it. With his current trump cards and powerful cultivation, Yang Kai was confident he could complete this task without anyone noticing. Even if he was discovered, he could still kill his way out. However, the encounter at the city gate had put his plan on hold. Yang Kai also knew that after beating up Purple Star's people in Purple Star City, there was no way he could remain unscathed. Although he was not afraid, the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would likely suffer. Bai Zhengchu turned his head and looked around before coldly snorting. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? There's no need for it to exist. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed wildly. Bai Zhengchu's words were tantamount to a death sentence for the Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng, who was being held in Gao Hong's arms, said weakly, "Master Bai, this matter is a misunderstanding. Can this mistress explain it to you?" Bai Zhengchu turned his eyes in the direction of Hua Yumeng and coldly snorted, "There's no need to explain. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will be closed down from today and all its personnel will be thrown into the Purple Star Frozen Prison." Purple Star Frozen Prison? Gao Hong exclaimed. The Frozen Prison was a famous existence in Purple Star City. It was a place specially used to imprison criminals, but no one who entered had ever come out alive. Once they entered that place, it would be a fate worse than death. "The two of you are quite pretty." Bai Zhengchu stretched out his hand and pointed to Hua Yumeng and Gao Hong, saying lightly, "How about this? You can accompany our brothers for a few days and I'll give you a quick death so you don't have to suffer in the frozen prison." His tone was indifferent, but the words he uttered were chilling to the bone. Both Gao Hong and Hua Yumeng's pretty faces turned pale while the guards surrounding them grinned obscenely. Obviously, this was not the first time they had done such a thing. Chapter 1843. Master Bai. Cold sweat dripped down Xia Jingwu's forehead as he forced a smile, stepped forward, and cupped his fists. "Master Bai, this one is Xia Jingwu. I met Master Bai 3 years ago. Does Master still remember this one?" Bai Zhengchu looked at him coldly. "Who do you think you are?" Xia Jingwu chuckled awkwardly. "Master's memory is short, so naturally you don't remember this one. However, this one has a good relationship with Kong Sheng, Master's subordinate, and there is a reason for today's matter. Could Master enter the inner hall for a moment so this one can report to you in detail?" Saying so, Xia Jingwu took off the space ring on his hand and handed it to Bai Zhengchu without a trace. This space ring contained almost all of his belongings, but he still handed it over without hesitation because he knew that if the Chamber of Commerce could not survive this calamity, he would not be able to enjoy it no matter how much he had. "You know Kong Sheng?" Bai Zhengchu glanced at Xia Jingwu in surprise. Xia Jingwu nodded repeatedly. "This one is fortunate to have met you." Bai Zhengchu sneered. "It seems that Kong Sheng doesn't need to be the guard captain anymore. Why are you befriending such a mess?" As soon as this statement came out, Xia Jingwu's face changed drastically. With just a few words, he had dragged the guard captain named Kong Sheng into the water, causing him to suffer an undeserved calamity. After this incident, even if Bai Zhengchu didn't embarrass him and Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Kong Sheng wouldn't give up. The friendship between him and Kong Sheng was entirely based on St. Crystals, so this kind of friendship was extremely fragile. "Your courage isn't small. Daring to bribe this vice commander in front of everyone." Bai Zhengchu coldly snorted as he reached out and took Xia Jingwu's space ring. Without even looking at it, he tossed it to one of the cultivators next to him. Five Paths Chamber of Commerce attacked first, despised Purple Star City's laws, and tried to bribe this vice commander. This is a triple crime. Arrest them all. The group of cultivators shouted and surrounded the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Inside the Chamber of Commerce, except for Hua Yumeng, who was a third-order origin returning realm master. Only the woman named Gao Hong was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator while everyone else was just a Saint King realm cultivator. If Hua Yumeng was in perfect condition, she may have been able to put up a fight. However, she had been hit by Xia Jingwu's flower rain. His entire body felt weak and powerless. Although they were conscious, they were unable to use their Saint Qi and could only watch as their brothers and sisters were captured. Soon, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was captured. Xia Jingwu and Yao Qing were both beaten black and blue. We weren't the ones who hit him, so why are you taking us for? I refuse to accept this. Yao Qing straightened his neck and shouted. It wasn't you guys? So many people outside the city gate saw it. The one who hit them was your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. How could it be false? If you say it wasn't us, it wasn't us. Yao Qing grit his teeth and roared. Master Bai. Gao Hong struggled for a while before shouting, reporting to Master, the one who hit us was indeed not someone from our Chamber of Commerce. That person was able to defeat Deacon Min in one move, so how could my little Five Paths Chamber of Commerce invite such a master? Master is wise and wise, surely you can't even think of this, right? Bai Zhengchu narrowed his eyes as he glared at Gao Hong and coldly snorted, Are you accusing this vice commander of not being able to distinguish right from wrong? I wouldn't dare. Gao Hong's tender body trembled under his pressure, but she still grit her teeth and continued, It's just that if Master only takes innocent people like us while letting the real culprit go unpunished, if Commander Lu learns of this, I wonder if Commander Lu will think that Master is unable to distinguish right from wrong and is incompetent. Impudence! Bai Zhengchu roared, his expression fierce. Gao Hong struggled to maintain her composure and stared back at him. After a while, Bai Zhengchu grinned meaningfully, I didn't expect there to be so many bold people in this little Chamber of Commerce. I like it. Good, since you say that the one who hit us was not from your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, then, where is he? He's still here. Gao Hong could not help breathing a sigh of relief and quickly replied. Gao Hong. Hua Yumeng's pretty face changed slightly as she stared at Gao Hong with a look of blame. Gao Hong smiled bitterly, President, that person caused trouble himself, so we can't let our Chamber of Commerce take responsibility for him. Regardless of whether you blame me or not, I have to tell him. Saying so, she stretched out her hand and pressed an acupuncture point on Hua Yumeng's back, rendering Hua Yumeng unable to speak and only able to stare at her. The one who hit us is still from your Chamber of Commerce, yet you dare say he's not one of your people? Bai Zhengchu looked at Gao Hong with a sneer. Do you think this vice commander is an idiot? Gao Hong said in a deep voice. It's precisely because he's not a member of our Chamber of Commerce that this little girl thought of a way to stabilize him and wait for Sirs to arrive so that you can capture the real culprit. What a sharp tongue. Bai Zhengchu smiled slightly, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Good, in that case, lead the way. I want to see which bastard dares to act presumptuously in my Purple Star City. Master, this way please. Gao Hong gestured and immediately led the way. Even though she was leading the way, she did not put down Hua Yumeng, who had gone limp all over, but instead held her in her arms. She narrowed her eyes and looked towards the room where Yang Kai was located, her expression constantly changing. After a while, her beautiful eyes became firm, as if she had made up her mind about something, quietly lowering her hand and waving her fingers rhythmically a few times. Xia Jingwu, who was following behind, saw this and could not help wearing a solemn expression. A moment later, under Gao Hong's leadership, a group of people crowded outside the room where Yang Kai was located. Milord, that person is inside. If Milord doesn't believe us, just call him out and confront him face to face. Then you'll know whether what we said before is true or false. Gao Hong stood to the side and pointed at the room. Bai Zhengchu ignored her and instead squinted towards the room, sweeping it with his divine sense. He did notice that there was a person's aura inside, but when he tried to spy on the other party's cultivation, he found that his divine sense had no effect at all. Chapter 1847. Inside Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, a group of people looked at each other, still in shock and confusion, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. President, do these land deeds really cover all the shops on Soaring Dragon Avenue? Gao Hong asked in a trembling voice. If this was the case, then the value of this box of land deeds was simply immeasurable. Under the leadership of Hua Yumeng, the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce had worked hard for more than 20 years to buy a small shop on Soaring Dragon Avenue. Moreover, they did not own it, only operating it for 30 years. Not only did they have to pay a lot of rent every year, but once the time was up, Purple Star City would take it back. But now, an entire box of more than 30 land deeds was in Hua Yumeng's hands. This meant that there were more than 30 shops, and all of them were connected together across the entire street. Any merchant could see huge benefits from this. Gao Hong and the others were so happy they almost fainted. Hua Yumeng also trembled as she checked the box again, looked up at the people who had been paying attention to her, and said bitterly, "It's real, ha! Now our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce can't not develop." Yao Qing patted his bald head vigorously, seemingly unable to calm down because of his excitement, his eyes flashing a terrifying light as he imagined the future. "I've been unhappy with the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce next door for a long time, always viciously competing with us. Let's see what they'll use to fight us now. I'll sweep them out the door. Alright, there's also that Treasure Pill Hall. When I went there with Haitang last time, those bastards from Treasure Pill Hall actually looked down on us. Kicking us out was really infuriating. Now that the land deeds of Treasure Pill Hall are in our hands, I want to see if they still dare to kick us out. Haitang, come with me later to teach them a lesson." Haitang stood next to him and nodded vigorously, obviously holding a grudge over the last incident. Despicable people become rampant. Xia Jingwu glared at Yao Qing, who smiled awkwardly and scratched his head awkwardly. However, he did not dare to refute. In Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng's prestige was the highest, followed by Xia Jingwu as the Chamber of Commerce's think tank. Sometimes his words were more effective than Hua Yumeng's. "Uncle Xia, what do you think?" Hua Yumeng finally recovered from the huge shock. He hesitantly looked at Xia Jingwu. The latter stroked his beard. He didn't look too excited. Instead, he was frowning. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai whispered to Hua Yumeng, "President, the key to this matter is still there." He gestured towards the inside of the room and continued, "Whether it was the attitude and compensation of Commander Liu and the others yesterday, or the land deeds today, none of this is the result of our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's ability. Since the key is not us, President might as well chat with the key people, perhaps you can learn something." Hua Yumeng thought about it for a moment before gently nodding and saying, "Don't make a fuss about what happened today. The Chamber of Commerce will still be closed today. Everyone go about your business." With that said, he hurriedly made his way to the backyard. After a while, she returned to the room where Yang Kai was. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, obviously already aware of what had happened outside. Hua Yumeng didn't beat around the bush and directly took out the jade box and placed it on the table in front of Yang Kai. "Master, this thing is too precious for my Five Paths Chamber of Commerce to enjoy. If we insist on keeping it, I'm afraid it will only cause unnecessary trouble, so I ask Master to deal with it." At the end of her speech, Hua Yumeng actually danced with joy, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange brilliance, as if a beautiful picture of the future had unfolded in front of her, causing her to be unable to control herself for a long time. It wasn't until she noticed Yang Kai looking at her with a smile that Hua Yumeng wore an embarrassed expression, her face turning red and purple as she whispered, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Master. Everyone's dream is sacred. Why would I make fun of you?" Yang Kai said seriously, "President Hua must have worked very hard these past few years, right? Not a few words. It's definitely been hard, but with all my brothers and sisters by my side, all hardships are nothing." Hua Yumeng smiled sweetly, causing Yang Kai to become slightly absent-minded. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's strange gaze, Hua Yumeng quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding violently as she felt uneasy, lest Yang Kai take a fancy to her. However, on second thought, being taken in by such a young and promising origin king did not seem to be a bad thing. Although she had not been in contact with him for long, Hua Yumeng believed that her ability to judge people was quite good. Yang Kai was very different from those arrogant origin kings. Not only was he approachable, but his appearance was also not bad, with a handsome body and a strong face. What am I thinking about? Hua Yumeng suddenly came back to her senses and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. President Hua's vision for the future is very comprehensive, but I wonder if you can listen to what I have to say? Yang Kai naturally did not know what Hua Yumeng was thinking and simply said, Master is the benefactor of 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. If you have something to say, just say it, Hua Yumeng forced herself to reply. These land deeds, don't keep a single one, sell them all. Yang Kai quickly said, Huh. Hua Yumeng was taken aback, never having expected that Yang Kai would actually say this. If he really did so, the vision she had just conceived for the future would become nothing more than a bubble. All her dreams would be impossible to realize. Do you believe in me? Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng sincerely, staring straight into her eyes. Being stared at by this aggressive gaze, Hua Yumeng suddenly panicked, averted her gaze, and nodded subconsciously. This mistress naturally believes in Master. That's good. It's not convenient for me to say the specific reasons, but you can't keep these land deeds, so it's best to sell them as soon as possible. One day, you will understand why I want you to do this. He had come to Purple Star City this time to steal the Star Emperor token, so there was bound to be some conflict with Purple Star. Although Lu Tianfeng had deliberately sent over so many land deeds because of the existence of the honored token, once Yang Kai's purpose was exposed, 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce would definitely be implicated. At that time, he would no longer be able to remain in Purple Star City and these land deeds would become worthless. It was better to sell them all now and gather a large number of Saint Crystals. As long as he had enough Saint Crystals, would he need to worry about the Chamber of Commerce not being able to develop? Although Hua Yumeng did not understand why Yang Kai wanted her to do this, after calming down and thinking about it, she vaguely realized something and could not help trembling as she nodded. I understand. Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully and smiled slightly. President Hua is a smart person. I'm just a woman, so I'm just following Master's instructions. And, can I ask Master something? What is it? Yang Kai asked curiously. Can you accompany me out for a while? Before Yang Kai frowned. Without even mentioning that Clear Sky Auction House is a powerful force in Purple Star City, with this madam's protection, Manager Li shouldn't be afraid, right? Saying so, Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. The woman's face changed slightly as she whispered, Your Excellency's strength is indeed profound. Not only did you manage to hide from this mistress' perception, you were also able to see through this mistress' depths. This mistress admires you greatly. Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly. When he first saw this woman, he noticed that she was a first-order origin king, but she seemed to have cultivated some kind of concealment technique, so he could not see any signs of an origin king from her. Only those whose cultivation surpassed hers would be able to see through her. Yang Kai was now a second-order origin king, and his divine sense was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a third-order master, so this woman's strength could not be hidden from him. For an auction house to have an origin king realm master, it seemed Clear Sky Auction House had quite the background. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became inexplicably dignified. Manager Li chuckled, Let's not pay attention to these minor details. I think everyone here has their own difficulties, so let's get down to business. With her interruption, the atmosphere immediately softened. And this mistress is Li Nua. May I ask what two guests have come here to auction? After Li Nua introduced herself, she turned to Hua Yumeng and asked. It's this, Hua Yumeng said as she took out the box containing the land deeds and placed it in front of Li Nua. Li Nua took the box suspiciously and examined it carefully, quickly discovering that although this box was precious, it was not a priceless treasure, so she immediately understood that it was just a box for storing things. Opening the box, the land deeds inside came into view. Li Nua took them out and her beautiful eyes shrank as she exclaimed, "These are..." The woman's eyes swept over and she was also shocked. Land deeds? Could these be land deeds for Purple Star City? They are all land deeds for Purple Star City. Li Nua carefully checked them one by one, the expression on her face becoming more and more dignified. There are so many of them, and they're all on the same street. Hua Yumeng smiled slightly. These land deeds include the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue. Li Nua's tender body trembled. Even though she was used to seeing great winds and waves and had handled countless precious objects, she could not help being taken aback at this moment. Purple Star City's land deeds, one that included all the land deeds on the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue. Such a thing alone was already extremely valuable, not to mention all of them together. The value of these land deeds would at least double. Suddenly, Li Nua seemed to think of something and looked at Hua Yumeng in amazement. "Elder sister, are you from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce?" Hua Yumeng asked in surprise. "Manager Li has also heard of our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce?" She was quite surprised. After all, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was not a great force in Purple Star City. There were at least 8,000 existences like Five Paths Chamber of Commerce that struggled at the bottom of society. Clear Sky Auction House's strength was extraordinary, so how could it have heard of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? "I've never heard of it before, but only recently." Li Nua glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully and said, "I heard that someone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was bold enough to beat up Deacon Min and a guard captain at the city gate, but not only did they emerge unscathed, Commander Lu Tianfeng even personally came to apologize to Master. As soon as Elder Sister took out these land deeds, Junior Sister knew that they were Commander Lu's apology." Chapter 1850. Is Elder Sister sure you want to auction off all these land deeds? Li Nua was a businesswoman, so now that business had come knocking on her door, she did not consider anything else and quickly entered the mood to ask Hua Yumeng. "And all of them?" Hua Yumeng nodded. Although she already had her own plans, these things were only available to her because of Yang Kai's existence. Since Yang Kai suggested she sell them all, she naturally would not object. "It's a pity." Li Nua sighed. "If you had kept them yourself, with Elder Sister's means, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would have become famous in less than 10 years. Manager Li is too kind, I don't have such ability." Hua Yumeng quickly waved her hand. "Elder Sister doesn't need to be so modest. Although Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is not famous today, with this master's help." Halfway through her words, she suddenly noticed a bitter smile on Hua Yumeng's face and immediately understood that Yang Kai would not stay in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce for long, so she quickly stopped and smiled. "Good, since Elder Sister wants to sell all these land deeds, Younger Sister will naturally accept. However, Younger Sister would like to ask, does Elder Sister want to sell these land deeds separately or as a whole?" Hua Yumeng frowned and fell into contemplation. As a businesswoman, she naturally knew the difference between selling land deeds separately and not. If they were sold separately, it was guaranteed that they would be easy to sell. After all, although each land deed was worth a lot, there would always be many chambers of commerce or great forces that could afford it. However, this way, there would not be the advantage of selling them as a whole. However, if they were auctioned as a whole, the more than 30 land deeds would be too expensive. The value was too great and there weren't many forces that could buy it. But correspondingly, the value would increase a lot because of the land deed. Both methods had their own advantages and disadvantages, so it was difficult to say which was better. She cast her eyes to Yang Kai, wanting Yang Kai to give her an idea. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. I can fight, but I don't know anything about this kind of thing, so it's better to listen to Manager Li's opinion. Hua Yumeng's eyes lit up as she stared at Li Nuo. Li Nuo pursed her lips and smiled. Since Master is so generous, this young woman will act presumptuously. Elder sister. Younger sister's suggestion is to sell them as a whole. The starting price is 100 million Saint crystals. 100 million. Hua Yumeng's pretty face changed drastically as her voice trembled. She almost fainted from happiness, thinking of the 20 to 30 brothers of her 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce who had worked hard for a year. The most he could earn was only 1 million Saint crystals, after deducting their respective cultivation expenses. There were also some chambers of commerce that were able to save up less than 200,000 for various expenses. To her, 100 million was simply inconceivable. Does elder sister think that this price is very high? Li Nuo smiled. Let's do some calculations. Although the Soaring Dragon Avenue isn't a prosperous area in Purple Star City's outer city, it's definitely not bad. In such a place, the price of the land deeds for a 15-meter shop is probably between 5 million and 8 million, which is already considered cheap. If it were in a more prosperous area, it would be impossible to obtain one without at least 20 million. On the Soaring Dragon Avenue, let's say that each shop is worth 6 million. If there are 30 shops, that would be 180 million. Moreover, these deeds are all linked together. It's extremely convenient for those big forces or big businesses to buy them as a whole. Therefore, the value will be increased by a few percent. I'll definitely come. Yang Kai smiled and nodded before putting away the invitations, immediately calling out to Hua Yumeng, who had not yet recovered, and leading her out. Aunt Chun escorted them all the way out of the auction house before returning. Young lady, why did you show so much goodwill to that person? Is it because of the second young master? Aunt Chun looked at Li Nuo, who had a worried look on her face, and asked. And why else would Aunt Chun think I took the initiative to reduce the fee by 3%? Those 3% represented nearly 10 million Saint crystals. Li Nuo smiled bitterly before sighing. But that person is very cautious and doesn't seem to appreciate it. Aunt Chun also sighed. At that time, Yang Kai had said, on behalf of President Hua, I thank Sister Li for her kindness. From this sentence, Li Nuo and Aunt Chun knew that the other party was a cautious person and did not accept Li Nuo's kindness. Instead, he pushed Hua Yumeng forward, leaving Li Nuo helpless for a while. I don't know what happened to second young master, but there was a fight in the sky just now. Did Aunt Chun sense it clearly? Li Nuo looked at the woman and asked. It ended too quickly. Aunt Chun shook her head. I'm afraid that someone on second young master's side tried to escape Purple Star City but failed. Li Nuo sighed. President is too cruel. Both of them are his own flesh and blood, yet he sent second young master to such a place while third young master enjoyed all the glory. Young lady. Aunt Chun was taken aback and quickly winked at her. Li Nuo smiled lightly and said, I know, Aunt Chun. There are no outsiders here, so I'm just complaining in front of you. We can't investigate the situation here too clearly, so we can't reveal ourselves rashly, so we can only rely on someone else. The master of 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce is of unknown origin, but even Lu Tianfeng is afraid of him, so his strength and power must be quite high. I originally wanted to ask him to inquire about second young master's situation on my behalf, but now it seems that won't be possible. Aunt Chun frowned and said, Young lady, don't worry. Although second young master sometimes acts rashly, the heavens help the worthy, so I'm afraid he will be fine. What's more, although Purple Star is powerful, they won't dare to move against our people. In particular, second young master's identity is different, so he won't be in any danger, but I'm afraid some physical pain will be inevitable. That's what I'm worried about. Second young master has been pampered all these years, so how could he possibly endure physical pain? A trace of determination appeared on Aunt Chun's face as she said, "If young lady is still worried, let me ask Elder Peng." Li Nuo frowned. "That person isn't a good thing. He's a lecher, Aunt Chun, don't go looking for him." "Rest assured, young lady," Aunt Chun smiled faintly. "Although that old thing Peng Hu is unscrupulous, it is precisely because of this that we have an opportunity. At worst, I'll just give him some benefits. His strength isn't as good as mine, so I won't suffer a loss." Saying so, Aunt Chun made up her mind and said, "Then it's settled, I'll go find him now." "Aunt Chun." Li Nuo's face stiffened, but in the next moment, Aunt Chun disappeared. Li Nuo suddenly became anxious and could only secretly pray that Aunt Chun would not really suffer a loss at Peng Hu's hands. Yang Kai and Hua Yumeng left Clear Sky Auction House, the latter still in a daze. Her cheeks were red and her excitement could not be calmed as the 100 million Saint crystals constantly lingered in her mind, occasionally glancing over at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this person, 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce would have been razed yesterday, and all her brothers and sisters would have been killed.